Hodder and Stoughton, an imprint of Hodder and Stoughton Limited, presents Hunting Ghislaine, written and read by John Sweeney. The truth is, Epstein does know a lot about a lot of things. Just a few moments in his company, and you know this to be true. And Ghislaine, full disclosure, I like her. Most people in New York do. It's almost impossible not to. She is always the most interesting, the most vivacious, the most unusual person in any room. Vicky Ward, 2011. I've got to get the nubiles, Ghislaine Maxwell allegedly, according to Maria Farmer, when a receptionist for Jeffrey Epstein in 1996. The girls, they're nothing, they're trash, Ghislaine Maxwell, allegedly, to Christina Oxenberg. A word on pronunciation. Ghislaine Maxwell is hard to pin down, starting with the mystery of how to pronounce her tricky-to-get-right first name. When I began work on our podcast, Hunting Ghislaine, I could find no recordings of her or her family saying it. On her arrest on the 2nd of July 2020, the FBI's Assistant Director in New York, Bill Sweeney, no relation, went with a hard G, calling her Ghislaine. Ghislaine was born in France to a French mother. G has two pronunciations in French: soft in front of E, I or Y, or hard in front of A, O, U, or a consonant. The H in Ghislaine is, I thought, silent, so when doing my podcast, I betted on how French grammar suggests her mother pronounced it, with a soft G, as in Ghislaine. My logic was that the FBI may know a thing or two, but they're not her mum. But 3 months after the podcast was finished, in March 2021, Ghislaine's older brother Ian Maxwell went on BBC Radio 4's Today programme and pronounced it Ghislaine. I bet wrong. Proper names that end in Steen in Britain are generally said as Stein, following received German and European pronunciation. But Jeffrey Epstein was a New Yorker, where the Stein ending is pronounced Steen. Robert Maxwell was known on Fleet Street by a lot of names, some of them unprintable, but most often Captain Bob or Bob. I've called him Maxwell throughout, and his youngest daughter Ghislaine, and having made that decision, it made sense to call the victims in the story by their first names too. Introduction. The film flickers into life. A grainy black and white video from 1966. What you see is a Christmas scene, like something from Frank Capra's movie, It's a Wonderful Life, or a fairy tale. A little girl, 5 years old, is standing at the very top of a stepladder, stretching as far as she can to tie a star onto an enormous Christmas tree standing in the great hall of a mansion. She turns at the top of the ladder and faces her father, who is back to camera. He's a giant of a man, lean, brilliantine-haired. He opens his arms and she jumps and he catches her and kisses her. Then there's a close-up, her face animated, her coal-black eyes a-glitter. The little girl in the film is Ghislaine, the father, Robert Maxwell. She first caught the public eye on the 5th of November, 1991, when she was chosen by the family to give the first expression of grief for Robert Maxwell, who fell off the back of the yacht he named after her. Standing on the Lady Ghislaine, a wretched Ghislaine read out her statement in a broken voice. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the many hundreds of people who have sent messages of support to us at this very, very sad time. World leaders vied to mark the passing of the great man. Mrs. Thatcher, out of power, mourned his God-given talents. Then Prime Minister John Major commended an extraordinary life, lived to the full. Mikhail Gorbachev was deeply grieved. President George H.W. Bush hailed Maxwell's unwavering fight against bigotry and oppression. We can set the pieties aside. Ghislaine's older brother, Ian Maxwell, tells the story of one Christmas morning when the family descended to the Christmas tree to find ripped-up wrapping paper everywhere and all their presents opened. Ian explained, "To understand my father, you must realize he never had any presents to unwrap as a child. The fancy palace Ghislaine was brought up in was a rickety sham, its master a monster, cruel, mad as a box of frogs." With her beloved father dead, Ghislaine flew to New York to woo Jeffrey Epstein. She lost everything when the first monster in her life died. Then she got everything back: private jets, switch parties, powerful friends. All she had to do was feed the second monster with fresh children. Ghislaine's supporters can plead that Epstein's victims must have known or should have known what they were getting into, that many came back again and again, that no one died on Epstein's massage tables. They can make the argument that what is happening to Ghislaine is a kind of witch hunt, that society's anger and the media's obsession with her story is out of kilter with what actually happened. This is the essence of a series of interviews before her trial given by Ian Maxwell. He is, by most accounts, a decent man defending his sister, who finds herself in the 21st century equivalent of a dungeon. She is in effective isolation in a cell that measures 6 foot by 9 foot, and which includes a concrete bed and a toilet. There is no natural light. Ian, speaking before the trial, believes his sister is no monster. The Ghislaine that we know has been buried in this caricature, this monstrous creature that has been invented as an abuser and a pimp. The counter-argument is best put by one of the victims of both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, Sarah Ransom, in her book Silence No More. "Pardon me, brother Ian, but you have no bloody idea. The child sexual abuse was not the figment of a witch hunt, but all too real. And it is fair for the media to reflect this. The public's horror lies in the industrial scale of Epstein's perversion, that so many girls, handpicked to be more child than woman, lost their innocence. Ghislaine Maxwell has always denied knowledge of Epstein's paedophilia, both its nature and vast extent. But the scale of the operation to serve Epstein was like running a factory. Getting on top of the logistics must have been a nightmare, and given that Ghislaine was in command of running Epstein's life and 4 homes, his mansion in Manhattan, his home in Palm Beach, his ranch in New Mexico, and his private island, Little St. Jeff's in the U.S. Virgin Islands, that does not look good. In Epstein's house in Palm Beach, fresh children were processed like battery chickens all the livelong day. The phone logs show Ghislaine at that house while underage girls serviced Epstein. The flight logs of Epstein's Boeing, nicknamed the Lolita Express, show that Ghislaine shared journeys with very young women. If so, did Epstein's voracious sexual appetite for underage girls never strike Ghislaine? His one-time lover, the one who'd commissioned a comedy roast about schoolgirl crushes for Epstein. Not once? That seems hard. No, close to impossible to believe. The writer Christina Oxenberg, in her book Trash, alleges that in 1997, Ghislaine asked her to ghost her autobiography, a no-no. While stringing Ghislaine along, Christina says that Ghislaine started talking about how Epstein needed 3 orgasms a day, and that she had to drive around trailer parks in Florida looking for girls. Christina, appalled, asked for an explanation, at which she alleges Ghislaine replied angrily, slicing the air with her hands, "The girls! They're nothing! They're trash!" Does Ghislaine rue the day she met Epstein? In Maxwell again. I know she wishes that she had never met him. He has ruined her life. This book sets out the evidence that her life was ruined long before she met Jeffrey Epstein. She is in jail, her good name dross, her future haunted by horrors from her past. From 1980s Oxford to 1990s New York, Florida, and the Caribbean. Had Ghislaine Maxwell not got entangled with Epstein, she would never have merited a book. But she has become a mirror, broken, cloudy shards lying on the ground, capturing the ugly truth about half-forgotten worlds of rotten beauty. The life of Ghislaine Maxwell, then, is a dark fairy story for the 21st century, told the wrong way round, with the princess starting out in a palace and ending up in a dungeon. In traditional formula fairy tales, the one set out in Netflix's Filthy Rich, for example, there is only one monster. In this book, the twist is that there is definitely more than one. Chapter 1. Daddy's Girl. When Betty Maxwell was heavily pregnant with baby Ghislaine, the couple's oldest child, Michael, 15 years old, funny, full of life, a natural leader but sensitive too, saw how exhausted she was. As Betty's husband Robert was away, Michael stepped in. "Mummy, don't bother to cook lunch. Leave the tribe to me. I'll take them all to Headington for fish and chips. They'll love that, and you can have a rest." The couple had had 8 children deliberately to recreate Maxwell's family murdered in the Holocaust. But their 6th, Karine, had died from leukemia at the age of 3. The tragedy destroyed the harmony of 4 girls and 4 boys. So when my parents had another little girl, it was really magic. It allowed the 4 boys and 4 girls to be recreated, Ian Maxwell says. The 9th was born on Christmas Day, 1961, in a French maternity clinic run by Betty's sister near Paris and named Ghislaine Noël Marion. 2 days after baby Ghislaine's arrival, Michael wrote a beautiful and loving letter to his mother. "Mummy, this is the first time I really thought and worried about what was happening, and I was terribly relieved when I heard that everything was all right." The next day, Michael went to a dance in nearby Thame, enjoyed himself, and was being driven home to Headington Hill Hall in Oxford by the family chauffeur, Sam Swadling, when the Rover ploughed into the back of a broken-down onion lorry with no lights on the Bicester Road. The chauffeur survived. Michael was left brain-dead. Betty, in her grimly fascinating memoir, A Mind of My Own, wrote how grief for her firstborn son consumed her. There is no possible consolation for the loss of a child. I cried so much then that I've seemed to have exhausted the source of tears within me, and have not really been able to cry since. Robert Maxwell was, Betty recalled, shaken to the very core of his being. To Betty and the rest of the world, Maxwell kept his true feelings to himself, but a family chauffeur, Brian Moss, has since explained that late at night, Robert would ask him to drive to the hospital, where Maxwell would talk to his son in the vain hope that he would emerge from his vegetative state. Maxwell would even get the chauffeur to engage with the lifeless boy because he used to drive him to school. "So I tried to talk to him," Moss said, "but there was never any response." When Maxwell went to court suing the company that employed Swadling, he broke down in the witness box, sobbing over the loss of his son. Judge Edmund Davis told Maxwell, "It's impossible for you not to be tortured," as the boy was existing rather than living. The family was awarded £15,900 in damages. Later, the family set up the Michael Maxwell Memorial Fund for brain research. He never recovered from his injuries and died 7 years after the crash in 1968. Michael's younger brothers and sisters were scarred by the tragedy. Philip, the second son, never properly recovered from the death of his older brother. In later life, he rebelled against his father, but didn't prosper greatly, repairing cell phones in a shop at Brent Cross, working at Curry's, a white goods store in Staples Corner, a not very fashionable part of North London, and being a maths tutor for the children of immigrant minicab drivers from Pakistan and Kurdistan. Perhaps not prospering greatly, is Philip's point. A girlfriend of the twins, Isabel and Christine, 10 years old at the time, recalled the gloom that cloaked the house after Michael's accident. Ian, 6 years old at the time, spent hours drawing blood-spattered figures in cars and ambulances, Betty wrote. The tragedy so overwhelmed Betty that Ghislaine, who should have been the centre of her mother's attention, was overlooked. She became anorexic. When she was just 3 years old, she said, "Mummy, I exist." From then on, Betty continued, she was so fussed over, she became spoiled. True, Ghislaine was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her father extraordinarily rich, his publishing company worth £3 million in 1963, about £50 million in today's money. Her mother good and good-looking. The family home, a 53-room mansion where Oscar Wilde had once danced at an all-night summer ball dressed as Prince Rupert of the Rhine. But it's also true that from 3 days old, Ghislaine lived under the shadow of a much-loved older brother, made lifeless in the grimmest possible way, and that shadow itself was thrown into a deeper gloom by the fact that the boy in the coma was named Michael, after his grandfather Mel, murdered by the Nazis along with most of the family and much of Europe's Jewish population a decade and a half before. Ghislaine Maxwell has been accused of doing some terrible things, but before we approach judgment on that, it is fair and proper to say that she had a cruel start to her gilded life. And not just the start. To understand Ghislaine Maxwell, you have to take proper account of the two greatest influences on her life, Father Robert and Mother Betty. They were both extraordinary people. He a monster, she a kind of saint. But far too often, Betty's essential goodness yielded to Maxwell's narcissism, deepening her own agony and that of all their children, Ghislaine perhaps most of all. I call Robert Maxwell a monster because I met him. Back in the 1980s, I was working on a piece about Fleet Street's Royal Rat Pack, hounding Princess Diana sometime before her death for Time Out magazine. I turned up at London's most famous children's hospital, Great Ormond Street, knowing that Diana was expected. But standing on the steps to greet her was Robert Maxwell, then the self-publicising owner of the Daily Mirror. He was a great fat bear of a man, 22 stone more, in a brilliant powder blue suit, white shirt and red tie, his hair dyed creosote black. Just like the hideously creepy Nazi spy General Vegas in Eric Ambler's 1938 thriller Cause for Alarm, Maxwell wore makeup, certainly powder on his face, and I suspect rouge on his cheeks. His hair oil gave off a sheen that glistened in the camera flashes. Diana arrived in a Jaguar, the door opened by a detective. She looked down the barrels of her eyes at us, the hacks, and was immediately and stunningly the most beautiful thing in sight. Then the ogre Robert Maxwell pounced on her, his chops slavering, his face beaming that he had the beautiful princess in his paws. His joy was both unconfined and calculated, weighted. There's a moment in Fred Zinnemann's film A Man for All Seasons when Robert Shaw, playing Henry VIII, leaps from the royal barge into the Thames's mud and his stockings are made filthy by the slime. He turns and stares back at his courtiers, daring them to snigger at their lord and master. Everyone freezes. Then the king starts to roar with laughter, and all his half-men jump into the mud and roar with laughter too. Maxwell's sense of humour was just like that of Henry VIII. He was a narcissist, the man who must be the bride at every wedding, the corpse at every funeral. I can remember thinking when I first clapped eyes on him, this man's a monster. You could see through him immediately that he was fake, not to be trusted. And from then on I observed the British establishment's stately gavotte with this beast, endlessly fascinated, endlessly appalled. Pretty much everyone who came across Maxwell thought him a monster too. Most held their tongue until they were released from the bonds of fear, thanks to him falling off, or jumping from, his own poop deck. Pandora Maxwell, the former wife of Kevin, stands tall in English folklore for one of the funniest TV soundbites of all time when, 9 months after Robert Maxwell's death, she found some people from the lower orders knocking on her door at a very early hour. In front of mass TV cameras and Fleet Street's finest, she barked out in her crystal-cut posh accent, "Piss off! We don't get up for an hour. I'll call the police!" Only to be told, "Madam, we are the police." They had come to arrest her husband over, at the time, the single biggest fraud in British criminal history. But Kevin and brother Ian were both found not guilty. The Maxwells are survivors. Pandora reportedly called her father-in-law that fat fraudster and bemoaned his cruel hand forever on Kevin's shoulder. He always expected Kevin to put him before me and the children. He was endlessly demanding. No matter what we'd organised with the children, RM, Robert Maxwell, would snap his fingers and Kevin would drop everything. He was a monster and a crook. That was the verdict of former Tory MP and novelty knitwear guru Giles Brandreth, who wrote in his diary, breaking the code, on the 6th of November 1991, the day after Maxwell was fished out of the sea. I know. I sat in reception at Maxwell House for hours on end, saying, "I'm not leaving without a cheque in my hand," and meaning it and getting it, after months and months of waiting. Brandreth recorded that Tory grandee and convicted criminal Geoffrey Archer had witnessed Captain Bob put his bear-like arm around the Queen and keep it there. Not even Her Majesty was able to freeze him off. Well, he had chutzpah. And for the children, it is a tragedy. Mike Malloy was the Daily Mirror's editor in 1984, when Maxwell acquired the paper. In his Fleet Street memoir, The Happy Hack, he noted the strangely orange colour of his complexion, his ink-black hair and enormous eyebrows gave him the look of a music hall comedian. But his smile was like that of Richard III. Roy Greenslade was the last but one editor of the Mirror on Maxwell's watch. In Maxwell's Fall, he wrote that Maxwell was arguably the greatest confidence trickster the world has ever known. What makes him so fascinating is that everyone knew he was a dodgy character. You did not have to work next to him to know that he was up to something. He was so transparently a man with a lot to hide. Greenslade went on that Maxwell liked to play Uriah Heep, claiming, "I'm only here to be of service." The editor reflected, the cruelty, the rudeness, the aggression, the rapaciousness saddened him. It was a lie, and it was his truth. Richard Stott, who was in the chair at the Daily Mirror at the time of his master's death, wrote in his biography, Dogs and Lampposts, that Maxwell was, in every meaning of the word, a monster, untamable, dangerous, unpredictable, with power over all he surveyed, and he revelled in it. Stott continued, "The first thing you noticed about Robert Maxwell was the smell. It came from his hair, not the jet-black dye, but the bay rum he used to oil it. Then there was the sheer size of him, enormous body, of course, but a huge head too, with small, even teeth. Small, almost dainty feet, and green-brown eyes, fierce and primeval." Perhaps the most compromised, although the competition is stiff, of Robert Maxwell's biographers was the late Nicholas Davies, a Daily Mirror reporter and not to be confused with the Guardian journalist Nick Davies, author of Flat Earth News. Davies was the foreign editor of the Daily Mirror at the end of Maxwell's reign. Infamously, when he was accused of being in cahoots and in business with an American arms dealer based in Ohio, Davies claimed that he had never ever been to Ohio. Then a photo turned up on the Sun's front page of Davies with the arms dealer from Ohio in Ohio. Davies bested Maxwell for the love of a woman a third of Maxwell's age. His nickname, amongst other reporters, was Sneaky. I knew him a little from the time in the 1980s and 1990s when I worked as a war reporter for The Observer. He had a habit of cupping his hand over his mouth, leaning into you and oozing secret confidences, very much like Private Walker, the Spiv in Dad's Army. But just like the Spiv, Davies oozed charm and had stuff, stories, to sell. Davies on Maxwell can be very funny. His vanity knew no bounds. The only time I ever saw Maxwell panic, and it was always for the same reason, was when he realised he was heading out without his powder puff. Davies tells the story not long before Maxwell's mystery death of Ghislaine wrestling with her father to make her new sinecure inside the family empire work. Maxwell had created a corporate gifts company and appointed her managing director. Davies recalled that Ghislaine was going to New York and was thinking of dropping in on Donald Trump to sell him her corporate gifts. She asked Maxwell if he would phone Trump, as they were friends, to get her an appointment. Maxwell, said Davies, exploded. "Have you got a little bum in your head? Why the fuck would Donald Trump want to waste his time seeing you with your crappy gifts when he's a multi-million-dollar business to run?" Ghislaine, said Davies, couldn't win. The killer witness against Robert Maxwell is his own widow. Betty Maxwell writes in a preface to her book that Maxwell was just a man, not the monster invented by the press. She then spends much of the rest of the book setting out in grim detail how he tortured her and the children, and how he held near absolute power over them. Flying around the world, meeting world leaders, Maxwell soared like an eagle over the ordinary constraints of family life, she wrote. And that was a powerful drug for someone already hooked on megalomania. Ghislaine's flights on the Lolita Express, hobnobbing with 2 US presidents, Bill Gates, Prince Andrew and all, and a habit of appearing superior to ordinary folk, echo her father's flaws so faithfully that one begins to worry about the idea of free will. Befittingly for such an ogre from a dark fairy story, Maxwell was born in Transylvania, then Czechoslovakia, a child of a dirt-poor Orthodox Jewish family. He set out a version of his life story in an edition of Desert Island Discs in the summer of 1987. After the first track, from Mozart's Symphony No. 40, Maxwell recalls his childhood. "I came from a very poor family indeed. My father was an unemployed farm labourer. We didn't have enough to eat. I've only had 3 years primary education." Parkinson asks what effect that had on him, and Maxwell replies, "All I remember is being hungry most of the time. It has had no effect on me in any way." That was not true. He gorged on food his whole life, while his youngest daughter starved herself. Problems with food stalk father and daughter. Eleanor Berry is a former mental patient who, once attended by her own Harley Street psychiatrist, tried to beat up the editor of Private Eye, Ian Hislop. The editor's offence had been to run an eye cover showing Maxwell's funeral in Israel with the headline, "A Nation Mourns," and speech bubbles from various rabbis at the grave saying, "Here lies Bob Maxwell," and "He lied everywhere else." Eleanor Berry stormed past the receptionist, marched into Hislop's office, and gave him a smack. She is the daughter of the late Lord Hartwell, the former owner of the Daily Telegraph. When she was 20, she suffered a mental breakdown and ended up in hospital. She was infatuated with Robert Maxwell and wrote 3 privately published books about him, the most recent being My Unique Relationship with Robert Maxwell, The Truth at Last. It's a very strange book, finely written in parts, but not a little odd. Eleanor Berry describes how Maxwell, who looked like a beautiful big black bear, rescued her from her mental hospital, as she calls it, just as the electrodes were in place on her head and the current was going to be switched on to start a course of electric shock treatment. "Turn that fucking machine off!" shouted Bob. "If I'd had so much as one more treatment, I would have become a vegetable. Effectively, Bob saved my life." Eleanor Berry became a guest at Headington Hill Hall and lived there for a year, according to her account, when Ghislaine was 9 years old. Eleanor was in an extraordinary position to describe life under Maxwell, from the perspective of being an insider, but tied neither by family bonds nor by employees' anxieties. Once she saw a padlock on the larder door and asked Betty how come. Betty, according to Eleanor, replied, "We have to lock it to keep Bob out whenever we put him on a diet. Otherwise he breaks in and eats everything there is. He broke in only the other day, I'm sorry to say." Eleanor writes, "I listened, fascinated." Betty continued, "He ate a pound of cheese, a jar of peanut butter, 2 jars of caviar, a loaf of bread, and a chicken in one go." Maxwell told Nick Davies, "All I can ever remember about my childhood is the awful feeling of hunger in my stomach. Going to sleep hungry, waking up in the night hungry, and scavenging for bread in the mornings, looking for anything to eat." Davies describes Maxwell scoffing beluga caviar at the Paris Ritz in the spring of 1989. Another time, he watched his boss stuff 5 or 6 small sandwiches into his mouth so he could hardly chew the food. It was like watching a starving man, driven mad by hunger, unable to control himself as he forced handfuls of food into his mouth. He must have sensed me there, because he turned and saw me standing in the doorway. For a split second, he was like a cornered animal, as though I had caught him thieving. Davies noted how, though he doted on Ghislaine, Maxwell once ordered the locks of the kitchen to be changed just to stop her helping herself to a tiny amount of the vast hoards of food that were kept there. At the time of his death, he was monstrously obese, over 22 stone, 300 pounds, or 140 kilograms. Virtually everyone who met Maxwell has a story of him gorging himself on food. Giles Brandreth, who was at Oxford with Anne Maxwell, Robert's oldest daughter, recalls seeing Maxwell in the late 1960s going down the table, eating everything with his hands, piling it into his mouth. "I'd never seen anything like it before. It was as if he was hungry for life, as if he couldn't get enough of it." There is a telling scene in The Master, the film about a fictionalized version of Scientology's founder, L. Ron Hubbard, in which the son of the fake Messiah figure warns a disciple, "You do realize he's making it up as he goes along, don't you?" Run-of-the-mill confidence tricksters tell lies they know to be untrue to get them past the next hurdle in life. But the really brilliant ones, like L. Ron Hubbard, Robert Maxwell, and Donald Trump, breathe their lives. By the way, Trump was rude about me when I asked him about why did he buy the concrete for Trump Tower from Anthony Fat Tony Salerno, boss of the Genovese crime family, so I can be rude about Trump. Narcissists live inside their own fiction. The grinding poverty that the young Robert Maxwell endured seems to have cut off his emotional or psychological development. He grew up to be an enormous toddler, self-obsessed, solipsistic, the complete narcissist. Such men can, for a time, be extraordinarily successful in life in terms of material success, in getting their own way. But narcissists make bad fathers. Their children grow up learning that what is real and what is fake is contingent on daddy's mood, and that can change in a flash. It becomes impossible to develop a proper sense of self, to learn to know what is right and what is wrong. Her father's narcissism is the first act, if you like, of Ghislaine Maxwell's tragedy. She suffered from living at the whim of an all-dominating alpha male who didn't know his own mind, was never happy or at rest in his own skin, and who never had a proper sense of self. Malloy recalls, it took only a short while to realise that Maxwell lived in a parallel universe where his own opinions rode roughshod over the logic of the real world. Ghislaine's mother, Betty, née Maynard, was as kind as her father was cruel, good as he was monstrous, noble as he was mean-minded. Her people were old money. Her father's great-grandmother, Manon de Nerac, having smuggled herself into the Bastille to steal the revolutionary order calling for her lover's execution, so saving him from the guillotine. Betty's family were Protestant, but well integrated into the grain of French high society. Her father, a rich cavalry officer who became a gold prospector, then a silk manufacturer, before being ruined by the 1929 crash. Betty was sent to a convent in Acock's Green, Birmingham, aged 9, to learn English with her sister. In 1944, when she met Maxwell, she was beautiful, fun and clever. She swooned on second sight. Betty describes in her book how she caught sight of a wild-looking British sergeant, tall, sunburnt, in knee-length boots, pistol in a holster at his thigh, infantry blackberry angled on his dark brown hair. She fainted. Food was scarce in newly liberated France, and Betty was constantly hungry. Her Sir Galahad watched her, amused, as she fed ravenously on beans on toast and sausages. He had food and money and had been fighting the Nazis. Game over. From the very start, Betty saw two opposing sides of him, writing that his lips sometimes suggested luxurious fresh fruit, sometimes thin lines of blood, telling of death and carnage. After that first meeting in the autumn of 1944, Maxwell went back to the war. In January 1945, he stormed a Nazi machine gun post, and his raw courage was recognized. He was decorated by General Bernard Montgomery with a military cross. In March 1945, he learnt that most of his family had been murdered in the Holocaust. He told Desert Island Discs, "The sorrow of those losses are ever before me. I don't hate as I did during the war, but I can never forget or forgive." With the war almost over, he took the surrender of the mayor of a German town. But when a German tank opened fire, he, according to a letter to Betty, took revenge. "Luckily he missed, so I shot the mayor." I've seen enough of the chaos of battle to make a judgment. To me, to shoot an unarmed civilian because of the unrelated action by a third party is a war crime. After the war was over, Maxwell, fluent in half a dozen languages, got a job with the British military occupation in Berlin, then bought a German scientific publishing company, seeing the opportunity for selling its back catalogue to American and British readers. He made a killing. The official line that Maxwell was a wonderful family man can be found in Maxwell by Joan Haynes, the great man's approved biography. The greatest wealth Maxwell possesses is the love his family show for him. It's a fairy tale, and not a happy one. After Maxwell died, Betty found the courage to set out the truth. Her book, A Mind of My Own, describes what should have been a glorious summer holiday in 1966. The family often hired a luxury yacht and sailed through the Mediterranean, visiting Elba, Corsica, Sardinia, Naples. On this cruise they were exploring the Greek islands. The row was over food. Betty writes that Maxwell forced Kevin, then 7 years old, to eat French beans. Kevin refused for 2 days. Then, in floods of tears, sobbing, surrendered, telling his father that he was giving in, but only because he was bigger and stronger, and for no other reason. Betty recalls that her own heart was torn to shreds. Ghislaine was 5 years old at the time. Maxwell was horrible to all his children. The late Bridget Rowe was appointed editor of the Sunday Mirror in 1991, a Fleet Street bruiser as insensitive as they come. Her office walls boasted a photo of Pamela Anderson's cleavage opposite a shot of John Wayne Bobbitt's chopped-up penis, never published on grounds of taste. Rowe recalled Maxwell swearing at Kevin, then explaining to her, "The trouble with him is that he never ate his beans as a child. Go away and eat some beans." Still without saying a word, Kevin walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. Maxwell was a sadist who loved sadism as spectacle. Stephen Claxon, managing editor at Maxwell's London Daily News in 1986, recalls him humiliating a new executive. "This letter you've sent out, this is shit, cunt. My old grandmother, who could never speak a word of English, brought up in the mountains of Carpathia, could write better English than this." The hapless executive was ordered out of the meeting to write a memo explaining his purpose in the company. The poor bastard left the room nearly in tears. It was torture, and the torture was very public. Like all bullies, Maxwell went to great lengths to shut critics up. Reporters who tried to investigate were threatened with libel writs and some were sued. So much of Fleet Street and the broadcasting media kept well away from what was really going on inside Maxwell's houses. When a tiny minority of journalists fought back, Maxwell played dirty. In the dismal story of Robert Maxwell's hold over the Daily Mirror and a big chunk of the British establishment, from banking to publishing to politics, there are a tiny handful of heroes who stood up to him, come what may. The longest-lived of these is Richard Ingram's, the second editor of Private Eye throughout the 1960s and 70s up to 1986. The Eye was sued so often by Maxwell that he can't remember quite how many times. Such resistance to Maxwell's menace was vanishingly rare. Ingram's reflected on his old enemy's contempt for ordinary people. There was a famous example when he had this helicopter pad on the top of his Mirror building, and it was known that he actually peed off the edge of the roof onto the poor innocent people passing down below in the street. Ingram's continued, Maxwell also had the habit common to megalomaniacs of going to the loo and leaving the door open so that people waiting to see him would have to listen to the sound of him evacuating, or whatever you care to call it. I first met Richard Ingram's when I went to my first Private Eye lunch in 1984, and I have never known him tell a story without there being something to it. What they call at the magazine, the Private Eye ring of truth. In what has perhaps been my most peculiar inquiry in investigative journalism, I went hunting for people who might corroborate Richard's extraordinary allegation. The first is Patrick Forbes, who was a director on Thames TV's weekly television financial show, The City Programme, when he and his team interviewed Maxwell sometime in the late 1980s. He recalls, "We were setting up the camera, waiting for him to turn up, and suddenly there was this enormous eruption from the room next door. What the hell was that? And then we slowly began to realize that we were right next door to a lavatory. And somebody had just done the largest and most audible shit in their life. Just think of a large amount of marble dropping onto a lot of plate glass, volcanic rumbling, a succession of fast toilet flushes. Shortly afterwards, Maxwell turned up to do the interview without saying a thing. He did this a couple of times before interviews. He was just saying, "Fuck you." Jenny Fraser spent months getting an interview with Maxwell, finally succeeding in 1986. We could hear but not see him because there was a bathroom off the office area. The doors were open, and he was quite evidently using the lavatory very, very noisily. Splashing noises. It was all done for our benefit, so it was a power play. I am in no doubt that he knew we were there, and that he put on this display deliberately. And the photographer and I were looking at each other like, what the hell's going on? But what could you say? And the publication Jenny worked for? The Jewish Chronicle. Robert Maxwell was, then, a monster at both ends. Jenny Fraser had been trying to find out why Maxwell had previously denied the fact that he was born a Jew, with little success. David Kessler, former chairman of the Jewish Chronicle, explained to Sam Jaffa that the Jewish Yearbook was updating its list of Jewish MPs shortly after Maxwell had been elected to Parliament in 1964. They sent Maxwell a form, but instead he called Kessler, "You know I'm not Jewish." Kessler had the impression that Maxwell, like many Central European Jews, denied his religion so that he could get on in the world. I reminded him that this was England, and that here people preferred others to be honest about their origins, however humble they might be. For most of his life, Maxwell claimed he wasn't Jewish, perhaps fitting in with or not opposing the anti-Semitism he grew up with. But during the mid-1980s, he would switch to being Jewish some of the time, and from the late 1980s he became an ardent supporter of Israel. Some of this peculiar behaviour may, perhaps, have been driven by survivor guilt. He lived, but nearly all his family were killed. Betty records how he once told his oldest surviving son, Philip, that nothing he'd achieved in life would ever match his greatest regret, not being able to rescue his family. Maxwell added that he kept the door to his haunted inner chamber locked. Noreen Taylor, then a star feature writer on The Mirror, recalls the time in 1984 when, after Maxwell had bought the paper, she first met him. There had been rumours that she was on the point of quitting, and Maxwell called her up to his office. There was only one problem. She had been out with 2 colleagues. We were all pissed, the 3 of us, suffering from the effects of a liquid lunch. This being proper Fleet Street. Back in the day, the feature writers had been on the drink for 5 hours. Maxwell had heard rumours that Noreen was leaving the Mirror. When she pledged to stay, Maxwell replied, "You're not leaving me, I'm so glad. That makes me so happy. It's the worst news I heard since my grandparents were murdered in Auschwitz." That's a crass thing to say, but Maxwell was a crass man. A bully at work and a bully at home. Sunday lunch at Headington Hill Hall was a nightmare. He would have lunch with the whole family, but most often he would bring along an eminent guest, a chemist being published by his scientific publishing company, Pergamon, a politician from the time between 1964 and 1970, when he was a Labour MP for Buckingham, or someone from the world of banking and business. Maxwell would rant and rave at the children, making Sunday lunch a torture, reducing them to tears, Betty recalls in her memoir. As the 70s drew on, things got worse, so the whole family would dread what Betty calls the Maxwellian drama. Maxwell's children reacted to their father's monstrous behaviour by sticking together to try and look after each other as, individually, they suffered the lash of their father's tongue. Many commentators noted how well Ghislaine's sisters and brothers supported her at the trial in Manhattan. Of course they did. That's what they had always done. One should note, however, that Ghislaine has 6 brothers and sisters. The 2 oldest, Philip and Anne, did not turn up in New York. Their age suggests the obvious reason for that, but they're also the 2 who clashed most bitterly with their father when he was alive, who, perhaps, had little sympathy for Ghislaine's adoration of Robert Maxwell. Betty deplored his cruelty, but they did not do anything effective to stop it. In December 1965, when Ghislaine was approaching her 4th birthday, Betty wrote to Maxwell calling him nagging, bad-tempered, despotic, saying she would give up everything, but not her love for him. There was something self-destructive in Betty's passion for Maxwell. In one letter she wrote to him, "I want to drown my soul in your desires. You will only need to say what you want and it will be done, or to express a desire, and I will satisfy it. Perhaps you will discover that the half-laid creature you have stripped naked still deserves to be loved." Maxwell picked on Betty, and then on each child in turn. Philip, the oldest surviving boy, never properly recovered from the trauma following the death of his older brother Michael. He was a brilliant mathematician, winning a scholarship to Oxford when he was 16, before fleeing to Argentina, where he met and married a woman whom Maxwell did not approve of, and disappeared from his father's view. Anne, the oldest daughter, aspired to be an actress, but Maxwell was contemptuous of her ambition. She was, Betty wrote, very often on the receiving end of his temper. Anne's acting career was by no means a disaster. She'd been in a movie with Sean Connery, but Maxwell was openly contemptuous, demanding why she was not doing as well as Glenda Jackson or Judi Dench. Ian Maxwell was promoted by his father at Pergamon Press, the engine room of the Maxwell publishing empire, but was sacked when he failed to meet him at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. Ian recalled Maxwell's rage to Rosie Kinchin of the Sunday Times in 2018. He said, "You're fired. You're fired as of this minute. I can't trust you with a burnt box of matches." Maxwell held a board meeting in the middle of the night to promulgate the sacking. Ian was, Betty recalls, humiliated when Maxwell used to gloat about sacking his son in public. The torture of Sunday lunch continued even though the children were adults. The children hated being humiliated, but he would accuse them of selfishness and lack of loyalty. Betty, torn between her hopeless love for Maxwell and her maternal instincts, froze, paralyzed when he demanded answers from her. She realized that he had no emotional maturity, that he was more child than man. Ghislaine was his favourite child, but even she did not avoid his wrath. Betty writes of an utterly miserable Christmas Day, 1981, spent at a fancy hotel in San Francisco, in the penthouse suite overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge. This time Ghislaine, normally his favourite child, was the prime scapegoat. From the start of the 1980s, Betty and Maxwell started living separate lives. At the end of her tether, Betty wrote him a savage letter, bemoaning that he boasted of deals costing millions of pounds, while blasting her for spending money on doing up Ghislaine's room. Betty called him harsh, cruel, uncompromising, dictatorial. She accused him of taking a sadistic pleasure in crushing and humiliating everyone who loved him the most. The same dismal pattern repeated itself time and again. Betty was driven to set out her misery on paper. Maxwell would make some amends and then abuse her or the children again, and the cycle continued. His cruelty to Betty became a commonplace in his circle. Estranged from Betty, he found comfort elsewhere. One of his longtime lovers was the late Wendy Lee, a feisty and much-loved hack. When she requested an interview with Maxwell for a book about sex, power and money, lunch at the Savoy Grill followed, which she described as an audition for the role of mistress. Wendy Lee wrote a thinly disguised novel about the affair called Unravelled, with Robert Maxwell rebaptized as Sir Robert Hartwell. The hero's favourite food? The waiter hands Robert Hartwell a large tin of beluga, plus a crystal spoon, with which he proceeds to demolish the entire contents of the tin. There is a novel inside her novel that the narrator reads out to Sir Robert, and it just so happens to be sadomasochistic. I pick up the crimson velvet blindfold from next to the rug and put it over my eyes, my legs spread, bottom in the air. In the novel proper, there's more of the same. For what seems forever, he spanks and spanks, then spanks more. You get the drift. Towards the end of his life, Maxwell developed a passion for one of his secretaries, Andrea Martin, who was a third of his age. She was blonde, cool, and for a time thought she could handle his eccentricities. But eventually, as you will see, he tried to force himself on her, and she fled. There was one final mistress, a 47-year-old Russian journalist, Kira Vladina, who he first met in November 1990. Kira was interviewed by Tom Bauer in his second book on Robert Maxwell, The Final Verdict. He comes across in her account as a manic depressive on steroids. I'm so lonely. The people around me only want my money, even my children, and especially my wife. There's no serious evidence that Betty was ever greedy. He told his Russian mistress, according to Bauer, that gold was not his thing. I wouldn't mind if I lost all my money. I'd be just as happy, and I'd start again. In any case, my family won't inherit anything. That at least turned out to be true. The only ones who deserve anything are my youngest, Ghislaine and Kevin. I adore both of them. Kevin is so much like me, and Ghislaine is a friend. Maxwell continued, Ever since childhood I've been traumatized by love. I was crazy about my mother. I loved her to utter distraction, and I wanted the same from my wife and family. But I didn't get it. The spectre of this loveless, desperate, depressed man makes you feel sorry for him, until yet another witness pops up to remind you that he was routinely horrible to everyone around him. Davies recalled visiting Paris in the 1980s, when he accompanied Maxwell and Betty as they returned to their tiny flat in the City of Light, one which he had kept for 40 years. It was chilly, and Maxwell, who had had one lung removed after a cancer operation years before, was poorly. Betty tried to help him on with his coat. Davies recalls, Maxwell exploded, I've told you to fuck off. Now fuck off. And he grabbed the coat and stormed out of the flat. I looked at the floor in embarrassment, and Mrs. Maxwell, to her credit, barely reacted, just pulling her face, shrugging her shoulders, and then following him. In February 1981, Betty wrote Maxwell a fireball of a letter, condemning his dependence on Maxwellian drama, an absurd vortex of exorcism, yelling, threats, tears, gnashing of teeth, repentance, and contrition. She concluded, When I think that I wanted to recreate your murdered family, you make me regret it now, that I see each one in turn become the object of your fury. But, hopelessly, she concludes the letter with the phrase, I will not stop loving you. Of all of his children, one stood out as having managed to develop a coping mechanism to deal with her father, Ghislaine. All the witnesses agree that Ghislaine could charm her father to forget his anger and get him to do what she wanted. Davies writes in The Unknown Maxwell, Undoubtedly she was spoilt as a child, and she was always the apple of her father's eye, Maxwell, always a sexist, was proud that she was a good-looking woman too. Ghislaine's photograph was the only one he kept on his desk. Peter Thompson and Anthony Delano, two former Mirror journalists, in their twice-sued book, Maxwell, A Portrait of Power, tell the story of the great man's 62nd birthday party. Maxwell announces his family one by one. When he came to the last name, Maxwell's voice softened noticeably. The raven-haired, lovely, and undoubtedly his best-beloved Ghislaine. Whatever his mood, she was always welcome to hug him, to slide behind his desk, slip into his lap, and cajole for favours. A trip to St. Moritz, a new BMW, a new business. Eleanor Berry writes that when Ghislaine was an adult, Bob kept taking Ghislaine on his knee, cuddling her and smothering her with kisses. Roy Greenslade told me, "I remember I was alone with Maxwell when the door opened and she came in. One of the quirks of Maxwell's office was that, just like the Sublime Porte under Abdul the Damned, supplicants for preferment would wait for hours, sometimes whole days, before they would be allowed into the presence. Editors like Greenslade could jump the queue. Family, especially Ghislaine, did not register the concept of a queue at all. Greenslade recalls her coming into the office and Maxwell, playing the loving grump, worried about some adventure in Italy where she had fallen off a yacht. It runs in the family. Greenslade described how father and daughter interacted. She giggled and didn't take him too seriously. She laughed a lot and went over, gave him big kisses. And it was obvious that he doted on her and that he didn't treat her in the same rude way as he did Ian and Kevin. She was Daddy's girl. But at what terrible cost did Ghislaine's power over her monstrous father come? Ghislaine loved her father, and her father loved her so much that he named his yacht the Lady Ghislaine, after her rather than, say, the Lady Elizabeth, after his wife, the mother of his 9 children. Ian Maxwell recalls the big mystery of the naming ceremony, how the family was woken up at the crack of dawn and flown to a boatyard in the Netherlands. Ghislaine was given this bottle. She crashed it against the side. The wrap fell off, and there it was, the Lady Ghislaine. She was stunned. We all were stunned. The super yacht became Robert Maxwell's favourite toy, but it's important to note that he bought it second-hand from arms dealer Ahmad Khashoggi. Various branches of the Saudi family will pop up through this saga. Towards the end of his life, Ghislaine became Maxwell's escort too, the woman who would bring along to parties and events instead of his wife. But long before that, there is a witness to the closeness of the relationship between father and daughter. This being Maxwelliana, the source is the former psychiatric patient, Eleanor Berry. In her 3rd book on the subject, My Unique Relationship with Robert Maxwell, The Truth at Last, she writes about an incident where Eleanor is staying at Headington Hill Hall after her successful escape from electroconvulsive therapy. Ghislaine, then 9 years old, who has been away staying with friends, returns. Eleanor writes, Ghislaine was wearing blue jeans, tennis shoes and a white T-shirt. She clambered onto her father's knee and put her arms around his neck. She had large brown eyes and brown hair, taken back into a ponytail. She was very pretty. While she was on her father's knee, I became agonizingly jealous of her. Later, Eleanor and Ghislaine are on their own when the little girl tricks the 20-something-year-old. Eleanor explains that Ghislaine talked about her father giving her a hiding and then showing a row of things in an empty room. Daddy always allows me to choose what I prefer to be beaten with. Eleanor, who is something close to a photographic memory, noted the following punitive instruments arranged in a row on a table: a riding crop, a ruler, a stick, a cane, which made a swishing noise on being brought down through the air. Eleanor Berry sets out a second story in her book, of Betty lending her a satin-bound copy of the Marquis de Sade. A spokeswoman for Eleanor Berry said that she could not respond to my questions for this book because of ill health. Frances Sweeney, the deputy editor of Private Eye, recalled the time she came to the Eye's office after Maxwell's death in 1991 and roughed up Ian Hislop. What makes me think that she's not a complete fantasist is that her description of the Private Eye office is spot on. At the front office, she writes about this threadbare sofa with springs sticking out. She's appalled by the clutter and the general mess. And I'm afraid she's exactly right. We noted that when Betty Maxwell's memoir came out years later, recording Maxwell's cruelty to her and the children, it tallied with Eleanor's picture. Ghislaine's older brother Ian Maxwell said in 2021 that Eleanor Berry's story was utterly implausible. We were all physically punished, girls and boys. The girls were smacked and the boys belted, mostly for poor grades, laziness, and lack of application at school. For the Hunting Ghislaine podcast, I asked a number of questions of the Maxwell's family public relations man, Brian Basham. After he heard the episode reporting Eleanor Berry's claims that Maxwell used to beat Ghislaine when she was 9 years old, he opened fire. "Dear John, I guess you must have been desperate for some cash when you got bumped out of the BBC, but this is no way to rebuild your reputation. It's a lazy clippings job that reads as though you put it together in your dressing gown with a bottle in your hand." For the record, I did not at the time own a dressing gown. Basham continued, "Your attempt to criminalise Ghislaine by implying that she abused others because she was abused herself is a disgusting canard. Desperate for employment or not, you should be ashamed of yourself. Regards, Brian Basham." Eleanor Berry added one more detail in her book, that years after the death of Robert Maxwell, Eleanor was visiting Betty at her flat in London. Eleanor overindulged on the G&Ts, and Betty let her snooze on her sofa. Eleanor writes that she woke up when the phone rang and feigned sleep. She recalls hearing Betty comforting Ghislaine, who was in New York. Although only getting Betty's side of the conversation, Eleanor deduced that Ghislaine was clearly upset. Betty said, "Are you seeing a psychiatrist about Daddy's canings when you were little?" Then Betty realised that Eleanor was listening in. "Ghislaine, I'm afraid we can't continue this conversation. Eleanor's here. She was asleep. Now she's woken up. She's heard everything." Richard Ingram has described Eleanor Berry as a very eccentric woman, but went on to say, "I believe it, but I also believe that Ghislaine's behaviour is partly due to the fact that she had this very peculiar upbringing with this monster as her father. People need to connect the Ghislaine story with this nasty man who is her father. Eleanor Berry could well be a complete fantasist, but, aside from her account, the evidence that Robert Maxwell was a monster to all his children, Ghislaine too, is overwhelming. And from one of her father's greatest enemies in life, Richard Ingram's, there is, for the monster's daughter, for Daddy's girl, a measure of pity. Chapter 2. Making Diana Cry. When Ghislaine Maxwell was growing up in Headington Hill Hall, she was surrounded by a wall of money. Robert Maxwell was rich, very. There were helicopters and limousines and a private yacht named after her, and newspaper journalists who wrote down her father's truths or woe betide them. Did Ghislaine ever get a sense of the alternative narrative? That far from being colossally rich, she might in fact be living inside a massive confidence trick. That her father was a crook. That if you dared to press against the marble, it would wobble because it was really plywood scenery. That she might be locked inside an English country house version of The Truman Show. There were some clues that all was not well inside the fabulous land of Maxwelliana. Take the family mansion, Hennington Hill Hall. Built for the brewing family, the Morrells, it hosted a grand ball in the back half of the 19th century for, amongst others, Oscar Wilde, who was later jailed for effectively being homosexual. Come the Second World War, Headington Hill Hall was requisitioned for War Office use and ended up as a rehabilitation hospital for gravely wounded soldiers. It was sold by the Morrells in 1953 to Oxford City Council, but continued to be used for looking after the critically injured until 1958, when it was closed down. For 2 years it was left to rack and ruin. Then, spotting a deal, Maxwell swooped, paying Oxford a pitifully small rent for what he liked to boast was the best council house in the country. He even commissioned a stained glass window depicting Samson at the gates of Gaza for his home, the word being that the model for Samson was Maxwell. However, the downside of living in a council house is that there's little point in doing it up because you don't own it. The result was that, grand-sounding as it might seem, it was a bit of a dump. It was awful, and I wouldn't have lived there if you paid me. So says Gerald Ronson, one of the very, very few people who have admitted to liking Maxwell after his death. This being Maxwelliana, Ronson is a controversial businessman who befriended Maxwell, advised him to buy the Lady Ghislaine, and took Maxwell and Betty on their first trip to Israel. Ronson got involved in an infamous share-dealing scandal in the city, was convicted, went to prison, appealed to the European Court of Human Rights, which ruled that his conviction had been unfair, reappealed through the British courts, but didn't win the final match. You win some, you lose some. Ronson had a soft spot for Maxwell. He was quite a character, and personally, I liked him. But that fondness did not prevent critical judgment of the man on a number of points, including his mansion. Nicholas Coleridge, Eton, Trinity College, Cambridge, and, naturally, an ancestor of the poet who wrote the rhyme about the ancient mariner killing the big bird, has known Ghislaine Maxwell for more than 40 years, since she was a student at Balliol College, Oxford. Coleridge found Headington Hill Hall peculiar, like an enormous municipal town hall. Mirror editor Mike Malloy, a working-class lad from the wrong side of the tracks in West London, was similarly dismissive of Headington Hill Hall. Like every building I'd seen that Bob had taken over, it was decorated and finished with an eye to economy. The fabric of the building was grand, but the reproduction furniture looked as if it had been bought at the closing down sale of a failed country hotel. There were also some of the worst paintings I'd ever seen on anybody's walls. Nothing was quite right at Headington Hill Hall. Everyone lived inside the madness of Robert Maxwell, 3-year-old Ghislaine too. Her anorexia frightened Betty, but eventually a solution was found, courtesy of one of the great scientists who dined at the hall. Daniel Beauvais, an Italian Nobel Prize winner, suggested, "You must treat her just like I treat my rats." Betty tells the story that his rats, given a week's food supply in one go, gorged on it to begin with, but then worked out that steady eating was the better way. And so Betty took Ghislaine's place from the table and let her eat whatever and whenever she wanted. Betty remembers Ghislaine gorging herself on chocolate and peaches, fearing that she would get diarrhea. But after a week or so, Ghislaine pleaded to be allowed to eat normally with the other children. Betty noted how, in later years, Ghislaine loved to tell the story of how this brilliant professor had cured her of her eating disorder because she was treated like his laboratory rats. Given this story of little Ghislaine's recovery from anorexia when she was 3 years old, it is striking to read reports of her losing 15 pounds while in prison waiting for her trial. Her older brother, Ian, suggested that this was because of the wretched quality of the food provided by the remand prison she's been kept in, the Metropolitan Detention Centre, Brooklyn, and there is overmuch evidence corroborating his complaints about the food there, and a lot more besides. Stepping back and looking at Ghislaine's life pre-prison, it's true to say that her disturbed attitude towards food is an echo. On this, like so many other things, she is her father's daughter. Families develop their own way of dealing with trouble. Life at Headington Hill Hall for the Maxwell children could be fun, too. Betty tells the story of how she would ask the children to help entertain the guests, and in return, she would help out with their French homework or other bits and bobs. Betty recalls entertaining two eminent German astrophysicists, Professor Fock and Dr. Pinisch. The children would go out of their way to say, "Have some more nuts, Professor Fock," or "Another drink, Dr. Pinisch?" Maxwell's roller coaster career hit three troughs in quick succession. The first was Rupert Murdoch snatching the news of the world from his grasp in 1968. The sitting editor wrote a leader rejecting Maxwell's advances. It would not be a good thing for Mr. Maxwell, formerly John Ludwig Hoch, to gain control of this newspaper, which I know is as British as roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. The anti-Semitism was not heavily disguised. The second trough was when he lost his Labour seat at Buckingham in the 1970 general election. He talked too much, too often in the Commons, earning himself the nickname Gasbag, so it wasn't much of a political career to lose. But the third trough was bad, very. It happened in July 1971, when Department of Trade inspectors concluded their report on a financial scandal that centred on his Pergamon press. The inspectors wrote what should have been Maxwell's business obituary. Notwithstanding Mr. Maxwell's acknowledged abilities and energy, he is not, in our opinion, a person who can be relied upon to exercise proper stewardship of a publicly quoted company. Maxwell never surrendered. One banker, Nat Rothschild, said, "I've shot Mr. Maxwell through the forehead 17 times, but he kept on coming." He won a new nickname, the Bouncing Check. The human cost of this very public disgrace took a terrible inner toll on Maxwell and his family. The worlds of business, high society, politics, entertainment shunned the whole family. Used to lots of money in high society, the family was suddenly on its uppers. Betty recalled that the family had been treated like kings. Now they were shunned, abandoned by friends, and facing financial ruin. Pergamon was based in the outbuildings of Headington Hill Hall, so to prevent Robert Maxwell interfering, the new management erected a new version of the Berlin Wall. One morning, Betty woke up to see workmen hammering in fence posts, then lining them with coils of barbed wire. The younger children had to cope with the fact that their very famous father was now attracting all the wrong kind of headlines. Kevin, then aged 11, had to face down callous and anti-Semitic remarks from fellow schoolboys. Ghislaine had started at Oxford High School for Girls in North Oxford, a very posh crammer for the super-bright daughters of Oxford dons. Ghislaine was too young to understand exactly what had happened, but Betty reports that she started misbehaving at school. Fellow pupils included Cressida Dick, former Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police in London, and the sister of Ben McIntyre, the acclaimed writer on spies and columnist for The Times. McIntyre recalls that Ghislaine was a bird of paradise in a successful academic battery farm, envied, admired, teased for her money, and mocked for her slow reading. But she was more than capable of bullying, perhaps inspired by her father. Ghislaine was yanked out of Oxford High because she was disruptive and, as Betty reported, the headmistress's view, not very bright. She spent the next 4 years at Edgarley Hall boarding school in Somerset. 4 years later, she was back in Oxford, this time at Headington Girls' School, where, according to the Oxford Times, she was very sporty at tennis, hockey and athletics. For her sixth form, Ghislaine went to Marlborough, where one younger boy recalled, She was very much one of the in-crowd, fashionable, beautiful. I had a bit of a crush on her. She played football in midfield for the girls' team, the Grannies. Her A-levels did not go as well as hoped, and she struggled to get into Oxford. Hey presto! Maxwell funded a bursary at Balliol, and she went up to the family college in 1981. But the ease with which she did so provoked gossip that her father's gold had eased her passage. Ben McIntyre commented in the Times in 2020. When she went on to Balliol, some sniggered, but it was only because her father had endowed the college with a Maxwell Fellowship. They still do. The current Maxwell Fellow at Balliol is Dr. Daniel Butt, whose speciality is theories of distributive and rectificatory justice, with particular reference to historical injustice. No irony at Balliol, then. Ghislaine studied modern languages, French and Spanish, and scraped a third, suggesting that the headmistress at Oxford High, who thought her a bit thick, was on the money. But no one ever bothers about what kind of degree you get. It was going to Oxford that mattered and making the right kind of connections, and by that yardstick, Ghislaine got a star first. Her father demanded success, and that became her goal too. She once wrote an unpublished piece about the importance, to her, of winning things. I could hang in the loo. I qualified as a magician's assistant and pool lifeguard. I learned to bake cupcakes, crochet, and speak new languages. I have to learn something new every year. Nothing there about the life of the mind, of loving books for the worlds they help you explore, of using your intellect to help others. On Ghislaine at Oxford, one strange omission, a peculiar absence of evidence, is that the student journalists do not seem to have written a word about Ghislaine. Researcher Daisy Batter went to the Bodleian Library to scour through back copies of the Cherwell and Isis and found nothing at all about Robert Maxwell's youngest daughter. Ghislaine was bright-eyed, rich, threw wild parties at the family home, and had an infamous old man who lived in Oxford. But none of the student journalists thought any of that would make a story. One wonders whether Daddy's money or his fancy lawyers had helped her news value vanish. Perhaps Ghislaine's antagonistic attitude to scrutiny started long before her father died. A good number of people from Oxford days point to what they saw as Ghislaine's essential likability, most often anonymously. One such source, a girlfriend of Ghislaine, told Mark Edmonds of the Tatler, "Nice girl, and her father was a complete cunt. We'd go to Headington Hill Hall and have lunch, and there'd be two Filipinos behind his chair, piling up the food for him." Another close friend of Ghislaine's told the Sunday Times, all her energy went into impressing her father, but she never quite managed it. I went to her parents' house once, and I was shocked by how hard she tried to get him to love her, notice her, to recognize her by giving her a serious job like her brothers. But all she got, along with all she materially desired, was charity projects, social stuff. Ghislaine made good friends in her Oxford days, but often with people who had no connection with the academic world, such as Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, and Susanna Constantine, who, although the daughter of an old Etonian landowner, worked at Harrods for a bit before going on to become 50% of the Trinny and Susanna fashion combo. Constantine has since said, "I knew Ghislaine well before I married in the 90s, but have hardly ever seen her since. She was a sweet, kind, loyal friend back then." Other pals she made at university include Ariadne Calvo-Platero, Tanya Roverwick, who went on to found the Wilderness Festival in Oxfordshire, otherwise known as Poshstock, and Nicholas Coleridge, who described the naffness of Headington Hill Hall so nicely. He was moved to defend his old friend in an email to me written before the trial. "I always liked her, and I'm sure I still do. It wouldn't have occurred to anyone that friendly, smiling, warm Ghislaine would find herself in a cell like now. She never struck me as remotely depraved. However, Coleridge noted the number and severity of the charges. The whole episode has elements of Greek tragedy about it. Don't be too hard on Ghislaine. She had mitigating characteristics, and she was a generous, including sort of person. Ghislaine had a large circle of British friends, and I doubt anyone would have had the slightest conception of how her life might become after her father died. It is impossible to correlate the Ghislaine we all knew in the early 80s with the heinous crimes of which he stands accused. Coleridge is exceptional in that he is ready to admit to his old friendship and defend the woman he knew all those years ago, albeit in a qualified way. The norm among Ghislaine's friends at her 4 schools in Oxford is silence. Francis Sweeney, the deputy editor of Private Eye, reflected on the sealed lips of the English upper class when I asked him why so many people have closed ranks and don't want to go on the record. Sweeney said, "I'm not sure it's entirely loyalty that is keeping her friends or acquaintances quiet. An awful lot of people knew her socially. I think it's also fear of embarrassment." Another friend, or rather acquaintance, who is willing to go on the record about knowing Ghislaine is Nicky Haslam, the English interior designer and socialite. I vaguely remember her being around London, always quite chic, if a trifle ostentatiously dressed, and bright, with a desire to please, mixed with a certain standoffishness, sort of conspiratorial. I once went to that house in Oxfordshire and recall a kind of on tenterhooks, explosive atmosphere, though Robert Maxwell wasn't there, didn't appear. Haslam noted that the furnishings were banal, but Betty was sweet. There are a tiny number of people who knew Ghislaine, but didn't like what they saw and are willing to talk or write about her on the record. One such is the writer Anna Passenack. Yes, of course, her great-uncle Boris wrote Dr. Zhivago. Ghislaine Maxwell was a slightly older contemporary from Oxford days. I vividly remember that she was the kind of person who would say hello to you while looking over your shoulder for somebody more interesting, more influential, more powerful. She came across as quite brittle. Is she surprised where Ghislaine is now? Anna told me, I'm not surprised. It has a lot to do with her relationship with her father. She was the ultimate daddy's girl, who had to please Daddy at all costs. She seems to be the only member of the family who could sort of wind Daddy around her little finger. But that would have come at a cost. The journalist Anne McElvoy recalls a Ghislaine who was very much part of the public school set at Oxford, striking, with a great mane of glossy dark hair, and a fondness for showing off her lithe figure in bright clothes, adorned with proper jewellery, as the rest of us were scouring second-hand shops. One morning she bumped into Ghislaine, who confided that she was going straight from an all-night party to the library. McElvoy wrote that a mutual friend told her that Robert Maxwell was making her love life nigh on impossible. She was encouraged to have a fancy social life, one that would reflect well on him, but Maxwell was squeamish about the idea of her having boyfriends. He wanted his daughter to be the ultimate prize and marry accordingly. McElvoy thought Ghislaine a bit of a bully. She was armed with a self-confidence so bulletproof that she could joke about making Diana cry. In a world where teasing about everything from the wrong boyfriend to the wrong designer could come uncomfortably close to bullying. How did Ghislaine Maxwell end up making Diana cry? Charlie Spencer, Viscount Althorpe, nowadays titled the 9th Earl Spencer, got into Magdalen College, Oxford, when Ghislaine was in her last year at Balliol, so it's very likely she met his sister Diana through him. Ghislaine refers to Charlie Althorpe in her Black Book of Contacts. There is one more hostile witness to the brittle glitter of Ghislaine's Oxford years, George Monbiot, the environmental guru. I met him once at a literary festival and found him to be sweet and likeable, with a deft and funny way of self-deprecation. Anyone who's been declared persona non grata in 7 countries and sentenced in absentia to life imprisonment in Indonesia gets my vote. The day after Ghislaine was arrested by the FBI in July 2020, he wrote a Twitter thread. For a few months at university, I was in the same social circle as Ghislaine Maxwell. I knew her fairly well. At first it was fun. Then, almost overnight, I saw it for what it was. A networking nightmare of bright laughter and false friendship, with a howling void beneath. No one gave a damn about anyone else. It was all about climbing the social ladder. I felt I'd seen an X-ray of power and wealth in this country. The grinning skull and empty sockets beneath the peachy skin. It was terrifying. It set me on the path I've been on ever since. I spiraled into a pretty dark place after that. I withdrew completely and started the process of working out what a good life looked like and how it could be lived. The experience inoculated me against ever again wanting to live the high life or rub shoulders with that crowd. Boris Johnson went up to Balliol in 1984 when Ghislaine was in her final year. Another student was Boris's friend, Darius Guppy, a dodgy socialite. The two pals were once recorded discussing the possibility of murdering an irritating journalist. One pal ended up going to prison for insurance fraud. The other became Prime Minister. Boris Johnson's sister Rachel wrote in November 2021, shortly before the trial, "As a fresher, I walked into Balliol JCR one day in search of its subsidised breakfast granola and Nescafe offering, and found a shiny Glamazon with naughty eyes holding court astride a table, a high-heeled boot resting on my brother Boris's thigh." Rachel went on that Ghislaine gave me a pitying glance, but I did manage to snag an invite to her party, held at Robert Maxwell's mansion in Oxford, Hennington Hill Hall. I have a memory of her father, Bob, coming out in a towering robe and telling us all to go home. What is weird is the timing of this piece, a few days before Ghislaine was tried for being a paedophile's apprentice. Why on earth would the sister of the former Prime Minister, they are believed to be on good terms, want to further tar Boris Johnson's reputation by volunteering that Boris and Ghislaine were, to put it mildly, friendly back in their Oxford days? One possible scenario is that Rachel had deliberately outed the friendship because her big bro suspected it would appear somewhere else. ... Shortly after the last episode of the Hunting Ghislaine podcast was broadcast at Christmas 2020, I was contacted by someone who'd been at Oxford at the same time as Ghislaine. She'd stayed in touch with friends from that time and picked up a peculiar piece of gossip from one of her gang, someone in the city, a high court judge, that kind of Tia. My contact source had said that what was odd about Ghislaine was that when she was up at Oxford, she would frequently disappear and return with beautiful, posh but dim, slightly younger girls, and take them to Headington Hill Hall to meet her father. That was considered a bit weird by people who knew her. It was only when the allegations emerged that she'd been Epstein's pimp, finding very young women for him, that the penny kind of dropped. What if Ghislaine had become an enabler, not first for Jeffrey Epstein, but for her father, long before? I wrote to Ghislaine Maxwell's PR, Brian Basham, and put this story to him, and he replied, "I don't believe it." The Ghislaine described by the men and the Ghislaine described by the women seemed to be two quite different people, locked in the same chassis. The attractive and generous woman to the men was a brittle moi princess to Pasternak, forever craning her neck for someone more interesting to talk to. And where Ghislaine found weak or not well-connected women, she could be, says McElvoy, as cruel and bullying as her father. That certainly is the opinion of Anna Pasternak. It's my view that she grew up in a form of an abusive family environment, that yes, there was a lot of money, that yes, these children were encouraged to have their places at Oxford, to mix with a certain set. But actually, there was a lot of fear. Robert Maxwell and his moods generated an awful lot of fear. Before leaving Oxford, Ghislaine started working part-time for the family business. In 1984, Robert Maxwell got himself a fabulous new train set, the Mirror Group. David Seymour worked for Joe Haynes as the deputy leader writer of the Mirror, and at Maxwell's command, he had to show the leader column to the boss every time he wrote it. Seymour would knock off the draft leader. Mrs. Thatcher was bad, President Reagan worse, the royal family in a pickle over Diana, blah, 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 and then wait for the boss's sign-off. And wait. And wait. Seymour spent long hours in the anteroom to Maxwell's cavernous office, peopled by his personal assistant, Jean Baddeley, the assistant, as it were, Andrea Martin, and Peter Jay, who, according to Seymour, had no desk, but had to stand in a corner. Jay had once been the British ambassador to the US, but was now down on his luck. Maxwell humiliated him, but Jay, to be fair, had a liking for the old monster. Supplicants for Maxwell's ear were stacked up like jets coming into Gatwick, and coming and going with rights of privileged access were the children, who were working closely with Maxwell. Ian was helping out with the Mirror. Kevin was running the publishing business, the Maxwell Communications Corporation, and Ghislaine was flitting about. Seymour said, "I don't want to sound sexist about it, but she was extremely attractive, clearly highly intelligent. And I suppose, most of all, she was humble with it. She didn't do, 'I'm the boss's daughter.' I think she was just one of those people who were always friendly." Seymour was a relatively important figure in Maxwell's new train set, and a man. Sir Passenac's observation would not have applied to him. That autumn, Maxwell threw the traditional Daily Mirror party at the Labour Party conference, which was being held in Blackpool. At the end of the party, Ghislaine and her brother Ian were both, Seymour recalls, standing around, looking a bit spare, so he invited them to join the rest of the Mirror's political team for dinner out on the town. Dinner over, the group returned to the hotel for late-night drinks. Seymour recalls that Ghislaine was paralysed with fear about missing a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. He suggested that she get an alarm call from the hotel. She was still worried, so he gave her his own alarm clock and promised to call her at 7:30. So she had 3 separate alarms. She looked amazing, I have to say, for somebody who'd just woken up, and she said, "Thank you so much, I can't be late. I'm having breakfast with my father." And that was a real shock, that somebody should be so terrified of being a little late, particularly her daughter. She was terrified of him. She also loved him, of that there is no doubt. The journalist Tim Willis profiled her for The Tatler in 2019. He told the story of a male friend of her brother's who had took her out for a disastrous date when she was at Oxford. To avoid fuss, he took her out to a restaurant in the countryside away from prying eyes. He need not have bothered. All she talked about was her father, how great he was, how great it was to be his daughter, how she loved reading about him every day in the papers, and all in a very loud voice. By the end of dinner, the whole place was silent. All the diners and the staff were listening in. Throughout her teens, when she turned 21, and even later, Maxwell was protective of Ghislaine to the point of being proprietorial and beyond. Ian Maxwell talks about an incident when he was at Oxford University, and Ghislaine, then aged 15, maybe a year older, met some of his fellow student friends. There's a suggestion that one clicked with his younger sister. One of them called for Ghislaine at Headington, and my father picked up the phone. Ghislaine heard the conversation. It went like this: "Who is this? How old are you? 21? You are far too old for my daughter." Then he hung up. Maxwell policed his children's choice of partners, and did so unpleasantly. Greenslade told Vanity Fair how after Philip suffered a nervous breakdown in the late 1970s, he went to Argentina and fell in love with Nilda and had a child with her and married her. Maxwell was incredibly enraged, and a massive argument began. I saw Philip once in Maxwell's office, and he had tears in his eyes, and his face was pressed into his father's arms. I said, Philip, you're not looking too well, but he wouldn't enter into any discussion. Maxwell, more child than man, used to show his disfavour to people he didn't approve of by getting their names deliberately wrong. He used to call Nilda Dildo, for example, and Pandora, Kevin's ballsy squeeze, Pandora. He wanted Kevin, Pandora said, to marry into a publishing dynasty, or to marry a girl with a title. An irony, really, given how badly the establishment treated him. She recalls that the atmosphere at Headington Hill Hall was rather like a demented version of Downton Abbey, everyone nervous, taking their positions before R.M., her term for Robert Maxwell, arrived. When Kevin introduced her, she said of Maxwell, he always talked at you, not to you. Pandora was appalled by how much he bullied his children. He used to beat Kevin with a shoe or a belt whenever he had a bad school report, or even one implying that he could have tried harder. Kevin was terrified of him. After Maxwell's death, his former mistress, Wendy Lee, interviewed Pandora. She explained that Maxwell had done his best to end the relationship by sending Kevin to America on business. He always rang at any time of day or night, irrespective if we were awake or not, and when I answered at 3 a.m., he knew I was there with Kevin. Maxwell threatened to sack his son unless he gave her up. And what Pandora today terms Kevin's finest hour. Kevin stood his ground, and Maxwell fired him on the spot. For Kevin, it was a brave decision. Pandora has space in her heart to recall, too, moments when living inside Maxwelliana could be fun. We did used to have happy times at Headington, when we'd all pile onto his vast bed and on his gigantic screen watch James Bond or Charlie Chaplin films with him. He adored Chaplin. The irony here is that Maxwell was not like the little tramp, but the fat baddie, played by the British actor Eric Campbell, whose signature trick was bending a lamppost. The hard fact was that if you were Maxwell's child, you did what you were told. And of all the children, Ghislaine had the biggest problem in finding a suitable boyfriend, because no man ever seemed good enough for her father. Nick Davies recalls, he was always choosy over her boyfriends, and would tell her so, often saying that she should forget whoever her current beau was and find somebody more suitable. Ghislaine's 21st birthday party should have been a joyous occasion. It was anything but. One young woman, let's call her Katie, who had just left Oxford, was going out with a young academic at the university. Katie got in touch after listening to the Hunting Ghislaine podcast, explaining that she was dating a rather beautiful young man who'd been invited to Ghislaine's 21st birthday party. Katie had not been invited, but went along with him, partly out of fascination. The moment Ghislaine saw me, her hackles rose. She was like a cat arching her back in pre-hiss mode. We ran away, but I will never forget her animosity towards me. The thing is, she was very pretty, and the family had all this money, but she didn't have a bloke and she wanted mine, and she treated me as if I didn't count. One school girlfriend of Ghislaine explained that the party started to get a bit out of hand. There was perhaps a little too much drinking, a little too much cocaine. And Robert Maxwell simply closed it down. He'd had enough. Ghislaine was incredibly upset, as you can imagine, but she was in awe of her father and just had to accept it. Just as she had to accept her father never letting her bring boyfriends home. Perhaps there was a reason for this, and a creepy one at that. There are multiple witnesses who echo David Seymour's observation that Ghislaine was, in the mid-1980s, a very attractive woman, and a subset of them say she was fully aware of the power of her sexual attraction. Mark Edmonds in Tatler interviewed one anonymous young man of 1980s London. She was a bit naughty, mischievous, and a bit spoiled. I remember her coming up to my flat in her tennis gear. That was sexy. Puritanism sickens the soul, and I am no Puritan. But the evidence is clear that Ghislaine's sexuality was charged, unusually so. One friend said Ghislaine ran with a fast crowd. She was more like a man than a woman, and that's why men liked her. A student at Oxford Poly who worked in the Emperor's, a wine bar on Broad Street, got in touch with me after the Hunting Ghislaine podcast was first aired. He has a specific memory of Ghislaine's crowd. She used to hang around with these outrageous toffs, people like Gottfried von Bismarck and Olivia Channon. They would hire the top room at the Emperor's. Once, when the Poly student came in laden with drinks, he heard Ghislaine boast, "I give the best blowjobs in Oxford." She was one of the boys, one of Ghislaine's American friends told the Sunday Times. She spoke the language of men. A New Yorker at Oxford with Ghislaine said, "At university, whenever we went on a boys' night out, she would be the only girl with us. Guys always loved hanging out with her. She was naughty, funny, and very worldly. She was as comfortable at Buckingham Palace as she was at a hip-hop convention. A chameleon who fitted in everywhere." Someone else who knew her later on in life said that Ghislaine was obsessed by sex. Bumping into her maybe a decade ago, she was selling stainless steel mini dumbbells that you put up your fanny. She was giving seminars in LA, teaching women how to exercise their vaginal muscles, power up their pelvic floor, learn the Singapore grip. They all turn up and I tell them, "This is how you keep your man." A school friend who'd gone to her 21st birthday party said that she was a great laugh at that age. One of my friends had a fairly serious relationship with her, and she was very flirtatious and sexy. She was definitely up for it. That last phrase pushes me to take stock. Who wasn't definitely up for it when they were 21? It's even said that people older than that age have sex too. Collating this evidence, checking it out and thinking about it, the counter-danger strikes me that there could be something of Malleus Maleficarum, the hammer of the witches, about some of the comments on Ghislaine's lusty nature. Malleus Maleficarum was the work of a sex-obsessed 15th century German Catholic cleric, Heinrich Kramer. His book set out the ideological case for burning witches. It's probably the most powerful misogynistic text of the Middle Ages. That part of Ghislaine's defense case is that she has been the victim of misogyny does not necessarily make it untrue. Ghislaine's most striking university friend was Count Gottfried Alexander Leopold von Bismarck-Schönhausen, an extraordinary figure in 1980s Oxford in any time. The great-great-grandson of Prince Otto, Germany's Iron Chancellor, an architect of the modern German state, he was a brilliant student, but a broken human being. He was named Gottfried after a great-uncle who had taken part in the July 1944 plot to assassinate Hitler, and had been sent to a concentration camp, but survived because of the spell cast by the family name. Ghislaine's Gottfried, known as Max, was said to have found his ancestry a burden. He was clever, funny, and could be kind. Outrageous, often wasted by too much alcohol or heroin, militantly self-destructive. His obituary in the Daily Telegraph sets out some of the issues that troubled him and some that troubled the newspaper. An extravagant host of homosexual orgies. He hosted a dinner at which the severed heads of two pigs were placed at either end of the table. When not clad in the lederhosen of his homeland, he cultivated an air of sophisticated complexity by appearing in women's clothes, set off by lipstick and fishnet stockings. The obit concludes, he never married. The Daily Telegraph's not very hard to decrypt code for he was gay, exotically so for that time. Von Bismarck was a pillar of the Piers Gaveston Society, set up to honour the courtier and probable bedfellow of Edward II, a worthless king, according to the only history book worth reading from cover to cover, 1066 and all that. Medieval chroniclers suggested Gaveston had a homosexual relationship with the king. To be fair, Gaveston mocked his fellow nobles, calling the Earl of Lancaster the fiddler, the Earl of Lincoln burst belly, the Earl of Pembroke Joseph the Jew, and the Earl of Warwick the black dog of Arden. Gaveston was captured by nobles jealous of his influence and killed in 1312. Edward II later came to an untimely end, the said medieval chroniclers implying that he'd been murdered by the insertion of a red-hot poker up his bottom, a death so hideous that it inspired Christopher Marlowe's grisly tragedy, Edward II, first performed in 1592, and the punk rock band Eddie and the Hot Rods from Canby Island in 1975. The Piers Gaveston Society was set up at Oxford University in 1977 and attracted rich and/or very posh sexual exhibitionists, often gay or bisexual, some of whom were also heavily into hard drugs. One former head of the society, Nick Richardson, described in the London Review of Books how the club worked in his day. The society appealed to those who only went to Oxford to feel as if they were in a pornified Evelyn Waugh novel. Members chose their own names, Richardson recalling a Fellatrix, an Irrumator, a Raging Horn, and a Mr. Whippy. The head of the Piers Gaveston Society is known as the Lord High Spanker, spanks to his mates. Richardson recalled one party in the countryside near Oxford. The drug dealer came in a white cowboy outfit and had a large suitcase full of powders and pills. People had sex and drugs and rock and roll. No one, as far as I know, fucked a pig's head. This last point refers to an initiation rite at another Piers Gaveston party in which Prime Minister-to-be David Cameron, then of Brasenose, Oxford, allegedly inserted his penis into a pig's head. Mr. Cameron has pooh-poohed the story. The pig denied any wrongdoing. To celebrate the end of their finals in June 1986, von Bismarck and Olivia Channon, the 22-year-old daughter of Paul Channon, one of Margaret Thatcher's cabinet ministers, went on a massive bender involving huge amounts of champagne, black velvet, and sherry. Then Olivia overdosed on heroin. Her corpse was found amid a sea of broken bottles and party wreckage in von Bismarck's rooms at Christ Church College, Oxford, the following morning. He was not there. Von Bismarck was charged with possessing amphetamine sulfate and cocaine and was later treated at a £770 a week rehab clinic in Surrey. At Olivia Channon's funeral, he was said to have wept like a child. In disgrace, von Bismarck vowed, "My days of living it up are all over." That turned out to be a lie. He left Oxford so quickly that he did not have time to settle his bills. His father, Prince Ferdinand von Bismarck, sent a manservant who went round his son's favoured watering holes, restaurants and his tailor with a fat chequebook. Von Bismarck was often described as having perfect manners, but carried on living on the edge. He set up in London and threw extraordinary all-night parties at his £5 million flat at Draycott's Place, Chelsea, not far from Sloane Square. In 2006, one of his male guests, Anthony Casey, fell 60 feet to his death, triggering rumours that von Bismarck might be the victim of a family curse. Scotland Yard's Detective Inspector Mike Christensen investigated. He told the coroner that police officers had discovered buckets of sex toys, vodka, butane lighter fuel, and a substantial number of syringes in the living room of Count von Bismarck's apartment. A large rubber tarpaulin covered the floor, and there were mirrors propped up against 3 of the walls. A television and video player had been set up to show scenes of a pornographic nature, said the copper. Paul Natman, The coroner said, in common parlance in the early hours of the morning, there was a gay orgy going on. He told the court that most, if not all, of the men present had been wearing jockstraps and boots. Von Bismarck told the inquest that he had not seen any homosexual activity taking place. 1 year later, in 2007, von Bismarck was selling his flat but wasn't answering calls. His father asked the estate agent to check up on him. He was found lying on a mattress with his arm exposed and blackened. He had injected himself with cocaine every hour for a period of nearly 24 hours before his death. The pathologist, Professor Sebastian Lucas, said the amount of cocaine in the Count's body was the highest he had seen in his career. He found traces of morphine in the body too, which most likely came from heroin. His liver was frazzled from alcohol and drug abuse, and he had HIV and hepatitis B and C. The coroner, Paul Natman, who had presided over Casey's inquest 1 year before, recorded death from a heart attack caused by drug dependency and overdose. Natman said, "I think this is a very regrettable story. The reckless behaviour with cocaine has caused his death." Ghislaine Maxwell never featured in the press reports at the time of Olivia Channon's death and the gorgeous sick depravity of von Bismarck's circle at Oxford. That is odd, because von Bismarck and Ghislaine were close. Both the barman at the Emperor's Wine Bar and Anne McElvoy said so. McElvoy concluded her article, "I met her once again a few years ago. We talked about the Balliol years and how much we missed our old friend von Bismarck, who died of a drug overdose. We had a great time," she said ruefully. "It's tragic how things turn out." That phrase could headline Ghislaine's own obituary. There is one more piece of evidence that Ghislaine kept up her contact with von Bismarck after his first disgrace in 1986. In 1996, Kevin Maxwell and his brother Ian were tried for the then biggest fraud trial in British criminal history, accused of helping their father steal £400 million plus from the Maxwell pension funds. After walking free from court, Kevin Maxwell set up Telemond, a telecoms firm based in the United States. Who better to be Telemond's company secretary than heroin-injecting, coke-addled, amphetamine-guzzling Gottfried von Bismarck, the man at whose parties over the years not one but two people died? Perhaps surprisingly, perhaps not, the company boasting both the Maxwell and von Bismarck brand names collapsed in 2002 with debts of £105 million. Did Gottfried von Bismarck, Oxford's professor of debauchery, teach his friend Ghislaine a few party tricks when, back in the day, they were having such a great time? Members of the Piers Gaveston Society were divided into two categories: masters and minions. Years later, one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein told Vanity Fair that Ghislaine Maxwell would call people her minion, so you felt like you were nothing. The worry is that she took a joke for posh twits in the Piers Gaveston Society and lived its sick elitist gospel to the letter. Ghislaine is a fabulously elusive character, but also perhaps there was another factor at work here. There are no stories about Ghislaine in the Oxford student papers and nothing remotely critical in the newspaper archives while her father remained alive. As the daughter of the press baron Un Capo dei Capi, she enjoyed a mafia-style protection from scrutiny by the Red Tops. Rupert Murdoch's son didn't dig into the private life of Robert Maxwell or his children. Robert Maxwell likewise, ditto Lord Rothermere, who owned the Daily Mail Group. Back in the late 1980s, Kelvin Mackenzie, former editor of Rupert Murdoch's The Sun, was doorstepped by the Tatler. The editor phoned up the Sun's news desk and complained that some fat cunt was shouting through his letterbox. I was that fat cunt. For this book, I tracked down my old enemy. Mackenzie explained to me that the newspaper owners back in the day had an NPP, a non-pissing pact. If you own a newspaper, you have immense power to piss all over people. but you can get your own leg wet into the bargain. So Rupert Murdoch, Robert Maxwell and Harmsworth at the Mail had an agreement, nothing signed, nothing said, that they wouldn't turn over each other, and the kids were covered too. Mackenzie's view is that despite the informal MPP, had Maxwell been around today, he would not have been able to protect her from the Epstein blowback. The story's too big. Roy Greenslade agrees with his old sparring partner. I don't think there was a formal deal of any kind, probably more of an unwritten, unacknowledged acceptance by all concerned not to invade each other's privacy. And it wasn't just about the kids, but about each other. I was witness to the Daily Mail editor, David English, commiserating with Murdoch about his estrangement from Anna, but the Mail didn't carry the story. As for Ghislaine, she was such a minor figure at the time, youngest daughter, not outwardly involved in the business, not known as a wild child, but there was no reason to write about her. Ghislaine at Oxford exhibited the following character traits. First, she could be extraordinarily sensitive to another's wishes, especially if they were male. Second, she could be coldly dismissive of people who did not merit her attention. And, to weak and vulnerable people, such as the late Princess Diana, outrightly cruel, especially if they were female. Third, she was sexed up big time. Fourth, she was afraid of her father, morbidly so. Fifth, she loved him or was so enthralled to him she would obey him, come what may. In the back half of the 1980s, Maxwell, along with buying the Mirror, started throwing his money at English football, specifically the local team, Oxford United. It worked for a time, and under Maxwell's ownership in 1986, the Yellows won the Milk Cup. Maxwell and Ghislaine were photographed celebrating their victory. The camera catches her hugging him in a way that looks more than a little bit creepy. While making the Hunting Ghislaine podcast, I was put in touch with a psychotherapist in the United States, Wendy Bihari, the author of Disarming the Narcissist. The book describes the syndrome, where the daughters of narcissistic men become in some measure their partner. Two photographs help to illustrate the syndrome. One is of Donald Trump, long before he was president, in a white suit, looking like Don Johnson in Miami Vice, and he's got a girl leaning against him. She's wearing a short denim skirt and a skimpy top, and it's his daughter, Ivanka, who looks to be around 12 or 13 years old. In the background are palm trees and two cement parrots shagging. On grounds of aesthetic taste alone, then, it was almost certainly taken at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate on Palm Beach. And the second photo is of Ghislaine and Robert Maxwell hugging each other when Oxford United won the Milk Cup. Such women can be defined as the hostage princess in the palace, said Wendy Bihari. She explained that for women like Ghislaine Maxwell or Ivanka Trump, the attachment with daddy warps how they see the world. You're going to take it, accept it as a child because it's a survival mechanism, and you get a lot of goodies that come with that. But you're vying for the power and the privilege that comes with staying closely attached, and so you will commit yourself to the daddy figure. And you get kind of addicted to having all the privileges that come along with that. In other words, they become addicted to daddy or a daddy figure. The approval from daddy gives a sense of worth, of value, and that, Wendy said, provides some meaning in the world. She went on to discuss what happens when daddy dies. It can happen in some cases where the child of a man like this may gravitate towards a polar opposite type of partner. But in so many cases, people are a creature of habit. It's the familiarity. It feels like, smells like, sounds like, looks like, and it's a mirror. Daddy dies. I've lost my mirror. I've lost my capacity to see my reflection of who I am and how I matter and what my position is. And so I seek that same or similar position of power. Nicholas Coleridge, I believe, is exactly right in that Ghislaine's story has the feel of a Greek tragedy to it, and that sense was enhanced when I read a Twitter post by James Marriott of The Times, Quoting from The Art of Psychotherapy by the late English psychiatrist Anthony Storr on the character flaws of someone with a depressive personality, Storr noted the absence of an inner sense of worth. Being so dependent on the good opinion of others and so vulnerable to criticism often has the consequence that the depressive is less than normally assertive with other people and over-anxious to please them. Storr theorized that some depressives, so anxious to avoid blame and attain approval, become hypersensitive to the needs and wishes of others. This kind of sensitivity is not unlike that demanded of the secretaries of overburdened executives, who expect that they shall know, without being told, exactly in what mood the boss may be, and treat him accordingly. Storr seems to sum up Ghislaine's hopelessly servile, horribly abusive relationship with her monster of a father in a nutshell. At this point in the tragedy of Ghislaine Maxwell, her father is still very much alive, but something happens that throws her volatile, potentially self-destructive mix of character traits, servile to men, cruel to women, highly sexed, fear and love for Robert Maxwell, into spasm. While Daddy goes further round the bend, Ghislaine falls in love. Chapter 3. The Currency of Sex. Count Gianfranco Gioconia Mazzoni, nicknamed the Turbo Count, was handsome, charming, Italian, old money. Variously described as Italy's Rockefeller and an old-fashioned smoocher, he was, by all accounts, deeply loved by Ghislaine. The Mazzonis date their family tree back to the 11th century, but they hit the big time in 1476, when one of the gang, Agostino Mazzoni, obliged Duke Galeazzo Maria Sforza by killing a ferocious bear, although he got wounded in the process. The Duke granted him and his descendants tax exemption ad infinitum. The Giaconias go further back to Tacitus, and both former doges of Venice in the family tree. The family was rich, but Gianfranco's father, film producer Bino Giaconia, facing financial troubles, gassed himself in Rio in 1971. Another reminder that gilded cages can be grim. A brother, a war photographer, was killed in Afghanistan. Gianfranco, who was 1 year older than Ghislaine, went to the University of Buckingham, then worked in finance. In 1992, the Mail on Sunday described Ghislaine's affair with the Turbo Count, a dashing, charming member of the now-defunct Chiga Hotels clan. Giaconia was the man who moulded the Ghislaine we now see. He told her where to get her hair cut and what to wear. The Turbo Count was an adrenaline junkie, racing cars and motorbikes, loving speed, flying, danger. Gianfranco was a thoroughly nice bloke, Simon Mann, the old Etonian mercenary jailed in Zimbabwe and Equatorial Guinea in 2014 for his role in the failed Wonga coup, told me. I had a drink with him the day before I left South Africa to do the coup. The attempt to depose the leader of Equatorial Guinea, President Teodoro Obiang, failed spectacularly when Mann and his mercenary crew were arrested in Zimbabwe. It was not an ignoble failure, Obiang being one of Africa's nastiest tyrants. Allegedly, he once ate the testicles of someone who had displeased him. While in prison in Zimbabwe, Mann reportedly wrote an unsigned letter by hand setting out who had funded the coup: Scratcher, his nickname for Mark Thatcher, and Chikomya, a misspelling of Ghislaine's ex. Mark Thatcher has always denied that he knew he was funding a mercenary-led coup or anything like it. Mann told me that the letter was a red herring, but the Count had been approached but said no. Mann described him as very good-looking, tall, 6 foot something, dark hair, lean, athletic, a polo player, a charming Italian aristocrat. I remember that last drink I had with him. I was nervous. He knew where I was going. And he very graciously said, "You're going through the mill now, but it will be fine once you get stuck in." He was spot on. Lovely chap. Ghislaine's love affair with the Count ended in 1990. In 2012, Ghislaine was doing aero acrobatics at an air show in South Africa when his plane crashed, killing him instantly in front of his wife and 2 small children. In his obituary, the Italian newspaper Il Fatto Quotidiano noted his charitable work in Africa and at Lourdes, and went on to write, "He loved the high life and its excesses. Gianfranco Giocondo Mazzoni was reckless, but he had such a big heart. He cultivated the myth of the Superman and always had his foot down on the accelerator pedal of life. As a Top Gun, he did everything for the thrill of speed, until his last fatal flight." It's hard to know why the love affair ended. Suffice to say that the Turbo Count, from the sound of him, had the grace, the social capital, and the raw courage to take on Ghislaine's father. Simon Mann said, "I do feel that Ghislaine would have been much better off with Gianfranco than the man she ended up with." In the summer of 1990, the writer and devoted party-goer Vassie Chamberlain bumped into Ghislaine at a restaurant in Soho, London. Ghislaine was, Vassie recalled, loud and great fun, dressed in black shorts, sheer tights and a top hat with a touch of gold, possibly a scarf. She looked naughty and sexy, but tomboyish too, markedly at odds with the Diana-esque taffeta femininity around us. She was intriguing, an anomaly. After that, I became a keen Ghislaine spotter. She could be extraordinarily manipulative. Vassie Chamberlain tells the story of a younger woman that summer of 1990, arranging with Ghislaine to go to a party. Ghislaine insisted the younger woman drive her car, even though she hadn't passed her driving test and didn't have a license. The younger woman said that Ghislaine, to help her new friend, put her hand on top of hers, but it stayed there the entire journey. The experience could have been erotic, the friend recalled. It was so weird. Coerced is too strong a word. She was more a bulldozer. If you could get someone like me to do something like that, which was illegal, with that natural skill set, she was capable of anything. Apart, that is, from standing up to her father. Nick Davies recalls that when in a very bad mood, Maxwell could be horrible to Ghislaine, the apple of the monster's eye. She'd go in, give him a big kiss, say, "Hello, Dad," and Maxwell, as often as not, would say, "Bloody stupid woman, fuck off!" And she'd go off in tears. You can make the argument that Robert Maxwell was mad his whole adult life. His modus operandi of suing critics for libel made sure that people held their tongues. But not all. In his elegantly written memoir of Fleet Street, The Happy Hack, Mike Malloy describes a lunch he had at Langan's with a friend, psychiatrist Tom Pitt Atkins, who firmly declared that Maxwell was not eccentric but mad. "I've got people inside who are less crazy than him." The psychiatrist asked the editor whether Maxwell had a group of people who fulfill the following functions: someone who was the repository of all his secrets, a person he only uses for sexual gratification, a group of executives who are bitter rivals and only answer to him directly, a devoted dog's body he treats like shit. Malloy answered yes to every question. The shrink asked how Maxwell treated his family, and Malloy answered, "Like slaves," adding that he wanted to leave a great heritage for his children. Pitt Atkins replied, "He'll leave nothing to them, just ashes. He'll probably die unexpectedly, perhaps in some kind of explosion." Tom Pitt Atkins wasn't just a psychiatrist, but also a bit of a mystic Meg. As the 1980s wound on, Robert Maxwell became madder and madder until his failure to grip reality destroyed his fortune and ended up killing him. For a time, his insanity was masked by the fact that he had become a national joke. He abused the readers of the Daily Mirror by forever popping up in its pages, trying the patience of everyone who'd come into contact with him, and routinely sued or threatened to sue anyone who dared question his word or his sanity. Everyone had to bend the knee before Robert Maxwell's bullying ways. If you didn't, you were dead to him. When Roy Greenslade was running the Mirror, his rival, Kelvin Mackenzie, was editing The Sun. Greenslade recalled Maxwell demanding a temporary secretary to call Mackenzie so that the three men could talk. There was a long silence, and nothing happened. Maxwell demanded that the temporary secretary, who was obviously very young and inexperienced, come into his office. Greenslade recalled he was physically intimidating, and she was scared. Maxwell wanted to know why she had failed to get hold of Mackenzie, and she stammered that he did not want to talk to him. Maxwell growled, "What did he say, exactly?" She said, "I can't use those words." "Tell me what he said." "He said, I don't want to talk to that fat Czech cunt." The next day, she'd gone. Maxwell reminded Roy Greenslade of another figure from our time. Trump and Maxwell, two peas in a pod, the narcissism, the changes of mind, the throwing aside of all responsibility for any of their actions despite the consequences, the maverick, mercurial behaviour. All of it is just exactly the same. Having a dad who is being constantly lampooned in the pages of Private Eye as a crook and a monster must have been mortifying. But standing up to Robert Maxwell was not cost-free. Private Eye issued some 50 apologies to Maxwell over the years. Perhaps the most insane piece of mockery was for the Eye to feature Maxwell in their joke lookalike competition. The letters page would regularly run letters from readers with funny names, who one suspected were made up, suggesting that two famous people were in some way related. In February 1983, one Ina T. Courtauld wrote, "Sir, have any of your readers noticed the remarkable likeness between Robert Maxwell, chairman of BPCC, and Ronnie Cray, the famous East End gangster? I wonder if they have anything else in common." The letter was headlined "Cray Twins," and under a black and white photo of Maxwell was the caption "Cray," while under a photo of Ronnie Cray was the caption "Maxwell." Ronnie Cray was a psychotic gangland boss who ruled over London's East End in the 1960s. Rivals were killed, witnesses intimidated, juries nobbled, bent coppers paid off. Infamously, after rival villain George Cornell reportedly called Ronnie a fat puff, Ronnie tracked him down to the Blind Beggar pub in Whitechapel and shot Cornell dead in front of all the drinkers. Witnesses in the pub refused to testify to the police because they were so scared. Eventually, the Crays were jailed for murder, and while in prison, Ronnie was diagnosed a paranoid schizophrenic. In 1979, he was sent to Broadmoor, Britain's oldest high-security prison for psychiatric patients. For Private Eye to compare Robert Maxwell to Ronnie Cray was, to put it mildly, sticking their heads into the lion's gob. No one before had threatened to sue on a looky-like, what the Eye saw as a funny joke safely inside the historic British tradition of teasing the rich and the powerful. Maxwell fired up his libel lawyers, and the Eye grovelled, telling its readers that it entirely acknowledged that no such likeness between Ronnie Cray and Robert Maxwell existed. The Eye added that the line suggesting that Maxwell and Cray might have other things in common was also deliberately offensive and a wholly fictitious insinuation. Maxwell accepted the apology for the Cray lookalike gag, but a while later the Eye returned to the fray, suggesting that Maxwell had been funding foreign trips for the leader of the opposition, Labour's leader Neil Kinnock, in return for influence, perhaps a peerage, an accusation that was stoutly denied by Kinnock's office. Maxwell sued, and when he was giving evidence in court, brought up the Ronnie Cray lookalike story. Maxwell, the Eye reported in its court coverage, was asked if he found anything funny in this lookalike. He replied, "Not only was I not amused, but far worse. Mrs. Maxwell and all of our children were utterly shocked to have me, their father, compared to a major gangster." Richard Hartley QC, for Maxwell, noted that after the apology, the Eye had taken to signing lookalike letters Ina B. Maxwell of Headington Hill Hall. Hartley then showed Maxwell a lookalike of the late Duke of Edinburgh and Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi war criminal, as an example of a letter signed in this way. The Eye reported, Maxwell suddenly burst into tears, producing a handkerchief from his pocket, while explaining that his family was destroyed by Eichmann. What had happened is that two unrelated private eye jokes, one mocking the late Duke of Edinburgh for his right-wing views, and the other mocking Maxwell for his dislike of the Cray look-alike, had come together in what seemed an ugly manner, and Maxwell had played a blinder. Any British jury, when confronted with the grief of a Holocaust survivor, would give that person the benefit of the doubt. It was also true that throughout his career, especially in the City of London, Maxwell had faced anti-Semitic prejudice. But Private Eye had Jewish contributors and regularly attacked far-right anti-Jewish groups like the National Front. However, the damage had been done. Tom Bauer, like Ingram's another heroic journalist who stood up to Maxwell under heavy fire, wrote in his definitive book, Maxwell the Outsider, Maxwell performed a remarkable somersault. Maxwell the ogre and bully became Maxwell the underdog. Maxwell was winning sympathy as the victim of gross insensitivity. Ingram's had run the libels, but then had stepped down, making way for the new editor of the Eye, Ian Hislop, who told me, I'd like to say a personal thank you to Richard Ingram's for leaving me when I became editor with so many writs from Maxwell. Richard said, sorry, it's a bit of a ticking bomb. The Eye lost £55,000 in damages and had to pay £250,000 in costs. Maxwell ordered a team at the Mirror to cook up a spoof copy of the Eye called Not Private Eye. It was pretty crude stuff, showing on the front cover Ingram's head stuck onto the torso of a Nazi general chatting to Hitler with a speech bubble reading, and if anyone objects, we say we were only doing it for a laugh. Peter Cook sensed that the Mirror team working on the spoof might only be obeying orders. So, in a stroke of genius, he sent a case of whiskey to them, and they duly started drinking it. Cook then sought and got an invitation to join in the fun. A team from the Eye got in a taxi and hurried around to the Mirror building, including Ian Hislop, the new editor of the Eye. While the Mirror crew fell asleep, paralytic on the Eye's whiskey, Cook stole into Maxwell's office, scribbled "Maxwell is a wanker" on the office walls, opened Maxwell's fridge, drank his booze, and then called Maxwell, who was in New York, on his own office telephone to tell him exactly what he was doing, how indeed he was bemoaning the Eye's defeat by drinking Maxwell's own champagne. Maxwell, in a fury, called security. The gang from the Eye, Cook too, vanished. Stott hid the drunken Mirror culprits from the search teams, and Maxwell's transoceanic rage was unconfined. Robert Maxwell's staff at the Mirror found working for him by turns maddening, surreal, and unbearable. Noreen Taylor, the feature writer on the Daily Mirror, once found herself in the same Manhattan hotel as Maxwell and his entourage. She was feeling under the weather after an exhausting set of interviews and only wanted a good night's sleep before flying back to London. But Maxwell had other ideas. He got his butler to wake her up, dictated some article to her, decided to leave for London, changed his mind. He spent nights like this, in constant flux, dragging people into this nightmarish maze and making demands and then cancelling the demand, then making fresh demands. But not because he could get joy out of it. He was lost in his own swirling nightmare. For all Maxwell's madness, Noreen bravely admits to liking him because he wasn't an accountant and was genuinely interested in what his reporters were up to. He was, she says, fascinated by storytellers. But she did not like his daughter. Noreen moved from the Mirror to Maxwell's new toy, the European, in 1990, and bumped into Ghislaine as she was leaving Maxwell's office. Ghislaine asked Noreen where she was going, Hungary, and Ghislaine said, "Well, do your best. The paper deserves it." It was a headmistressy thing to say, or the sort of thing a netball captain might say. Idiot! She hadn't done a day's work in her life. Noreen is one of the great feature writers of our time. She's interviewed Nelson Mandela, Donald Trump, Paul McCartney, Mick Jagger, Muhammad Ali, and Jackie Kennedy. For Ghislaine to treat her like a shopping assistant at Boots tells you far more about Ghislaine than Noreen. That she can't read the room, that a haughty manner is her default position when dealing with other women who she might find threatening, that like her old friend Count Gottfried and her pals in the Piers Gaveston Society, other people outside her set were not masters but minions. The forces, real and imaginary, raging against Robert Maxwell were closing in, and as they were doing so, the pressure on him was taking its toll. Maxwell started making mistakes, small ones, gigantic ones. In 1988, Maxwell, to show he was top dog over Rupert Murdoch, bet the farm on going big in the United States. The deal to buy Macmillan, an American publishing firm, for $2.6 billion was mad. The price he paid was probably $1 billion over the going rate, and as the world entered recession, interest rates hit 15%. His whole empire was going bust, and he started robbing Peter to pay Paul, and then robbing his own pensioners when Peter had no money left. And still he couldn't pay the banks the interest he owed them, never mind the capital. Soon the banks started asking for their money back, and there was no way out. At the same time, the world he'd known since 1945 was breaking up. In his pomp, Maxwell had been a noisy player on the international stage, publishing a series of ghastly vanity books, Leaders of the World, his craven interviews with mostly Eastern European strong men. The worst one was called Nicolae Ceausescu, Builder of Modern Romania, an international statesman. It ends with an interview between the two great men of ditchwater quality dullness. Maxwell concludes, Mr. President, I feel duty-bound to express my deep gratitude for the time you've given to answering my questions, for this interesting, frank and comprehensive talk. I wish you good health and power to continue your constant, tireless activity for the good of your country, for the success of peace and détente worldwide, for understanding and collaboration among nations. As it happened, I spent the Christmas of 1989 with the Ceausescus. Kind of. Reporting for my old paper, The Observer, I crossed the country on Christmas Eve, while the regime of Nicolae Ceausescu was overthrown. On Christmas Day, Romania's revolutionaries shot him and his wife. Maxwell's most perceptive interviewee in the Leaders of the World series was the Polish dictator General Wojciech Jaruzelski, he of the opaque spectacles worn after he suffered sunblindness under Soviet captivity in Siberia. Jaruzelski told Russell Davies in his book Foreign Body that Maxwell had 2 or even 4 souls. Poor Jewish boy, multi-millionaire who had climbed Mount Olympus, leftist who would address one as comrade, an arch-capitalist who had made 35% of his workforce redundant. Back in the day, Maxwell had been able to trade on his contacts with the old monsters of Eastern Europe. Now they were being carted off to the museums of statues or getting machine-gunned. Noreen Taylor has a vignette of Maxwell's slow demise as his grip on his old levers of power starts to weaken. It was winter at the fag end of the Soviet Union, 1989, 1990, she wasn't quite sure, and Maxwell announced they were off to Moscow on his private jet, he to interview Mikhail Gorbachev, Noreen to interview his wife, Raisa. Noreen was feeling poorly, her voice afflicted with laryngitis, perhaps her own anxiety about the trip worsening her condition. Halfway through the flight, Noreen told me, Maxwell came down and sat next to me and said, "What do you know about Gorbachev?" I replied so weakly he couldn't hear me, and he shouted at Joe Haynes, his writing factotum, "She's no fucking use," and stormed off. Noreen Taylor liked Maxwell for his swashbuckling style, but was fully aware of how he could turn nasty on a sixpence. Gorbachev, his back against the wall, could not find time in his diary to see Maxwell, so the team returned with their tails between their legs. The failure of Gorbachev to make time to meet Maxwell was a sign that the old man's powers were waning. Andy McSmith was a Daily Mirror political reporter who, to his intense misery, was ordered to act as Maxwell's personal PR man in the summer of July 1990. McSmith realized that Maxwell was falling apart mentally. One day, at the start of McSmith's brief tenure, he and Robert Maxwell were in a lift when Maxwell introduced him to one of his sons. Maxwell said, "This is Ian Maxwell." Without thinking, McSmith burst out, "No, it's not. It's Kevin." Kevin looked furious that an employee had to point out to his own father that he'd got the wrong son. "Suddenly," observed McSmith, "I realized I was talking to a tired old man who didn't know what was going on." And all the time, Maxwell's $2 billion bet on Macmillan Publishing in the States was killing him. What no one on the Mirror or in the family knew was that by the start of the 1990s, Maxwell's business empire was in terminal trouble, but his favourite child was on hand to help. On the 5th of November 1990, a year before Robert Maxwell went overboard to the day, Ghislaine flew by Concorde from London on a mission for her dad. In New York, she picked up paper, 10 million shares of the Berlitz Language School Company worth $200 million, owned by the Maxwell Communications Company, a publicly quoted company. Tom Bauer, in his book, Maxwell, the Final Verdict, writes that Ghislaine spent the night partying in New York, flew back the next day, and handed the shares over to her father, who put them in his safe and from there into one of his private companies. Ghislaine didn't know it, but she had just helped her father steal $200 million. He would blow that money on secretly buying the shares of the Maxwell Communications Company to bolster their value, to no avail, because the price kept on going down. In Tom Bauer's BBC documentary Maxwell, The Downfall, there is a clip of Robert Maxwell telling his workers their pensions are safe. "As chairman of the Maxwell Group of Companies Pension Funds, I'm addressing you today for the purpose of persuading you that it is in your and your family's best interest to remain a member of whichever pension scheme you are a member of in our group." That was bollocks. Behind the scenes, Maxwell was robbing some £400 million from his staff pension funds, and robbing more from the banks, perhaps £2 billion in all. To keep himself ahead of the pack, he started a surveillance operation against the very people he was stealing from. Roy Greenslade, his last but one editor, was one of the people whose private phone calls were snooped on by Maxwell's security goons. Like all megalomaniacs, but particularly like somebody who is a con man, he was paranoid, fearing that he might be found out, so he wanted as much information as he could get on everyone around him. Roy Greenslade often called his rival at The Sun, Kelvin Mackenzie, for a gossip, two newspaper editors chatting over the Fleet Street garden fence. But was someone else listening in too? Greenslade told me, "I remember saying one time, 'Oh, that's the helicopter landing above. I'd be really pleased if it fell out of the sky one day.' And Kelvin said, 'Careful.' And suddenly I thought that Kelvin may be right. Maybe Maxwell could have been listening in, and he was doing exactly that." In 1991, Maxwell had one last throw of the dice. As his debts piled up, he went on a final spending splurge, buying the ailing New York Daily News from its owners, who were getting frustrated with the corrupt practices of the printing and distribution unions. Maxwell didn't know who exactly he was dealing with. He had sent Ian Watson, editorial director of the European, to discuss the nitty-gritty for the job cuts necessary to make the New York tabloid a going concern. Nick Davies recalled how one union official asked Watson, who was Scottish, in a broad Brooklyn accent if he was a New Yorker. Watson said no, he wasn't, and asked what was the point of the question. The union boss replied, "If you think you can push us into an agreement, you'll end up in the East River with your throat slit, all of you." Maxwell gave New York's underworld an easy ride. His play with the New York Daily News was all about keeping up appearances, not turning the paper into a moneymaker. By late 1991, Kevin and Ian Maxwell were doing their best to keep the plates spinning in the air, but the rest of the family, Ghislaine too, found Maxwell impossible to deal with. Physically, the old monster was in a bad way. He couldn't breathe, said his chauffeur John Feakley. He couldn't talk properly. He had a sore throat. If he'd been a horse, you would have put him down. The banks were snapping. They wanted their money back. At the very head of that queue was the Swiss bank corporation, SBC, which had lent Maxwell £60 million to buy a company, expecting him, as per contract, to hand over some collateral holdings as security. The bad news was that the holdings intended for SBC had already been sold. The Swiss were threatening to call in the fraud squad. Maxwell's grip on reality was disintegrating. His memory for people, for numbers, was failing him. His old party boss chums, Jaruzelski, disgraced, Erich Honecker on trial, Gorbachev out of power, Ceausescu shot. Betty and Maxwell at the end were living apart, his children, Ghislaine included, finding it extraordinarily difficult to have any half-pleasant interaction with him. In May 1991, Ghislaine flew with Maxwell by Concorde to New York. They were in the Big Apple to attend a gala evening honouring the Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal. But Maxwell changed his plans at the last minute, a constant nightmare for his children, and flew to Moscow for business talks. Ghislaine called her father, telling her how the evening had gone. She wasn't sufficiently effusive, and he bawled her out. Tom Bauer got hold of her written apology, where she abased herself. I'm very sorry that my description of the dinner was inadequate and made you angry. I should have expressed that I was merely presenting you with a preliminary report, and that a full written report was to follow. Please forgive me. She then gave gushing descriptions of guests at the do, fawning over Maxwell. Such was the power of his despotism over her. Keen to get out of her father's orbit, in 1990 Ghislaine started to spend more and more time in New York. It was there at the wedding between Andrew Cuomo and Kerry Kennedy that she bumped into Christina Oxenberg, the daughter of Princess Elizabeth of Yugoslavia. Christina is a gifted writer, funny, bitchy, a little mad, and an ocean-going snob. She suspects that she may have been the love child of JFK. She tells the story of her first meeting with Ghislaine in Trash, Encounters with Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine called Christina Ox, and Christina called Ghislaine Max, all very jolly hockey sticks. But Trash suggests that Christina disliked Ghislaine from the get-go. Ghislaine first met Christina at the wedding party in the company of Christina's then-husband, the English painter Damien Elwes. Damien and Ghislaine were friends from Oxford days. After Ghislaine and Damien had moi'd, Ghislaine turns toward Christina and said to Damien, "What is this?" Christina said nothing. Ghislaine laughed and walked off with Damien. The slight, writes Christina, meant little because Christina was set on divorcing Damien, but you get an inkling of how Ghislaine could behave with the male partners of women she didn't rate. Christina writes, I did not like Ghislaine from that first encounter. Specifically, what I did not like about her was the absurd display of overconfidence combined with a total lack of self-awareness. By autumn 1991, Ghislaine was 29 years old, with her days of licensed wickedness at Oxford University retreating in the rearview mirror. This makes the evidence of one more witness to Ghislaine's strange hypersexuality before her father's death all the more striking. Nicola Glucksmann, then a TV producer, was invited to Headington Hill Hall in September 1991 for a stay-over dinner party. She knew who Ghislaine was, but did not know her personally when she was invited as a +1 by a mutual female friend who was visiting Britain. Nicola was struck by the drab, utilitarian outbuildings of Robert Maxwell's Pergamon Press squatting in the grounds of Headington Hill Hall in a kind of mini-industrial estate, entirely unsuited if the effect you were seeking is grand country house. The house itself was odd, unloved, municipal. Not shabby chic, but shabby, dark. A lot of very dark wood, a bit run down. I have an image of a blue patterned carpet on the staircase up to the bedrooms, a bit like a pub carpet, and a full suit of armour on the half landing, like a prop from a film. It didn't feel like a house that had any real history. It felt more like the abandoned set of a Carry-On movie. Neither Maxwell nor Betty were present at the house that weekend. There were around 20 or so other guests for the dinner party, all of them upper class, wealthy. Nicola doesn't remember much about the other people. Susanna Constantine and Steve Wyatt were the only two she could place. Susanna was delightful. Steve Wyatt, the heir to a Texas shopping fortune and former lover of Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York, was straight from central casting, an eligible bachelor with a handsome face, an easy manner, and a body the triangular shape of a comic book superhero. Nicola's recollection was first aired when she took part in an online tortoise thinking. Ghislaine, who she had never met before, made a real impression. Charming, elegant, beautiful. Her mind was obviously very, very quick, but I remember being aware that she didn't seem to focus long on anyone. There was a sense of hyper-alertness, something a bit on edge. She was constantly assessing the room, as if anxious about missing something in another corner, and although she was very quick to laugh, any real conversation wasn't welcomed, at least not with me. After a perfectly nice meal, Ghislaine announced that she was in charge of games. She went out of the next room, where she disappeared briefly, with blindfolds for the men, explaining that the women were to take off their tops and their bras and present themselves to the men, who were to identify the women from the size and feel of their breasts. Nicola and her friend made their excuses and left, so she doesn't know how the game played out or even if it happened at all. She was shocked and embarrassed, discomforted by the peer pressure, the public element, to be either bullied into it or shamed for being a killjoy. But there was no joy in that game. If this betrayed how Ghislaine viewed her own body and what she felt she had to do with it to entertain men, and it's haunting. She was a beautiful and intelligent woman, but where was her sense of her own worth? Nicola reflected on Ghislaine's stark disassociation between sexuality and intimacy, treating nakedness as only a game. If she wasn't worthy of a healthy, equal relationship with a man, but instead was only there to service their needs, then perhaps she might simply expect other women to do what she herself had always done. It's no excuse, but it might go some way to explain it. Nicola remains unsettled by the evening at Headington Hill Hall because of the shadows cast by the tragedy of the charges against Ghislaine. There was something about her seeming to see sex as simply a currency that stayed with me. She had a kind of performative, studied superficiality about her, very sassy and upbeat, but also something urgent and strangely anxious about her management of people. There is one more element to Ghislaine's tragedy that Nicola, who herself is Jewish, has thought hard about. Like her father, Ghislaine was an outsider trying to get in. The Americans find the close ranks of the British class system particularly hard to understand. They see Ghislaine not as the daughter of a Jew and a foreigner, but as upper class. But her hypervigilance and relentless social networking were, I suspect, hardwired and rooted in a fearful fantasy shared by her father that she could be rejected and abandoned at any moment. If she didn't constantly assert her value to the opportunistic circle she courted, the door could close in her face. Just being Ghislaine was never enough, and therein lies the tragedy. She was both terrified and ruthless. We are dealing with a very troubled human being. That observation comes from someone who met Ghislaine once in September 1991 while her father was still alive. Ghislaine was broken long before she moved to New York. Nicola believes that, ghastly as her father was, the contrasting saintliness of her mother, Betty, has been over-egged. What kind of mother are you if you don't stand up to a man who is so psychologically so abusive to your children? Asked Nicola. Betty Maxwell's devotion to Maxwell meant that in one major respect she failed all her children, Ghislaine most of all. Their protection took second place to her desire to appease Robert. Ghislaine's last time with her father was in his London office before he flew off to Gibraltar. He was looking for an apartment in New York, a sort of pied-à-terre where he could talk and have meetings, and he wanted me to help him. He asked me to go and see a particular apartment. He said, if you like it, I'll make time to see it and come to New York. By the autumn of 1991, her father was running out of road. For a time he had pursued his secretary, Andrea Martin, until he learnt, most likely from having her phone bugged, that she was having an affair with the Daily Mirror's foreign editor, Nick Davies. The reporter recorded one ghastly scene between the aging Lothario and his extremely reluctant target. Davies recalled Andrea phoning him from the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, in tears, distraught, frightened. She told me that Maxwell had walked into her room that morning, while she was only in her dressing gown, and had tried to force himself on her, trying to kiss her as she fought him off, shouting at him to stop, hitting out at him as she struggled to escape his bear-like arms. Eventually she quit, but Davies said that Maxwell would phone up Andrea Martin most days, sometimes just chatting, sometimes begging, beseeching her to come back, to no avail. Maxwell was no longer taking care of his personal hygiene. In his penthouse flat, he was using cloth towels to wipe his bottom, discarding them on the floor for his Filipino staff to clear up. He'd run out of love, pity, and money, full stop. Time, then, to go for a short cruise in the middle of the Atlantic on the Lady Ghislaine. Chapter 4. Lost at Sea. On the 5th of November 1991, Kenny Lennox, the star photographer at the Daily Mirror, was preparing to go on a routine assignment. Kenny is Scottish, brave, and a Fleet Street legend. 1 year previously, he'd captured the moment when Margaret Thatcher left Downing Street for the very last time as Prime Minister by car. Kenny managed to get a shot of her through the window of her limousine, sitting in the back, weeping her eyes out. It's a stunning image of how power, or the loss of it, can break the strongest of people. Kenny recalls in his lovely Scottish burr, I was just about to leave the Daily Mirror to go on a job, and the editor's secretary said, don't go anywhere. Richard wants to see you. Richard Stott was the editor of the Daily Mirror at the time. Close the door, he said. Nothing I'm saying to you must get out of here. It will affect the future of the Daily Mirror. The old man, as Stott called Maxwell, has gone overboard from his yacht in the Canaries. Stott asked Kenny to accompany Betty Maxwell on the flight down to Tenerife. When Kenny Lennox arrived in the Canaries with Betty, he was taken aside to make the first identification of the body. He told me what Maxwell looked like when alive. Giant of a man, huge man. He must have weighed at the time in the region of 20 stone, roughly equivalent to 280 pounds or 127 kilograms. He was big, raven-haired, jowly, protruding tummy, but very imposing. A big, big man with a big, big personality. Betty recalls landing and being immediately confronted by a throng of press photographers and, to her horror, seeing a helicopter land nearby and a large stretcher with a white blanket being removed and taken into the base. Kenny was taken to the mess of the air-sea rescue people to identify Maxwell. They had asked him if he had any identification marks, and Kenny suggested a black mole behind his left ear. That confirmed it. The corpse was Maxwell. He only had one mark on his shoulder, one broad graze, not a narrow thing, tapering off on his left shoulder. Otherwise, I know this sounds ridiculous. He looked great. He was lying there, his tummy had flattened out, and there were no distortions. He wasn't bleached. He wasn't in the water that long. I know this sounds ridiculous, but he looked good. Betty locked up her grief and retained her composure the whole time. But Ghislaine, then aged 29, suffered the loss of her father hugely. Kenny Lennox recalled, she was decimated. She was weeping really hard about her daddy. She did everything with her daddy. I think he decided everything she did in life. She went to football matches with him. She was dressed up as his escort some nights when he did stuff in the city. He decided everything about her life. She lived the life of an adult, but Robert Maxwell treated her like his baby. The family decided that Ghislaine should meet the press, and she rehearsed her speech over and over again. Every time she got to bits about her daddy, the poor thing just fell apart again. It was very moving to watch a young girl do all this. Only one of Maxwell's 7 surviving children believes he was murdered, Ghislaine. In 1997, Hello Magazine's cover story was its interview with Ghislaine, in which she said there was no evidence of suicide or a heart attack. I think he was murdered. One thing I'm sure about is that he did not commit suicide. That was just not consistent with his character. Ian Maxwell disagrees with his youngest sister on this critical matter. Ghislaine is very clear that she believes that he was murdered. She is the only member of the family, to my knowledge, who holds that position, and she's never demurred from it. Because I disagree with her on that subject, and because she is immovable, we've stopped discussing it. Let's examine the theory that Robert Maxwell was murdered. There were 2 autopsies, one immediately after the body was found in the Canaries, and a second, more professional job carried out in Israel shortly before his burial on the Mount of Olives by local pathologists and Britain's then leading forensic pathologist, Dr. Ian West. 2 months after his death, Parry Match reported that the Israeli autopsy found several bruises on Maxwell's face, shoulders, stomach and calves, pointing to him being beaten before he went over the side. Parry Match quoted Loic Le Ribot, a French police forensic expert, who said that, according to the photos, it is highly probable that the victim was hit on the back of the head with a blunt instrument. But remember, Kenny Lennox saw only the graze on his shoulder, and that points to the bruises or injuries having been caused after death by the first Spanish post-mortem. Kenny Lennox is a reliable witness. Could Maxwell have been bumped off by Mossad to rehearse Henry Kissinger's zinger? Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean that there aren't people out to get me. Maxwell had both paranoia and enemies in spades. Ari Ben-Menashe spent 10 years working with Israeli military intelligence, Amman, from 1977 to 1987. Ben-Menashe claimed that Maxwell had been assassinated by Mossad for trying to blackmail it. He's quoted in a book, Epstein, Dead Men Tell No Tales, as saying that he ran Robert Maxwell as his agent, and that Maxwell introduced Ghislaine and Epstein to Israeli intelligence, after which they engaged in a blackmail operation for Israel. Epstein was taking photos of politicians fucking 14-year-old girls, if you want to get it straight. They, Epstein and Maxwell, would just blackmail people like that. Ben-Menashe claimed that Robert Maxwell had been assassinated after attempting to blackmail Mossad. He really lost his compass once he started these games with people. There is no documentary evidence, no piece of paper, no photograph, no email chain, no other source backing up the claim that Jeffrey Epstein and Robert Maxwell ever met. The critical question is, how reliable is the word of Ari Ben-Menashe? He did work for Amman True. This has been corroborated by his former boss, Amman's deputy director, Moshe Hebroni. Ben Menashe served directly under me. He had access to very, very sensitive material. But Ben Menashe also testified that he personally witnessed George H.W. Bush meet members of the Iranian government in Paris in October 1980, part of a secret Republican Party plot to keep the 52 U.S. hostages held in Iran for longer until President Jimmy Carter would lose the 1980 presidential election to Ronald Reagan. This was Ben Menashe's so-called October surprise. A committee of the U.S. House of Congress investigated and concluded Ben Menashe's testimony is impeached by documents and is riddled with inconsistencies and factual misstatements which undermine his credibility. Based on the documentary evidence available, the task force has determined that Ben Menashe's account of the October meetings, like his other October surprise allegations, is a total fabrication. ABC News said he failed a lie detector test, big time. On a scale of reliability from 0 to -8, he scored -7. The journalist Craig Unger wrote of Ben Menashe, listen to him, trust him, print his story verbatim, then sit round and watch your career go up in flames. That said, there is credible evidence pointing towards, but not proving, Jeffrey Epstein running a blackmail operation against powerful men, and there is also credible evidence pointing towards, but not proving, his links to United States intelligence agencies, most likely the Central Intelligence Agency, and that he may have used those connections as leverage with law enforcement. But the source is not Ari Ben Menashe. When the FBI raided Epstein's mansion in 2019, they found a fake Austrian passport in Epstein's safe, with a photo of Epstein but a false name. The home address given in the passport was in Saudi Arabia. Business associates in the late 1980s said Epstein was close to Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi arms dealer uncle of Jamal Khashoggi, the dissident who in 2018 got hacked to bits with a bone saw by a group ultimately reporting to Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, also known as MBS, also known to the opposition in exile as Mr. Bonesaw. The Crown Prince firmly denies this charge. We will turn to the evidence on whether Epstein was working in some capacity for the CIA in greater depth later. On Robert Maxwell being murdered, there is no evidence on means, none at all. And the evidence on motive is tin hat stuff. Robert Maxwell was a monster in the way that he dealt with his family and staff, but there's no evidence that he crossed the Soviet, Israeli, and all British intelligence services. The Soviets and the Israelis had lots of far more important targets to worry about than a crooked media mogul they quite liked. The idea that MI6 would knock off anyone like Robert Maxwell is silly. He probably helped MI6 back in the day. Besides, the service is far more risk-averse than painted by John le Carré. Ian Fleming was a fantasist. The boring version, that Britain's spies spend their time sipping mineral water in meeting rooms and are led by conformists and milquetoasts, the kind of people who always thrive inside great British institutions, is less exciting, but more credible. Roy Greenslade, no friend of the British state or its intelligence agencies, has studied the context. By late 1991, Maxwell's finances were in dire trouble, the banks closing in. Goldman Sachs, long-time buyers of Maxwell's stock, were dumping their shares. The Maxwell Communications Corporation was tanking so badly it was about to crash out of the FTSE 100, which would mean that the big institutions, the pension funds and the like, would cash in their shares robotically. The Swiss Bank Corporation has told Kevin Maxwell, and he had told his father they would go to the fraud squad unless £60 million capital was repaid in full on 5th of November, the day Robert Maxwell was lost at sea. Maxwell was about to be revealed as broke and worse. Greenslade noted that the day before, Maxwell had enjoyed watching his private jet tip its wings as it flew past the Lady Ghislaine, a rather sombre farewell gesture for someone with his life ahead of him. Murder or suicide? I asked Greenslade. I'm absolutely convinced that it was suicide. The overarching theme is that this was a man who could not face the ignominy of jail, of being found out as a liar and a fraudster. Greenslade listed 3 factors that point to suicide. First, his cabin, the stateroom, was locked from the inside by a man used to walking about naked on the boat. He took the trouble to get up, put a dressing gown on and lock his cabin door. That suggests to Greenslade intent, but he obviously wanted to conceal from the crew that he was going over. Second, the background of a man who is about to be found out. Third, his strange behaviour the previous day, watching his plane fly over, his generally good mood with the rest of the crew, which was unusual. All of this suggests that for me, this was a man who committed suicide when the balance of his mind was finally undisturbed. Reality suddenly kicked in, and for me, the murder theory is a nonsense. Nick Davies recalls towards the end how not just depressed and self-pitying Maxwell had become in conversation, but sometimes suicidal. Sometimes, Maxwell said, I don't know why I go on. Everything I try, people turn against me. I've got no friends, no one I can turn to, no one to share my life with. Sometimes I think I should just end it all, just throw myself out of the window. I sometimes feel I can't go on. Davies believed Maxwell killed himself. He knew he was finished and he couldn't bear the ignominy of being torn to shreds by the wolves. That, and the one person he wanted, Andrea Martin, he couldn't have. There is a third possibility, favoured by Richard Ingram's. Maxwell's old enemy never thought he was murdered. Ingram's believes there are good grounds for thinking it could be suicide, but prefers a different ending. One of the things we know about Maxwell in his later years was that he had a habit of peeing all over the place, wherever he was. So I think he started to pee into the sea off the back of his boat, and because he was a bit drunk, he fell off, and there was no way that he could have been rescued, because no one was aware that he was there. The night Maxwell's corpse was found in the Atlantic, the mirror team looking after Bessie and Ghislaine Maxwell slept on the Lady Ghislaine. With space tight, Kenny Lennox ended up sleeping on Robert Maxwell's bed. He would get up in the night to pee, and he didn't pee in the loo. He pulled the door open and stepped out onto the transom to pee off the back. There was not a rail, but 3 wires, Kenny explained. They would have come up to the top of my thighs. Kenny is of average height, a lot shorter than Maxwell, so there's a lot of weight above the wires. He used to go around naked, by the way. Now, if that boat lurched at sea, I'm a dinghy sailor, and my bum is always in the water. I know that in the flattest of seas, sometimes you get a bump coming from nowhere. Suicide or murder? I asked Kenny. Neither. Accident. Kenny acknowledges that the pressures on Maxwell were immense, but Robert Maxwell thought he was bulletproof, that he could wriggle out of it eventually. The summer after Maxwell went overboard, Giles Brandreth was on a Pallas's gin palace in the Mediterranean when they came across the yacht that had been called the Lady Ghislaine. In the harbour we passed Robert Maxwell's yacht. It is smaller than I imagined, but I don't think he could have toppled over the ship's rail by accident. Either he jumped or he was pushed. Heading the list of people who are convinced that Maxwell killed himself is his ancient enemy, Rupert Murdoch. I remember I got a call one morning saying that he just disappeared off his boat. I said straight away, he jumped. He knew the banks were closing in. I can't give any other explanation. If he jumped, Then how come the graze on the shoulder noted by Kenny Lennox? What would be the explanation for that? Chester Stern, in his book Dr. Ian West's Casebook, sets out some possible scenarios written in a report by West's wife, also a pathologist, Vesna Jurovic. She theorized that the shoulder muscles got torn because Maxwell's immense weight was borne by one hand, hanging onto the rail. The pathologist Dr. West found no evidence for homicide, but it remains a possibility because he could not exclude it. He did not think Maxwell died of a heart attack. Without the background of a man who is in financial trouble, and who knew it, I would probably say accident. As it is, there are probably only a few percentage points between the two main options, but I favour suicide. The insurance syndicate running Maxwell's life policy accepted his verdict. It just so happened this meant they believed they didn't have to cough up £20 million to the Maxwell family. For what it's worth, my view is I cannot rule out accident, and it is possible that Maxwell fell to his death while pissing off the side of his yacht, like Richard Ingram's I get the dark poetry of that particular ending. But suicide is much more common than people think it is, 10 times more likely than murder. There are roughly 10 suicides per 100,000 people a year in the United Kingdom, and roughly 11 murders per 1 million in England and Wales. Men kill themselves more often than women. Ex-soldiers kill themselves more often than civilians. Maxwell knew he faced not just disgrace, but prison. People who intend to commit suicide often change their minds in mid-attempt. So it's entirely plausible that he did try to kill himself, climbed over the rail, stood unsteadily on the slippery bit of the hull beyond the rail wires, had second thoughts, but then the yacht hit a bump, and over the side he went. He clung onto the rail wire for as long as he could hold out, then slipped into the sea, his screams for help drowned by the roar of the mighty ocean, the lights of the Lady Ghislaine slowly fading to black. From this point onwards, Ghislaine shears off from the rest of her family in believing that dark forces killed her father. There's no good evidence of that. She is detached from reality. There was something cultish about Robert Maxwell's hold over Betty and the whole family. Reflecting on a letter he wrote to her in 1945, Betty acknowledges that the whole family were somehow locked into his personality cult. So Ghislaine's own mother suggested that her daughter had been in a kind of cult, its kind of messiah, her father. Robert Maxwell's was not a classic cult. He didn't have a horde of suckers on their knees in a kind of church, handing over their money in return for fake enlightenment. He didn't need to. He was conning the banks and stealing from his workers' pensions. But the unconditional love he demanded, the fear he generated, the messiah-like intensity of everything he did, the constant humiliation of his underlings, his wife, his children, all of those close to him, the paranoia, the spying on people, the hyperbolic legal aggression, firing off writs here, there, and everywhere. All of that is very cultish. In 2007, I went toe-to-toe with the Church of Scientology, infamously losing my temper with Sea Org High Priest Tommy Davis. Bear with me. There is a point to this diversion. It is fair to report that the Church of Scientology says that I am a liar, a bigot, and psychotic. For my part, I believe Scientology to be a brainwashing space alien cult, masquerading as a religion to avoid tax and scrutiny. Ranged against me at the time were a host of private eyes, lawyers, and Scientology celebrities. Among them were the Church's former head of its Office of Special Affairs, Mike Rinder, and the Hollywood actor Leah Remini. Both Rinder and Rimini have since left Scientology, along with a host of others. What is striking about those leaving Scientology is that it takes them years before they fully leave, before their minds are clear of the brainwashing. Rinder, for example, was still honouring the wisdom of L. Ron Hubbard when I met him 3 years after he'd walked out on the church. Now he is far more critical. I describe people who had just left as outs and people who had properly washed their brains. This takes time. As out-outs. Betty Maxwell, in her memoir, reflects the self-doubt and the agonizing that afflicts so many ex-cult victims when she writes about Bob. In her introduction, he was not the degenerate monster the press had invented. But once she starts setting out the facts, he becomes messianic, despotic, sadistic, monstrous. What is so troubling about Ghislaine is that there is no evidence that she ever left the cult of Robert Maxwell, and her belief that he was murdered, but she is still a believer. Ian Maxwell recalled the moment he found out that his father was dead, having been lost at sea, to Rosie Kinchin of the Sunday Times in 2018. Ian felt exhilarated to be free of this extraordinary alpha male presence in my life, and at the same time incredibly scared as to what the future would look like without him. Robert Maxwell's legacy has poisoned relations for the surviving children. Ian Maxwell tiptoed around this when he spoke to the Sunday Times. Anne and Philip Maxwell, the two oldest children, were said to have suffered horribly at his hands. Ian replied, "I think it is fair to say that there are some within the house who are more critical and prepared to enunciate that criticism than others." Where would he put Ghislaine? I'm nearer the positive than the negative end of that scale. I think she would be with me. I suspect that the truth is it's worse than that. That Ghislaine still loves her father and has never come to terms with who the real man was, an abusive monster, a thing of evil. This is the second act, if you like, in her tragedy. She is charming, extraordinarily well-connected, but suffers from a fundamental disordering of her grip on reality. Her father buried, she goes to Manhattan, where she is about to step on the same rake twice. Chapter 5. Manhattan. 1 month after the death of her father, disgrace boomeranged into Ghislaine Maxwell. The Daily Mirror discovered that Maxwell had been looting their pension fund to the tune of £400 million more. The newspaper group that had mourned the man who saved the Mirror now discovered it had been a monster all along. The Daily Mirror called her father rogue, crook, bully, thief, megalomaniac, gangster, what is known in the Fleet Street milk bars as a reverse ferret, when you argue with a passionate ferocity against exactly what you'd been saying the day before yesterday with the same passionate ferocity. The shame broke her for a time. A friend of Ghislaine was reported saying, now she was the shattered child of a man described as a monster, his name forever equated to scandal. She was catatonic, the friend said. It hit her in a way that scared people. Recovery, closure over his death, was all the harder because no one knew for certain how he had died. The conspiracy theories about his death spiraled out of control. Vanity Fair picked out 5. 1, that he committed suicide rather than face his financial crimes. 2, he died aboard his yacht while engaged in sex with a mistress. 3, he fell overboard during his regular post-midnight piss over the railings. 4, he was murdered by British security agents, panicked that he'd taken possession of tapes that could incriminate the MI6 intelligence service in crime and espionage. 5, he was injected with a poisonous syringe by frogmen sent by his Mossad spy masters to silence him from revealing their secret arms deals. I believe suicide, but think accident is possible. The Guardian ran a nonsense story suggesting the corpse identified by Kenny Lennox and Betty Maxwell was a body double, and that Maxwell had absconded to some far-flung destination. The nastier British tabloids told lurid tales of her father's sex orgies with midget Filipino hookers. It was a grim time for all the Maxwells. The year 1992, Betty writes in her memoir, was the worst in her life, describing the experience as like being raped in public. Note that Betty does not regard the year in which her husband died as the worst year. Down the track, the James Bond scriptwriting team started work on Tomorrow Never Dies, in which the baddie, a megalomaniac British media baron, ends up falling from his yacht in a punchline delivered by Judi Dench, playing M as hardcore as they come. A tribute, then, but not a good one. Ghislaine, who had been completely protected from negative newspaper coverage by the power of her father, by what Kelvin Mackenzie calls the non-pissing pact, now got it with both barrels. When she was spotted flying back from London to New York via Concorde, a ludicrously expensive way of crossing the Atlantic, the Mirror pensioners howled with rage. Peter Lord Mandelson, the oleaginous consigliere of Tony Blair, was a very close friend of Ghislaine Maxwell. I think she had a very tough time when she arrived in New York. Someone told me she had nothing and literally had to remake herself from scratch. Ghislaine was evicted from the Maxwell Company flat in New York, telling a friend, "They took everything, even the cutlery." The friend tells reporter Ed Klein from Vanity Fair, "She was broke. The family was broke. This girl who was brought up in luxury, and bang, everything was taken from her." Klein visited her in her New York apartment shortly before Christmas 1991. He described a picture of human misery, the floor strewn with newspaper clippings about her father, hundreds of letters of condolence on a desk waiting for a reply. Klein had heard about a racy, glamorous social flibbertigibbet, squired by actor George Hamilton at the Derby, who skied with him at Aspen, who had attended the Kerry Kennedy-Andrew Cuomo wedding. The broken woman in front of him was not that person. Ghislaine told Klein, "He wasn't a crook. A thief to me is somebody who steals money. Do I think that my father did that? No." She bemoaned her lot. "I'm surviving just. But I can't just die quietly in a corner. I have to believe that something good will come out of this mess." About that, she turned out to be wrong. Vassie Chamberlain, who had first met Ghislaine in London in 1990, renewed the acquaintance in New York around this time. Back in London, Ghislaine had been the life and soul of fun, not in New York. This time, talking to her was hard work. If a piece of the puzzle was missing when I first met her, it was firmly in place by the time we met again in New York in 1992, at a party in a downtown loft not long after her father's death. At this party, Ghislaine looked unkempt, shell-shocked, vibrating with anger and bitterness. Grief and anger, yes, but at least some of Ghislaine's Cinderella act was a show. She enjoyed a trust fund established in Liechtenstein by her father, yielding an income of about £80,000 a year. So, to put it mildly, she wasn't flat broke. And when she met Klein, the reporter from Vanity Fair, shortly before Christmas 1991, she didn't let on her big news. She did tell him that the Maxwell family would regroup and get back on track. "It's sad for my mother. It's sad to have lost my dad. It's sad for my brothers. But I would say, we'll be back. Watch this space." What she didn't say was that the space had already been filled by one of the richest men in New York City. A photograph captures Ghislaine at an event honouring the memory of Robert Maxwell on the 24th of November 1991, just 3 weeks after his death, in the Trump Plaza Hotel in Manhattan. Ghislaine is sitting at a table populated with champagne glasses. She's wearing a brilliant blue caftan thingy over her top. To the right of the picture is the Odd Couple TV star, Tony Randall, looking like the most uncomfortable gooseberry on the whole planet. To the left, laughing at a joke, is Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine is staring at Epstein, fascinated by him. They look like lovers, or people about to be lovers very soon. The photograph proves that Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein knew each other in the same month that her father died, but not how long the relationship had been going on. Like Robert Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein came from a poor Jewish family, very much on the wrong side of the tracks, but made his own way in life. Like her father too, Epstein had cunning, drive, intelligence. Epstein was born in 1953 and grew up in Seagate, Coney Island, which is one of the furthest parts of Brooklyn from Manhattan, and therefore one of the most working class and least fashionable. His dad was a gardener for the Parks Department, his mum a school assistant. He had one younger brother, Mark. Epstein went to ordinary local schools, was strikingly good at maths, and ended up at New York University, but dropped out in June 1974. He started the autumn term teaching at Dalton School on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, one of the poshest private schools in the United States. Former pupils include Tony Blinken, President Biden's current Secretary of State, Anderson Cooper, the CNN journalist, Claire Danes, the actor in Homeland, and Sean Lennon, son of John and Yoko. The headmaster who is believed to have appointed him was Donald Barr, the father of President Trump's Attorney General, William Barr. Like everywhere else at the time, that autumn of 1974, the school was going through what we now call culture wars. Nixon had just resigned. Conservative values were mocked. Barr was strict, keen on stopping marijuana use, beefing up the academic side of things. There is a photograph of Epstein in front of a blackboard at Dalton, his incisors glinting in the light, his hair a dark shag, a wolf in wolf's clothing. Former students told the New York Times that he used to show up at parties where students were drinking. Epstein stood out for his attention to girls in hallways and classrooms. I can remember thinking at the time, "This is wrong," said Scott Spicer, who graduated from Dalton in 1976. Fellow student Millicent Young remembered observing Epstein flirting with girls at the school. There was a real clarity of the inappropriateness of the behaviour, that this isn't how adult male teachers conduct themselves, Miss Young said. What was really going on inside Epstein's mind when he was teaching at Dalton School came to light when Ghislaine Maxwell commissioned a comedy roast by entertainer Christopher Mason for Jeffrey Epstein's 40th birthday in January 1993. Mason is now uneasy at the memory of the roast. She wanted me to mention that when Epstein was teaching at the Dalton School, he was the subject of many schoolgirl crushes. At the time, Mason thought it was kind of an odd thing to want in a song about a man who appears to be your boyfriend, but she clearly thought that was something that was going to amuse him. Another odd thing that she wanted me to say was that he had 24-hour erections. Mason went along with this stuff, feeling it to be brash, possibly hyperbolic. She had a mischievous wit. When the night came, Mason was surprised that the party was tiny, only Epstein, Ghislaine, and 6 or 7 men, including Les Wexner, the billionaire boss of the Victoria's Secret chain. Here's the roast, so wittily delivered. Poor Jeffrey Epstein is 40, oy vey. Life must be tough, his hair is already so grey. He sure looks older, but it's clear from his smile, the older he gets, the more juvenile. Ghislaine is lavishing him with her affections. She claims he has 24-hour erections. Sounds like he's busy. Now, ain't that berserk? How does he find the time to get off to work? Mason read out some of the roast for a video for the Mail Online, but the recitation stopped before the end of the poem. The Daily Mail printed the ending, and it went like this. He wakes when the cock crows while everyone slumbers. He rivals Einstein when crunching those numbers. He tours at Dalton, the naughty boy blushes. To think of schoolgirls and all of their crushers. On the evidence of the Chris Mason roast alone, you would have thought Ghislaine might have picked up that Epstein had a thing about underage girls, and that thing was not good. Epstein could not have got away with what he did for so long without two things: his money, tons of it, and Ghislaine Maxwell. New York investment banker Ewan Relly used to hang out with a couple back in the 1990s. The New York Times reported Relly found Epstein elusive to the point of imperiousness, only appearing at dinner parties when all the guests had sat down. For Relly, the attraction was Ghislaine, the charming, likeable front person. A big part of the reason people talked to him was because of Ghislaine. Let's look at how Epstein became a multi-millionaire. It's a mystery, made more puzzling by the gossip that Robert Maxwell's ill-gotten gains are lurking somewhere below the surface. In June 1976, Epstein was asked to leave Dalton School for poor performance under something of a cloud, a characteristic of the young Epstein. But a second personality trait surfaced at the same time: his extraordinary ability to manipulate rich and powerful men to bend them to his will. One of the parents at Dalton was Alan C. Ace Greenberg of Bear Stearns, the bank that later went bust in 2006 for borrowing too many billions against the junkiest of junk bonds. Back in the 1970s, Greenberg offered Epstein a job, and the boy from the wrong side of the tracks was on the make. Smart, clever, Epstein was doing well when 5 years after joining the company, he was asked to leave because of a violation of compliance rules. Naughty, but not, on the face of it, criminal. Epstein set up his own company, Intercontinental Assets Group, the pitch being to help clients get back stolen money from bent brokers and lawyers. Epstein was, in effect, a high-end bounty hunter, and he was good at picking up scalps. One grateful punter was the Spanish film star Ana Obregón, best known for her role as Bo Derrick's pal in the 1984 movie Bolero. She hit the British tabloid headlines sometime later when rumours about an affair with then Real Madrid and England international football player David Beckham surfaced. Beckham's wife, Victoria, gloriously challenged her. "Why would he be interested in an old lady like you? Leave my husband alone," amid unflattering descriptions of the then 50-year-old as a geriatric Barbie. Anna denied any impropriety. In the early 1980s, her father had lost a ton of money invested in Drysdale Securities Corporation when it went bust. Epstein stepped in to help out in 1982 and got power of attorney, another trait emerging from Anna over any monies he recovered, and her gratitude. Later, Anna said, "I know he's had some problems. I don't want anything to do with that." The reporter Edward J. E.J. Epstein, no relation, first met Jeffrey Epstein at a large Halloween party in Manhattan in 1987. The journalist found him bright and charming, but not that well off. He lived on the Upper East Side, but in a one-bedroom apartment for free because there was a rent strike at the time. Very quickly, Jeffrey Epstein's cool veneer started to crack. He conned people into thinking that he lived in the penthouse by inviting guests up to the communal roof garden and getting a deli to deliver food. He told EJ that he was a financial bounty hunter, but his talk of tracking down money for shady people in sunny places, such as Andorra, Fiji, Gibraltar, and the Cayman Islands, made the reporter wonder that he might be hiding money in those places too. Jeffrey Epstein was a business partner for a time with Stephen Hoffenberg, who ran Towers International, a bailiff company with dreams of grandeur. EJ found Hoffenberg striking because he had a bodyguard who carried a gun. Jeffrey Epstein was smart with the new tech, which was beginning to change everything in finance in the world, but not that smart. To impress EJ, he gave him a program that allowed the reporter to access his computer remotely via a telephone modem. That was very state-of-the-art, but it provided a window into Jeffrey Epstein's business that was not good. E.J. logged in to read letters from people demanding money. One New York financier wrote that a check from Jeffrey Epstein for $83,000 had bounced for a second time. In early 1989, E.J. fell out with Jeffrey Epstein because he didn't trust him. For example, once E.J. was flying to Spain, cattle class. Jeffrey magically converted his ticket into a first-class one. The free upgrade didn't work because at the airport E.J. was told his ticket was fake. What Jeffrey had done was to get hold of a cache of first-class upgrade stickers and attach one to E.J.'s cheap ticket, hoping that the check-in staff wouldn't notice. E.J. wrote in the Daily Mail decades later, "Everything about Epstein was a con. I never thought, here's an honest guy." Around the end of the 1980s, Jeffrey Epstein split with Hoffenberg and created his own financial management vehicle, J. Epstein and Company, the spin being that he only looked after clients with $1 billion in assets or more. I put to Hoffenberg a rumour going around the houses that Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein had been in business together. Hoffenberg told me, yes, they were friends. I was involved with working and being part of Jeffrey Epstein's world for 9 years. Robert Maxwell was a very important social and business connection of Epstein's. This raises the possibility that Epstein helped hide Robert Maxwell's dirty money away from the Mirror pensioners and that the true source of Epstein's wealth was Maxwell's dark gold rather than his debt-collecting malarkey. Is this story that Epstein may have ended up with pots of Robert Maxwell's crooked money, the holy grail of Maxwellology, true? The Daily Telegraph filed the rumour, an apocryphal but tantalising story, that Ghislaine had searched her father's papers on the yacht the day after he died, and she found a reference to a New York financier who had helped Maxwell squirrel away misbegotten funds offshore. His name was Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine's old friend from London, Vassie Chamberlain, was astonished to discover that the daughter of a disgraced crook was now living the life of Riley in New York. I remember thinking, but with what money? Chamberlain had a source, a New Yorker working on or around Wall Street, who told her, "My personal belief is that Epstein had been hiding money siphoned off by Robert Maxwell. I believe it was Jeffrey who laundered Maxwell's money." The source set out their logic, that Epstein was never a money manager, but someone who structured offshore funds to hide or recover money. The source noted that the second Ghislaine landed in New York, she was all of a sudden very chummy with Jeffrey. Then he started spending on a different level, suddenly buying these extraordinary townhouses. But did Ghislaine's father meet a new lover? Is the story true? The source asserting that Robert Maxwell knew Jeffrey Epstein is Stephen Hoffenberg, and in turn, his source was Robert Maxwell's Israeli handler. When I interviewed Hoffenberg for the Hunting Ghislaine podcast, I interrupted Hoffenberg's flow right there. Who did? Sorry, say that again. Robert Maxwell's Israeli handler reported that substantially in his book, that they did know each other and that Robert Maxwell was endorsing Jeffrey Epstein. That's been reported. His handler is... Who is that? Not Ari Ben-Menashe? Yes. Attentive listeners will recall that Ari Ben-Menashe claimed that Robert Maxwell was murdered by Mossad, and that he himself saw George H.W. Bush in Paris meet with the Iranian government. This latter claim was found to be a fabrication. But what about Hoffenberg himself? How reliable is the word of the former CEO of Towers Financial? His company collapsed in 1993, and Hoffenberg pleaded guilty to cheating investors out of $475 million. He served 18 years in prison for what the Securities and Exchange Commission called one of the largest Ponzi schemes in history. So, the two people who openly claim that Robert Maxwell knew Jeffrey Epstein are a fantasist and a convicted fraudster. This being the land of Maxwelliana, that does not mean it is not true. It is possible that the two men did meet, as we shall see. The common-sense argument against Epstein hiding Maxwell's pirate gold in a sunny place for shady people is that at the end of his life, the media mogul was desperate to lay his hands on hard cash. If he had had £60 million in an offshore bank account, he would have given it to the Swiss Bank Corporation to get them off his back. As we've seen, he told his Russian mistress at the fag end of his life that he didn't care very much for Betty and most of his children. So the notion of leaving a pot of treasure for the kids is to misread Robert Maxwell. There is a perfectly good explanation for Epstein's immense wealth from the early 90s onwards, and it has nothing to do with the House of Maxwell. Sometime in the late 1980s, Epstein met Les Wexner, the multi-billionaire owner of a fashion empire, its best-known brands being Abercrombie and Fitch and lingerie chain Victoria's Secret. The two men became close friends. The precise nature of that relationship is disputed. There are some cold, hard facts here. In July 1991, Les Wexner, then just 53 years old, signed a power of attorney granting Epstein the right to, quote, sign, seal, execute such checks, drafts, deeds, leases, mortgages, bills, bonds, notes, receipts, as he saw fit. Epstein ended up with power over Wexner's fortune. There was a ton of money to be made right there, simply by taking a modest percentage of Wexner's billions for handling his affairs and reducing his tax bite by, as they say, astute wealth management. Epstein bought Wexner's plane for $10 million and his Manhattan mansion for $20 million. In the summer of 2019, Wexner issued a statement saying Epstein had misappropriated vast sums of money from him and his family. His statement points to Wexner realizing he'd been ripped off in 2007. Tax records reportedly indicated that Epstein made a $46 million transfer to a Wexner charitable fund in January 2008. What is striking, however, is that Wexner said nothing public about what appears to be the theft of $46 million for 11 years, until Epstein was arrested a second time. It's almost as if Epstein still had a hold over Wexner. The multi-billionaire statement continued, I am embarrassed that, like so many others, I was deceived by Mr. Epstein. I know now that my trust in him was grossly misplaced, and I deeply regret having ever crossed his path. Let's return to the moment in November 1992, when Ghislaine was photographed flying from London to New York on Concorde, causing howls of rage from Mirror pensioners. The Mail on Sunday had the story behind the story, that the tickets were most likely picked up not by her, but by the rich man she was travelling with, Epstein. It was the first article to document the relationship between Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, and the first article to profile the American. The story was written by Michael Robotham, now a thriller writer. He reported on the new man in her life, Jeffrey Epstein, a shadowy, almost maverick New York property developer. The article, dated the 15th of November 1992, implied that the couple had been an item for more than a year, so that places the relationship starting sometime roughly before her father's death, and thus again restokes the possibility that Epstein and Robert Maxwell might have met and might have had a business relationship. What is fascinating about Robotham's article is that it is extraordinarily well informed about Epstein long before he was a household name. It is full of private detail, the kind of stuff that is never easy for a reporter to work out without inside information. For example, that Epstein's telephone number is listed under the name Jeffrey Edwards. Robotham links Epstein to the CIA and Mossad, suggests he'd been a concert pianist and a maths teacher at an exclusive girls' school, and that he was a corporate spy hired by big businesses to uncover money that had been embezzled. That is the Epstein legend as Epstein or his familiar would have liked it. The other side of the story That Epstein was a creepy perv kicked out of a fancy private school, then kicked out of a big player on Wall Street for cooking the books, then working alongside a big Ponzi fraudster, doesn't get a look in. Fancy that. There are persistent rumours that Epstein was involved in intelligence, both with the CIA and Mossad, but contrariwise, if you are an upmarket debt collector, spreading those very rumours may be a smart thing to do. Real spooks stay in the shadows. Like everyone else, Rowbottom was intrigued by the mystery of where Epstein's wealth came from, contrasting his inexhaustible supply of money, his Rolls-Royce, his fabulous art collection, with a lack of public knowledge of its true source. Rowbottom clocked Epstein's key business relationship with Les Wexner. Rowbottom refers obliquely to Ghislaine's previous lovers, before quoting a friend saying, "Jeffrey is much more like her father." You can say that again. Rowbottom's source was very well placed, clearly close to Ghislaine, so much so that the thought occurred to me that she might have been the source herself. After all, if Ghislaine and her family are being roundly abused because she was seen to be flying on Concorde, but the man paying the bill was Epstein, then it could be in her interest and that of the wider Maxwell clan for the relationship to be out in the open. Puzzled, I got in touch with Rowbottom through 2 literary agencies that represent him. There was no reply. This, then, is the 3rd act of Ghislaine Maxwell's tragedy. She is so broken by her grief and the disgrace that dogged anyone bearing the Maxwell name, she makes the single greatest mistake of her life. She falls in love with Jeffrey Epstein. The first video of the couple together is from 1992, and on it you can see Ghislaine's great skill at slipping into the shadows. Go to YouTube and dial in "New tape shows Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at Mar-a-Lago party in 1992. It's an outtake from a 1992 NBC TV news package featuring President-to-be Donald Trump throwing a party at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach. Viewer discretion is advised, as the clip looks like a prequel to a downscale porno. Trump, the king of kitsch, the women all big hair, the men predatory, chops a slather. Trump is dressed for the boardroom in dark suit, white shirt and pink tie, sweaty and ogling the women. When Epstein walks into the party, Epstein is prematurely grey, dressing down in a denim shirt, cool, looking like the defrocked math teacher he once was. What's fascinating is that Trump, the great manipulator, fawns over Epstein, craving his good humour, seeking his blessing. It's quite a thing. At 23 seconds in, a woman with dark hair cut in the style of Peter Pan and white blouse momentarily peeks out behind the president-to-be and the paedophile to be convicted. She's camera shy, but for a moment the lens captures her dark eyes a-glitter. Ghislaine Maxwell. She disappears, reappears for a second, is then caught mid-frame for 3 whole seconds from 30 seconds in, and then she's gone. This is classic Ghislaine. You catch a glimpse of her in the background, you're intrigued, but by the time your mind registers her presence, she's vanished. Early on, there is another person talking about Epstein's perverted lust for underage women, the first being the roast performer Christopher Mason, the second being Donald Trump. Epstein and Donald Trump were big pals for a long time. It's clear from the NBC footage they were firm friends in 1992. Down the track, Trump went out of his way to diss his former buddy. In 2019, he told White House reporters, after Epstein had been arrested a second time, "I had a falling out with him. I haven't spoken to him in 15 years. I was not a fan of his, that I can tell you." But in 2002, Trump told New York Magazine, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, placing the start of their friendship back to 1987. Trump continued, "Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. What did the president-to-be know? And when did he know it? By the early 1990s, Ghislaine is running Epstein's diary, if not his life, for him. In 1993, the magazine Yoga Journal ran an advert for a yoga instructor for a private individual. The telephone number given was for Epstein's office. The person to be asked for was Miss Maxwell. She was his organizer, his Uber secretary, and his sometime lover. Ghislaine, according to a friend of the writer, Vanessa Gregoriadis, used to joke about keeping herself painfully thin because Epstein liked thin girls. She said, "I do it the way Nazis did it with the Jews, the Auschwitz diet. I just don't eat." When it comes to the Holocaust, Ghislaine is as crass as her father. Ghislaine wanted Epstein to marry her, her friends say, but he was as much a monster as her father. In Trash, Christina Oxenberg tells the story of how, in 1993, Epstein and Ghislaine conspired to bring Robert Kennedy Jr. into their set by organizing an exhibition to go dinosaur fossil hunting out west on Epstein's plane. Christina's source is anonymous, but someone she calls Tony. But, Christina writes, the snag was that Kennedy showed up at the private airport with a bunch of kids, and they were not the sort of children Epstein had a predilection for. Tony told Christina that when the plane landed in dinosaur country, everyone got out but Epstein, who stayed put, and Tony spotted this strange behavior. The fossil hunting was good fun, and Bobby and the kids enjoyed it, but not Epstein. On the flight back, the plane landed at Chicago, where a beautiful blonde woman appeared. Epstein disappeared with her for 2 hours, while Bobby and the kids waited and waited. Meanwhile, Ghislaine dissolved into a flood of tears. She was inconsolable. Tony remembers someone comforting her, but she never stopped crying. Eventually, Epstein reappeared without the blonde, and the party returned home. Ghislaine's public humiliation, absolute. Throughout this time, Ghislaine never loses a foothold in London. She's there for at least some of the fraud trial of her brothers, which ends in January 1996, and gets to know and befriend Kevin's Anglo-American lawyer, Leah Safian, of whom we will hear more later. Ian only met Epstein once, on a trip to New York after the trial ended. There was little love lost between Ghislaine's older brother and the New York multimillionaire. He was cold. He just didn't exude the warmth of someone who wanted to spend a lot of time with me. In July 1996, coppers in London's Knightsbridge noted a car moving without any lights on at 4:30 a.m. and stopped it. The driver, Ghislaine Maxwell, was breathalyzed and found to be well over the limit. Prosecutor Nazir Afzal, who later became the top officer for the Crown Prosecution Service in the Northwest, told the court that Ghislaine had first explained to the arresting policeman that she was allergic to alcohol and had not had a drink for 4.5 years. The allergy alibi proved to be an easy lie. For this book, researcher Daisy Batter emailed Nazir Afzal, who replied, "She looked ashamed when I told the court that she'd claimed at first to be allergic to alcohol, but no one believed her. I remember her saying that she was something big in the internet world, which given the infancy of the internet was quite something then. I can now claim to be the first person in the world to have successfully prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell. She was banned for a year, and the court, noting that she was a woman of modest means, fined her £1,000. In January 1997, Ghislaine, a woman of moderate means, spent £290,000 buying a mews flat at Kinnerton Street in Belgravia, a flat that becomes infamous 4 years later when she's photographed in it standing next to Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, with his arm around the waist of 17-year-old Virginia Roberts. Back in Manhattan, Ghislaine never shared a house with Epstein. Ian Maxwell told the Sunday Times, "One important point is that they never lived together. He had his place, she had her place. If she was going to see him, she had to ask. This enabled him to lead his life, the life he wanted. This was a man who was highly compartmentalized. Ghislaine was renting her own apartment in the Upper East Side, where she threw her own parties, pretty much like the one described by Nicola Glucksmann. And Vanity Fair reported after her arrest on the bold-faced name Ghislaine, who seemed to be everywhere at once, so socially connected and sexually self-assured that she once hosted a dinner for East Side socialites on the fine art of giving a blowjob, with dildos at each place setting. Epstein moved into Les Wexner's old home, Herbert N. Strauss House on East 71st Street in the Upper East Side of Manhattan in 1995. It was a vast mansion, perhaps the biggest private home with its own front door in the whole of Manhattan, and had originally been a private school. By the turn of the millennium, Epstein was obscenely rich. His property portfolio was totted up by Vanity Fair and consisted of the Manhattan mansion, worth around $77 million at the time of his death, what was thought to be the biggest private ranch in New Mexico, an $18 million, 7,500-acre property named Zorro, which, said Epstein, makes the townhouse look like a shack. A 70-acre island in the U.S. Virgin Islands known as Little St. James, or by its nickname, Little St. Jeff's, and a $6.8 million house on El Brillo Way in Palm Beach, Florida, just down the beach from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. To commute between New York, New Mexico, Florida, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, Epstein had a Gulfstream IV, a helicopter, and a Boeing 727, complete with stock market trading room. His planes came to be collectively nicknamed the Lolita Express, but not by him. When Epstein took over Les Wexner's home in Manhattan, he hung a life-size female doll from a chandelier and decorated the mansion with snaps of his pals: Bill Clinton, Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and Woody Allen, moral titans, one and all. He lined the vast entrance hall with row upon row of glass eyes, manufactured for blinded Tommies in the First World War. How you decorate your home tells you a lot about who you are. Any visitor to Chez Epstein must have been disturbed by the rows and rows of glass eyes. Epstein may have been extremely rich, funny, charismatic. He was also sick. My sense of it is that he was a particular kind of sadist, not one of the flesh, but of the mind. He got some sexual gratification out of watching people wrestle with anxiety. The younger and more innocent the girl, the more scared she was, the better the hit for him. He took pleasure in their fear. When Vanity reporter Vicky Ward visited the Epstein mansion in 2002, there was only one book on view, a paperback copy of the Marquis de Sade's The Misfortunes of Virtue. Maybe the glass eyes were a nod to Epstein's belief system, transhumanism. People who call themselves transhumanists believe that body and mind are perfectible, that man can evolve into a higher form of being. The brain is what really matters, the body being a sum of parts, hence, perhaps, his home decor preference for industrially manufactured eyeballs. Epstein reportedly wanted to use his Zorro ranch in New Mexico to impregnate women to further mankind on its upward trajectory. Epstein was also into cryonics, another branch of junk science, where bodies are deep frozen to be brought back to life in the future. According to the New York Times, Epstein told scientists that he wanted his brain and penis frozen. Doesn't everyone? Down the track, Epstein gave $9 million to Harvard, most of that to set up the university's Program for Evolutionary Dynamics, which sounds like a front for transhumanist claptrap, and was closed down in 2021 with some embarrassment when the most famous university in the United States did a reverse ferret. Back in the day, brainy folk were wined and dined at Epstein's mansion on Dom Perignon bubbly and expensive vintages, even though Epstein did not drink. Some of the scientists were also flown to his private island, Little St. Jeff's. The brain boxers courted by Epstein included the late, great astronomer Stephen Hawking, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Murray Gell-Mann, he who discovered the quark, the paleontologist and evolutionary biologist Stephen Jay Gould, the brain boffin and best-selling author Oliver Sacks, the MIT theoretical physicist Frank Wilczek, the theoretical physicist Lawrence Krauss, the cognitive psychologist Steven Pinker, Martin Nowak, a Harvard professor of mathematics and biology, and George M. Church, a molecular engineer who has worked to identify genes that could be altered to create superior humans. So what attracted these alpha brains to hanging out with Epstein? Was it the intellectual adventure or something else? Much of Epstein's manipulative genius was down to bespoke packaging. He would offer a weekend in Little St. Jeff's or a party in Manhattan discussing higher mathematics and future biology, but the nuts would be handed out by stunningly beautiful models out of a catalogue. Clever men can be rubbish about sex. Who knew? There is, of course, no suggestion that any of the stellar intellects committed any wrongdoing. Some of the great minds are now doing their own reverse ferrets, having been clocked hanging out with Epstein. Professor Church once listed the non-profit Jeffrey Epstein VI entity, the VI stands for Virgin Islands, as a source of his funding. In its 2019 apology for poor awareness of Epstein's sex offender status, Church said that he had nerd tunnel vision. Steven Pinker told the New York Times that Epstein was an intellectual imposter. He would abruptly change the subject, ADD style, dismiss an observation with an adolescent wisecrack. Epstein shunned the limelight, but on one of the few occasions he did allow himself to be taped by Bloomberg News, his musings were on the interface between maths and biology. The idea that people receive pleasure when they get the right answer to a puzzle. When you say pleasure, does that mean there's a bit of dopamine released in the brain? What's going on in someone's head when they have what Duchamp referred to as the aha moment? Marcel Duchamp was a Dadaist, chess player and thinker, who mucked around in the foggy bottom known as the philosophy of perception. But in reality, what you have here is Epstein playing at being clever, not the substance of intellectual hard work. Pinker is right to smell a rat, but it was worse than that. Pinker said that at one session at Harvard, Epstein criticized efforts to reduce starvation and provide health care to the poor, because doing so increased the risk of overpopulation. This smacks of what transhumanism bleeds into, eugenics. The fear is that Epstein's ideology ends up with its adherents playing God over ordinary, boring, lesser people with smaller brains, thinner wallets, and unfrozen penises. Epstein, then, was a kind of genetic or cerebral supremacist. Why bother to worry about people poorer, less interesting, less well-connected than you? As humanity evolves into a higher state of being, these specimens will be left behind. This kind of stuff never ends well. There is no record of Ghislaine ever questioning her boyfriend's philosophy. On this territory, Robert Maxwell was far better than Jeffrey Epstein. After all, Ghislaine's father did actually fight Adolf Hitler's soldiers, whereas Epstein turned out to be a bit of a Nazi. The first great missed opportunity to stop this particular tin god happened in the mid-1990s. Maria Farmer was a beautiful young artist in her early 20s when Epstein and Ghislaine met and took a shine to her. The New York Times reported on Maria's speciality, exploring figures of nudes and adolescence. One of her paintings was done in a voyeuristic style, showing a man in the frame of a doorway, looking at a woman on a sofa. A painting, she said, was inspired by Edgar Degas' famous piece Interior, which is sometimes known as The Rape. This was one of her paintings Epstein wanted to buy. In 1995, the couple set Maria up as the receptionist at his New York mansion. At first, Maria found Ghislaine very likable. She told the New York Times podcast. She was most charming, most eloquent. She was delightful. But then, as in a slow-to-develop horror movie, things happened that didn't add up, or if they did, they were dark. One summer evening, Maria said she got a call to go to Epstein's office. She'd been running, and her legs were bare, and there was no one about. And Trump comes into the office, doesn't say anything to me, looks at me and kind of snickers and stares at my legs. And Epstein comes out at about that time, and Epstein looks at him and goes, No, she's not here for you. That's what happened. Beautiful women were very much a part of Jeffrey Epstein's life, but Maria could not help noticing that some of them were young, very young, and some even wearing school uniforms, some in braces. They would go upstairs to where Jeffrey Epstein was at the time. When she questioned what was going on, she was told that they were in the mansion to try out modelling gigs for Victoria's Secret, the lingerie chain owned by Les Wexner, whose personal finances Epstein was controlling. The host of the NYT podcast asked how many girls. She replied, hundreds. How old? 13, 14, 15. Maria explained how she often witnessed Ghislaine leaving the house on the hunt for the girls Epstein liked, all of them just out of puberty. She would turn like that. I've got to get the nubiles. I've got to get the nubiles. So several times I was in a car with her. She would ask the driver to stop the car, and she'd dash across to the school or the park or wherever she was going, and she'd write down her number for a child, a young girl. And then I'd see that child in the house. When Maria challenged her, Ghislaine explained, They're auditioning. I found a model in the park. Maria found it really strange, because she saw a couple of girls in braces. I'd never seen a model in braces, and all of them were completely flat-chested. Sometimes they would be wearing school uniform. One day a girl came down crying, and Maria asked Ghislaine why she was crying, and she said, she didn't get the job. She needs to toughen up. So the picture that Maria Farmer paints is that Ghislaine worked hard, and successfully so, at deflecting her anxieties about what was going on. So much so that it is only with the benefit of hindsight that she gets the full horror of what was happening in front of her eyes. As ever, there was bait. Maria's parents had divorced, money was tight. Epstein was offering to buy and promote her art. In the summer of 1996, Maria said she was lured to Les Wexner's estate in Ohio to work as artist in residence. But there was a catch. Big though the property was, it was aggressively guarded by Wexner's armed security people. If Maria wanted to leave the house or estate, she had to ask for permission, just the kind of thing that, some say, happens inside a cult like Scientology. It was at the Wexner estate, Maria says, where she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, working together. Ghislaine escorts me to Jeffrey's room, and he's lying there. Ghislaine sits on the other side, and they began assaulting me. Maria Farmer said she ran to another room and piled up furniture against the door, barricading herself in. She said security would not let her go for 12 hours. She managed to call her father, and he drove all the way from Kentucky to Ohio to rescue her. Maria then discovered that 3 nude photographs she had kept in a storage box were missing. The photos were of her younger sister Annie and a third Farmer sister, who was 12 at the time, modelling for Maria's figurative paintings. Only after the attack on Maria did it come out that Annie, who was 16 at the time, had also suffered unwelcome attention from Ghislaine and Epstein. In January 1996, Annie Farmer was invited to New York by the couple. Annie found Epstein kind, casually dressed in sweatpants, pouring champagne and talking about her college plans, she told the New York Times. They all went to see a movie. As the film progressed, Epstein began rubbing Annie's hand, and then her lower leg. Annie's diary for the 25th of January 1996 read, "It was one of those things that just gave me a weird feeling, but wasn't that weird, and probably normal. The one thing that kind of weirded me out about it was that he let go of my hand when he was talking to Maria." That April, Annie Farmer was lured to Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico on the false pretense that other students would be there too. Only at the ranch did the 16-year-old realize that the party consisted of just 3 people, Epstein, Ghislaine, and her. She told the NYT podcast that Ghislaine gave her a massage. Annie undressed. She had me flip over to my back, and then she pulled the sheet down so that my breasts were exposed. This feels weird. This feels uncomfortable. I don't think this is probably right, but I don't know. Then the 16-year-old becomes aware that there may be someone else in the room, close by, watching. Jeffrey Epstein. I could feel his presence like, I'm sure he can see me from where he is. Here, the allegation is that Ghislaine carried out a sexualized massage without Annie's consent, while Epstein played voyeur. Maria Farmer complained first to the New York City Police Department about the theft of her photos and what she says Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell did to her and her sister. Nothing happened. Then she complained to the FBI. Again, nothing. But soon, she says, Ghislaine started harassing her, threatening to burn her paintings, burn her career. And for the next 20 years, both Maria and Annie Farmer lived in fear. They were poor. Epstein and Ghislaine, rich and powerful. Why would Ghislaine want to be with a man who was so very keen on having sex with other women, especially ones much younger than her? Ghislaine, I suspect, blinded herself to what was going on. Vassie Chamberlain reported one of Ghislaine's friends from New York setting it out bluntly. She would not have been unique in being someone who lives well and possesses a sexual peccadillo of sharing women with her boyfriend. Underlying all of this was her libertarian sexual appetite. In 2002, there was a second great missed opportunity to stop Epstein. Reporter Vicky Ward was commissioned by Vanity Fair to write a piece about him by the magazine's editor, Graydon Carter. She set out to discover what lay at the bottom of the 2 things that obsessed Epstein. It was 2-pronged. The mystery about Jeffrey Epstein was how he had made his money. It was also known that he would gather New York's rich and famous for dinner parties at his home, but there would be these very young women. The women were always part of the Jeffrey Epstein story. Vicky Ward discovered the story of the Farmer sisters and Maria's unsuccessful complaints to the NYPD and the FBI that she and her sister had been sexually abused by Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Remember, Maria said she had been abused in Ohio, her sister Annie in New Mexico. That was federal crime. Vicky, when she was researching her article in late 2002 and early 2003, was pregnant with twins. She said Epstein threatened her unborn babies, a threat she took so seriously that she hired security for the maternity clinic where they were born. Much to Vicky Ward's apparent dismay, all mention of Maria and Annie Farmer was removed from her article when it appeared in March 2003 because, she was told, she did not have enough evidence to meet the legal thresholds necessary at Vanity Fair. On the day of publication, a live bullet was found on the doorstep of Graydon Carter's home in Manhattan. 3 years later, Vanity Fair had another go, with a reporter investigating claims of Epstein abusing underage girls in Florida. This time, the head of a dead cat was found on the porch of Graydon Carter's home in the countryside. In her 2003 article, Vicky Ward hinted deftly at some of this menace. One reporter, in fact, received 3 death threats from Epstein while preparing a piece. They were delivered in a jocular tone, but the message was clear. There will be trouble for your family if I don't like the article. I suspect that the reporter in question was Ward herself. I have emailed her, but have received no reply. The security team in the maternity clinic, the bullet on the doorstep, and the dead cat on the porch suggest not just that Jeffrey Epstein was good at sums, but also that he was an uber gangster, using not violence, but the suggestion of it, to intimidate and knock flat his enemies. If so, then Ghislaine was the gangster's mole. Writing about Epstein's mansion, she clocks the hall of glass eyes, its grandiosity, but also, and here's an echo of Headington Hill Hall, the house is curiously impersonal, the statement of someone who wants to be known for the scale of his possessions. Epstein tells people he bought the house because he knew he could never live anywhere bigger. Vicky Ward's Vanity Fair article suggests that she found Epstein charming, but also a cold calculus. He doesn't let the charm slip into his eyes. They're steely and calculating, giving some hint of the steady whir of machinery running behind them. She notes that he's made it so that the true source of his wealth remains a mystery. Epstein secured a major victory by the pressure he placed on Vanity Fair to take out the evidence of Maria and Annie Farmer on his sexual abuse of them, and Maria's wider testimony on the constant traffic of underage girls, some in school uniforms, some with braces, to see him. Graydon Carter has since said, "If we had 3 people on the record willing to stand up for us in court if Epstein had chosen to sue, we would have run it. Period. End of story." To be fair to Vanity Fair and Graydon Carter, 3 points. First, I have spent large chunks of my 40-plus years as a reporter watching expensively shod lawyers taking out the most interesting bits of my copy. Second, the piece that Vanity Fair did publish was pretty tough on Epstein. Third, down the track, Vicky Ward posed for a photo with Ghislaine at New York's Gramercy Hotel in 2009 and sang Ghislaine's praises and admired Epstein in a blog written in 2011. In that blog, Ward conceded that she did hear stories about girls in 2002, but not knowing quite whom to believe, she concentrated on the financial mystery instead. She goes on to explain that she got to know Jeffrey, note that use of the first name, and Ghislaine much better after writing her 2002 article. The truth is, Epstein does know a lot about a lot of things. Just a few moments in his company, and you know this to be true. And Ghislaine, full disclosure, I like her. Most people in New York do. It's almost impossible not to. She's always the most interesting, the most vivacious, the most unusual person in any room. Vicky Ward concludes, in this city, money makes up for all sorts of blemishes. In 2021, Vicky Ward hosted the Chasing Ghislaine podcast, in which she reports on not the blemishes, but the pure moral evil of Ghislaine and Epstein, but somehow forgets her own spectacular reverse ferret, the 2011 blog she has since deleted. The Wayback Machine prevents such airbrushing of history. There is one more unexplored shadow to the mystery of Jeffrey Epstein. In 1996, Epstein had escorted Maria Farmer, the receptionist at the big house in Manhattan, through a hidden door to a secret media room underneath the stairs, where she saw a bank of stacked TV monitors overseen by male operators. On the multiple screens, she saw toilet, toilet, bed, bed, toilet, bed. She resolved never to sleep there. It was very obvious that they were like monitoring private moments. What Maria Farmer saw looks very much like the machinery for blackmail. The question is, who was on Jeffrey Epstein's sucker list? Chapter 6. The Black Book. Ghislaine Maxwell's Black Book is actually 2 address books in one. Hers comes first. The names are more obviously British. The selection that of a star-loving socialite who went to Oxford and knows her way round the knobs and bobs of the British establishment. Jeffrey Epstein's book is shorter, orientated more to business, the names and numbers more exclusively American. Stapled together, there are roughly 1,500 names and 5,000 phone numbers in the 2 books. The original belonged to Epstein's late butler, Alfredo Rodriguez, with PB 2004-2005 scribbled on the very first page, placing it from Epstein's home on El Brillo Way in PB, Palm Beach, in those years. Rodriguez sought to make $50,000 by selling it to a mystery buyer who turned out to be an investigator. The naughty butler had kept his knowledge of the book back from law enforcement, so he was convicted, did jail time, and died of natural causes shortly after his release. Someone, no one knows who for sure, has circled 38 names in the book. In Epstein's second half, you find names like Donald Trump, circled, lawyer Alan Dershowitz, and Epstein's business partner, Les Wexner. The late Dr. Oliver Sacks, the great neurologist who wrote The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat, is a rare exception to the men of money and power. Ghislaine's little black book is something else, providing a window into her soul. The picture that emerges is that she is both spectacularly successful and somehow empty. On the very first page, there's a number for Charlie Althorpe, also known as the 9th Earl Spencer, the brother of the late Princess Diana. Then there's the actor Alec Baldwin, who's so good at lampooning Trump on Saturday Night Live. There are pages and pages of it. The great and good, or is it the not so great and the not that good? Tony Blair, Mike Bloomberg, Richard Branson, Alistair Campbell, Naomi Campbell, John Cleese, Phil Collins, Sophie Dahl, Jonathan Dimbleby. For the podcast Hunting Ghislaine, I ring that number, but it is no longer valid. Ghislaine has 18 separate telephone numbers for Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York, and her staff, and 18 numbers for Sarah's ex-husband, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, and his staff too. Intelligence folk call this traffic analysis. You can glean something not from the message received and sent, but from the volume of traffic, the number of interactions, or in this case, phone numbers. The longer the list of numbers Ghislaine has of a contact, the more likely they're higher up in her circle of friends. Bernie Eccleston, Brian Ferry, Ralph Fiennes, the actor who plays 007's boss M in the Bond movies, Flick Mook, no idea who she is, but what a fantastic name. Rocco Forte, His Royal Highness Prince Pavlos of Greece, Geordie Gregg, the last but one editor of the Daily Mail. I give him a ring. Hello. Hi, Geordie, it's John Sweeney. I'm doing a podcast on Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm probably not going to be quoted on it. Can I talk off the record? Yes. You can. A source close to the former editor of the Daily Mail noted that he had known Ghislaine Maxwell for a long time, and that was no secret, and that he had nothing of substance to add. Lloyd Grossman, Marie Helvin, Michael Heseltine, Dustin Hoffman, Liz Hurley, Mick Jagger, Peter Mandelson, 10 numbers for him. I give Peter, now Lord Mandelson, a ring too. Hello, I'm doing a podcast on Ghislaine. Can't hear you. I'm on a Zoom call. Call back later. He never did. Andrew Neil, David Putnam, Joan Rivers, Kevin Spacey, Koo Stark, Ivanka Trump, Chris Tucker, Toby Young. The latter wrote a piece for The Spectator, ruminating on the curse of the Black Book. Every time Jeffrey Epstein is in the news, I start getting calls from strangers wanting to scream abuse at me. My best guess is that in reality the address book belonged to Ghislaine, whom I do know slightly. Young recalls that when he lived in New York between 1995 and 2000, he bumped into her occasionally at parties, and the London address listed as his dates back to that period. He adds, "Rather unhelpfully, the Daily Mail recently ran a picture spread showing Ghislaine out and about in society, and including a photo of me saying something funny to her in a nightclub, making her howl with laughter." Young bemoans how that photo has done the rounds on Twitter. It's guilt by association, although, as I point out to the screamers on the other end of the phone, Ghislaine hasn't actually been found guilty of anything. His last point was correct when Young wrote his article. Nicholas Coleridge, Ghislaine's old friend from Oxbridge days, recalled how, about 20 years ago, when she became Jeffrey Epstein's gatekeeper, he received a fax from her Manhattan office asking for the addresses and landlines for your principal residences, your weekend homes and ski chalets, and then the questions became yet more surreal. The mobile numbers of your pilot on your private jets, your yacht captain, your butler. It was dispiriting to have to write N.A. against so many of them. The form was sent to around 300 of Ghislaine's university friends. Now, of course, inclusion in Epstein's infamous Little Black Book is an embarrassment, and many of us are regularly rung by newspapers to ask how often we frequented his parties and massage table. Coleridge says that none of his set ever met Epstein or had really heard of him before the scandal erupted. Most of the people, Ghislaine's old mates, are now Lord Lieutenants and High Sheriffs of their respective counties. Both Toby Young and Nicholas Coleridge are right to bemoan how some people have foolishly joined too many dots and linked the fact of being in someone's address book to knowledge of dark acts. There is, of course, no suggestion that people in Ghislaine Maxwell's address book ever knew that they were hobnobbing with an alleged facilitator or pimp for a paedophile. But you cannot help but wonder whether Ghislaine Maxwell used her connections to provide a smokescreen for Epstein's sociopathy. And it is true to say that there are more than 100 telephone numbers in Ghislaine's black book under the heading massage, the cover Epstein used to hide his crimes against young girls. So it's an address book, and it's a spider's web. Before we move on, here's one last observation on what the black book might tell us about Ghislaine. Compare my contacts book with Ghislaine's in 2004. I was a BBC reporter, and mine is a bit rubbish, frankly. Ghislaine's black book is extraordinarily detailed and well organised, pedantically so, to the point that makes me wonder whether Ghislaine is autistic or on the spectrum. Autism would appear to run in the family. Robert Maxwell's extraordinary, almost supernatural ability to juggle with languages and numbers while binge-eating and having zero emotional intelligence suggests that he might have been a high-functioning autistic. His son Philip was so brilliant at maths, he won a scholarship to Balliol at 16, but found it difficult to prosper in life. Autism is held to be far more common in boys than girls, but that may be a problem of perception, not fact. Autistic girls are better at masking the condition than boys. 3 psychologists at Bournemouth University have studied autistic girls. They report that they struggle with managing conflict in relationships and that social time is exhausting to them. But autistic girls are far better than autistic boys at adapting. They are more likely to engage in pretend play than autistic boys, and may appear to have rich inner lives which, under closer scrutiny, may be seen to be extraordinarily scripted and repetitive. Psychologists record that among autistic females there is increased evidence of social anxiety, self-harm, and anorexia. Ghislaine suffered from the latter condition at the age of 3. This leads on to a related thought inspired by a conversation I had with Cordelia Grossman, who studied this area, that autistic people can be far more sexually adventurous than the general population. 4 German psychiatrists reported individuals with ASD, autism spectrum disorders, seem to have more hypersexual and paraphilic fantasies and behaviors than general population studies suggest. Paraphilia is fancy talk for sexual deviancy. As the story of Ghislaine's conduct gets darker and darker, hold on to this thought. But there is quite a lot of evidence. Her anorexia, her social anxiety masked by a strange intensity, even her own contacts book, that points to her being a high-functioning autistic, which can, in turn, lead to being hypersexed and sexually deviant. In short, there might be something far out of the ordinary in her genes that has been passed down to her. That said, what is striking is how utterly unconnected were Epstein's victims, how they didn't have any powerful movers and shakers in their address books, how none of them ever wrote a piece in The Spectator, though they all ended up in a different kind of black book. Take Virginia Roberts after she got married, Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Poor white, born in California but raised in Florida. She was molested by a family friend when she was 7. She ran away, was fostered, ran away again, lived on the streets. When she was 13, she was picked up by a 65-year-old sex trafficker, Ron Eppinger. For months, she says, she was sexually abused, kept in an apartment, and pimped out to paedophiles. She lived with him for 6 months until he was busted by the FBI. Virginia was reunited with her father working as a janitor at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach. Her father got her a job as a spa attendant, handing out towels and the like to the rich people. Then, in 2000, along came a woman in a chauffeur-driven car. She spotted Virginia and told the driver to stop. Virginia was very young-looking, blonde, wearing her uniform of white miniskirt and a skin-tight white polo top, and reading a library book about massage therapy. Virginia recalled, she was like this really bright Mary Poppins kind of figure, and she goes, "Oh, you know what? I know this guy. There's an opportunity, actually, if you want to become a real massage therapist. We can get you trained. You can come for the interview tonight, and if he likes you, then you'll be a real masseuse." This is when the two worlds collide, when Ghislaine Maxwell meets Virginia Roberts Giuffre. It is not he meets her. It is Mary Poppins, with lovely, beautiful British accent, meets her. As the New Yorker's Ariel Levy put it in Broken, her podcast about the Epstein case, if you're a teenage girl and a man approaches you in a car, you know to keep on walking. But if it's another woman, and she sounds all fancy and well-educated, you're probably going to get in the car. Virginia said she, blindsided by Ghislaine, became Epstein's sex slave. She said she was paid $200 the first time she had sex with Epstein. And Ghislaine? Well, in 2000, she moved into a $5 million townhouse on the Upper East Side, 10 blocks from Epstein's mansion. The New York home had been bought by an anonymous limited liability company with the same address as Epstein's main company, and acting for the buyer was Darren Indyke, Epstein's then lawyer. Julie K. Brown, in her brilliant investigative series for the Miami Herald in 2018, Perversion of Justice, quotes an affidavit from Virginia on Epstein. His appetite was insatiable. He wanted new girls, fresh young faces every single day. That was just the sickness that he had. Virginia told the Herald that Epstein had cameras throughout his homes and said he liked her to tell him about the sexual peccadillos of various important men she had sex with. So that meant there are 2 separate witnesses who speak to Epstein's machinery of blackmail. First Maria Farmer, second Virginia. Epstein and Maxwell, said Virginia, also got girls for Epstein's friends and acquaintances. Epstein specifically told me that the reason for him doing this was so that they would owe him. They would be in his pocket, and he would have something on them, Virginia said in a court affidavit. I understood him to mean that when someone was in his pocket, they owed him favours. Virginia highlighted Ghislaine's role when she was interviewed by The New Yorker. Ghislaine would say, "We want you to please these men in whatever way they want. I don't care how gross or kinky it is." Virginia said Epstein wanted her to report back about what the men liked. She added that a video recording system had been installed in the New York mansion, and she was convinced that Epstein was gathering information to use for leverage on the men. She told the New Yorker, "I wasn't chained to a sink, but they had an invisible chain for me. I know he had power. He was constantly telling me, 'I own the police department. I have friends that owe me favors.'" Virginia's sense of an invisible chain binding her to Epstein and Ghislaine's grossly dysfunctional family, that body and soul were locked in, is very cult-like. The most famous of these important men Virginia claims she was required to have sex with is Andrew Windsor, also known as Prince Andrew, also known as the Duke of York, KG, GCVO, CD, ADC. The second son of the Queen of England had served as an anti-submarine helicopter pilot for the Royal Navy and was awarded Best Pilot by his father when he received his wings in 1981. Famously, he did his bit during the Falklands War, becoming a Royal Top Gun. He continued to fly after leaving the Navy, though his helicopter heroism has been limited to more minor crises, such as saving the late magician Paul Daniels from being late for a show. In 1986, Prince Andrew married Sarah Ferguson, and the couple had two daughters, Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. After they separated in 1992, photos appeared of her financial advisor, John Bryan, sucking her toes. The couple divorced in 1996, but stayed close. Virginia claims that she had sex with Prince Andrew 3 times. In a sworn affidavit, Virginia said the first time was in London when she was 17. The age of consent in Britain is 16, so that was legal, just. The second time was in New York, where state law and consent is the same as Britain's. The third time was at an orgy on Epstein's Island. Both the Duke and Ghislaine have separately denied Virginia's extraordinary allegations. After Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in 2019, Prince Andrew issued a press statement saying that he met Epstein in 1999, that he saw him infrequently, that he stayed in a number of his residences. "At no stage during that limited time I spent with him did I see, witness, or suspect any behavior of the sort that subsequently led to his arrest and conviction." He also issued a separate statement, categorically denying any sexual contact with Miss Giuffre, which we shall go into in some detail. After the Mail on Sunday first ran in 2011 Virginia's allegations that Ghislaine pimped her out for Prince Andrew years before, Ghislaine released a statement through Devonshire's solicitors saying, "The allegations made against me are abhorrent and entirely untrue, and I ask that they stop. A number of newspapers have shown a complete lack of accuracy in their reporting of this story and a failure to carry out the most elementary investigation or any real due diligence. I am now taking action to clear my name." That phrase commonly means that you're going to sue the newspapers you are complaining about. She did not. Let's examine what Virginia says, what might back up her account, and the nature and strength of the denials of Prince Andrew and Ghislaine Maxwell. Some circumstantial evidence is very strong, as when you find a trout in the milk, wrote the American philosopher Thoreau, suggesting that scenario is so unnatural that someone must have put the trout where it should not be. But no one knows for sure how the fish got in the milk. Likewise, there is evidence that suggests that Virginia Roberts Giuffre is not a fantasist. The photograph of the prince, holding the 17-year-old around the waist, and her lawyers have witness statements putting the prince and Virginia in the same place and the same time on a number of occasions. But none of that proves Prince Andrew had sex with Virginia. For example, there is no audio or video tape of that. The prince denies ever having met her, denies having sex with her. She says she did have sex with him 3 times. He denies it. How well did Prince Andrew know Ghislaine and Epstein? Exhibit A is the flight logs of the Lolita Express and the other aircraft belonging to Epstein. They show that in April 1988, Epstein met Princess Sarah Ferguson and kids on the ground in Nassau in the Bahamas. The American pilot can be forgiven for getting the royal title wrong. It's Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York. The Yorks had been divorced for some years, but they were and are close, as we shall see. The flight logs then bring Prince Andrew into the picture in February 1999, when he is on the Gulf Stream flying from Teterboro Airport in New Jersey to St. Thomas and the US Virgin Islands, to Little St. Jeff's, Epstein's Island, also with Epstein and Ghislaine. The island was staffed from 1999 to 2007 by a South African couple, Kathy and Miles Alexander, hired by Ghislaine Maxwell in Manhattan. The couple say they never saw proof of underage sex. Miles found Epstein pleasant to deal with. Kathy did not like Ghislaine, who referred to herself as Queen Bee. She recalled Ghislaine setting down the rules of the island. She said we had to keep quiet about what we saw or heard on the island. She told us that although Mr. Epstein and she were a couple, we would see lots of beautiful girls passing in and out, but that was his nature. Although she could be very friendly, I discovered that she was also rather arrogant. In April 1999, Prince Andrew came to the island with a bodyguard and a female escort who self-identified as a brain surgeon, as you do. Kathy told the Daily Mail she was tall, bleached blonde, and had big boobs. One day the prince came back into the house in great mirth, explaining that his brain surgeon guest had stepped on a sea urchin, and he had urinated on her foot as a remedy. The royal member has done its duty, he chuckled. Kathy said the prince was great fun and very undemanding. The prince stayed for 2 weeks and left a tip of $350, £220, which was unusual because most guests never tipped. In the summer of 1999, Andrew reportedly invited Epstein and Ghislaine to the Queen's Scottish castle at Balmoral. In February 2000, there's a photo taken at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort showing Donald and Melania Trump, Prince Andrew, Epstein lurking in the shadows, and Ghislaine Maxwell photobombing the shot from the edge of frame on the right. In June 2000, Epstein and Ghislaine attended the so-called Party of the Century, Prince Andrew's 40th birthday party, Prince Anne's 50th, Prince Margaret's 70th, and Prince William's 18th. That Halloween, there was a change in tone when Prince Andrew and Ghislaine, no sign of Epstein, attend a pimps and hookers party thrown by Heidi Klum, who was a German supermodel working for Les Wexner's Victoria's Secret lingerie chain. Ghislaine came as a hooker in a bleach blonde wig, bare midriff top and gold pants. Prince Andrew came in a suit and didn't look very much like a pimp. In December 2000, just before Christmas, Andrew invited Ghislaine and Epstein to Sandringham for a pheasant shoot. To celebrate the new year, the happy trio of Prince Andrew, Epstein and Ghislaine all go to the Thai island of Phuket, where Andrew was snapped sunbathing on a yacht, surrounded by a number of topless young women. All of that evidence above just shows the prior connections between Epstein, Ghislaine and Prince Andrew. But in the spring of 2001, the flight logs show J.E. Epstein and G.M. Ghislaine took Virginia Roberts, as she was described in the logs, around half the world in 6 days, from Palm Beach to Canada, to Paris, to Granada in Spain, to Tangier in Morocco, and then, on 9th of March, to Luton Airport. American readers will not be aware of, in English eyes, the quintessential naffness of Luton Airport. This was baked in by a series of brilliant 1970s TV ads for Campari, starring former model Lorraine Chase enjoying drinks in exotic places with a posh Playboy suitor. Smoothly he asks, "Were you truly wafted here from paradise?" Whereupon Lorraine declares in her eel pie Cockney accent, "Nah, Luton Airport." The trio, Epstein, Ghislaine and Virginia, hooked up with Prince Andrew for a night out on the town, ending up at Tramp nightclub in the West End, where Virginia claims Andrew asked her for a dance. Virginia told BBC Panorama, "He is the most hideous dancer I've ever seen in my life. His sweat was like it was raining basically everywhere." When they left Tramp, Virginia claimed Ghislaine Maxwell gave her instructions. In the car, Ghislaine tells me that I have to do for Andrew what I do for Jeffrey, and that just made me sick. Virginia then claimed that was when she had sex with Prince Andrew upstairs at Maxwell's house in Belgravia. I sat there in bed, horrified and ashamed, and felt dirty. There is a photograph of Prince Andrew with his arm around the bare waist of Virginia. Next to them is Ghislaine Maxwell, smiling. The photo was reportedly taken by Epstein at Ghislaine's Mews home in London in 2001. Freelance photographer Michael Thomas, then working for the Mail on Sunday, first copied the picture in 2011. Thomas told Panorama that he is convinced the picture is genuine because he found it in the middle of a bundle of photos that Virginia handed him from her travels with Epstein and Ghislaine. It was nothing sophisticated. These were 5x7 photos that looked like they'd come from Boots the chemist. They were typical teenage snaps. Panorama also found evidence that supported Virginia's claim, but she gave the originals to the FBI. A redacted court document shows she gave 20 photos to the FBI in 2011, and they were scanned front and back. In the redacted public version, there are only 19 photos shown. The BBC Panorama website article stated that the programme was told the Prince Andrew photo was removed from the public document to protect his privacy. The Prince defended himself on BBC Newsnight in 2019 in what is probably the worst royal car crash interview ever. It is an extraordinarily brilliant forensic examination by Emily Maitlis, like an anatomist dissecting a frog. I can absolutely, categorically tell you it never happened. She provided a photo of the two of you together. Your arm was around her waist. How do you explain that? I can't. I have absolutely no memory of that photo being taken. Virginia Roberts-Giuffre stuck to her guns. She told Panorama what she thought of the Prince's denial. He knows what happened. I know what happened. There is only one of us telling the truth, and I know that's me. Credit must go to Newsnight producer Sam McAllister, who managed to secure the interview, a story she tells brilliantly in her book Scoops. Prince Andrew told Emily Maitlis that there are a number of things that are wrong with Virginia's story. He didn't have sex with Virginia because first he was at Pizza Express, Woking, at a birthday party for his daughter. Going to Pizza Express in Woking is an unusual thing for me to do. I remember it weirdly distinctly. That may be true, but the alibi only works if it's the Pizza Express in Aberdeen. The one in Woking is only an hour from London, so it is perfectly possible to eat chicken wings, dough balls, and a sloppy Giuseppe, then get to London for the night out with Epstein, Ghislaine, and Virginia. Second, Prince Andrew noted that Virginia had claimed he bought her an alcoholic drink. I don't drink. I don't think I've ever bought a drink in Tramps whenever I was there. That may be true also. Epstein could easily have picked up the bill. It doesn't knock out the sex allegation. Third, Prince Andrew admitted to Emily Maitlis a rare medical condition. That, he said, put him in the clear. Defining a problem with Virginia's story, he said he could not have been sweating. I didn't sweat at the time because I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at. He said he had only started to be able to sweat again in the recent past. For the Hunting Glen podcast, I asked my mate Ash whether Andrew's story that he was in the Falklands War, was attacked by the Argentinians, and had a tremendous adrenaline rush, and because of that Prince Andrew can't sweat, was that kosher? Ash replied, "That sounds a very bizarre story. An absence of sweating is a very rare finding. To my understanding, the only way that can occur is if you're born without sweat glands. So the concept that excessive stress would stop you sweating is not something I've come across. But Ash was just some geezer I'd met in the pub, wasn't he? He replied. Well, yes, in a sense, I suppose that part is true. I've got a few qualifications. I asked him what they were. An O-level or two? Ashley Grossman set out his stall. I'm currently Emeritus Professor from the University of Oxford and Senior Fellow at Green Templeton College and Professor of Neuroendocrinology at Barts and the London School of Medicine. And I've been President of a variety of different national and international societies, and I've written in scientific publications a few chapters about sweating and flushing too. I asked him if he'd written any papers on medicine. Approaching 1,000. Had he got any letters after his name? Yeah, quite a few, but don't often use them. Go on. BA, BSc, MD, FRCP. I got a very nice honorary PhD, which is the easiest thing I ever did from the University of Athens, and I'm a Fellow of the Academy of Medical Science. So I put it to Ash that when Prince Andrew says, listen, it wasn't me, because I can't sweat, that's just bollocks. Professor Grossman, to give him his correct title, replied, I wouldn't use that precise terminology, but I've never come across a case where excessive stress, which I imagine came from PTSD after the Falklands War, would cause that problem. So that really is quite novel to me. I said, you're Professor of Sweating at Oxford University. He replied, I have an interest in sweating amongst very many other things. I'm not his personal physician, but to the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of any endocrine condition that might account for this claim. To be clear, Ashley's comments are based on scientific evidence in the public domain, not personal knowledge of the Prince's health. But who do you reckon is the expert? Ashley Grossman, Professor of Sweating at Oxford University, or the Duke of York? Prince Andrew's general demeanour throughout the interview was comically unconvincing. That does not necessarily mean he is lying. He has a history of being so cocksure in his own entitlement that he comes across as inherently unlikable and unpleasant. That does not equal dishonesty. Vassie Chamberlain profiled him for the Sunday Times. I've met Andrew several times over the years, and his reputation as a blundering and arrogant buffoon is not without foundation. One of my friends described him as a man with all the airs and graces of royalty, but none of their superiority. He lacks Eton charm. Vassie Chamberlain witnessed what she calls his boorishness firsthand at a lunch she attended in his honour in the mid-2000s in Condé Nast's UK Vogue House boardroom, hosted by the division's then head, Nicholas Coleridge. Andrew was awkward and uneasy in a group conversation, but then he went on to give a half-hour lecture to the 8 editors present on reversing a tanker into port. He was so clearly used to being heard that he never learnt to listen or to read the room. Vassie goes on to write that Andrew's sexual appetite, or more precisely, his desire to be wanted, is his blind spot. She recounts a dinner party in London in the 1990s, when all the guests bowed and scraped when the Duke showed up. Then a bunch of sexy young women, models, joined the party, flying their arms around him, crying, "Andy, darling!" Vassie recalls, "What I remember above all about this most unusual experience was the look on his face. It wasn't that of a creepy, sex-obsessed man. He looked more like a dumbfounded adolescent." Vassie spoke to several of his friends for her profile of the Duke, the most perceptive I've read. She found 2 firmly held opinions. First, that Andrew would have had no idea that the girls he met through Jeffrey Epstein were being trafficked and ordered to sleep with him. The second, that Andrew almost certainly did sleep with Virginia Roberts. He denies it. "He's always chased a shag," said one female mutual friend, who, Vassie adds, should know, because she once shagged him herself. One ex-lover, Lucy, told Vassy that he had a total lack of emotional intelligence. Lucy recalled his annoying habit of introducing himself to her pals as the Duke of York, even when they were dancing on tables at 2 a.m. at Momo, a popular Moroccan restaurant in London with a basement club. Every joke always ended with, "Because I'm the Duke of York." He tells the most pathetic jokes. He finds poo cushions funny. Sexually, he was a bit keen, said Lucy, but perfectly straightforward. There was a bit of chasing around the sofa, but not in an aggressive way. I remember one day looking out of his Buckingham Palace bedroom window and thinking, what a sad life. People were standing outside the gates 24/7. Lucy says Andrew would eat popcorn, but shunned garlic and alcohol, and the first personal bit of his email at the time was Invisible Man. Vassy writes that despite all this, Lucy still describes him as always gentlemanly, and that there was nothing awful or sneaky about him, except when it came to paying the bill, which he and his entourage conspicuously avoided. One evening she suggested that they go to the cinema and planned to buy 2 tickets. He needed 7 for his security team, and she had to pay up. Lucy ended up chucking him, but Andrew didn't seem to be bothered. Lucy suspected that he was still in love with Fergie, but he told her that he would never get married again. She concluded that he was a loner, with no true friends, and not close to his brothers and sister. How strong is Virginia's evidence that she had to have sex with Prince Andrew in New York and on Little St. Jeff's? Bradley Edwards tells a story in his book, Relentless Pursuit, My Fight for the Victims of Jeffrey Epstein, citing the evidence of a victim, now known to be Johanna Schoberg, one of Epstein's former sex slaves. She described Virginia sitting in New York on one of Prince Andrew's knees and herself sitting on the other, Edwards writes. While the 2 girls were in his lap, Ghislaine took out a puppet figure of Prince Andrew and placed the puppet's hand on Virginia's breast, at which point Prince Andrew placed his hand on Johanna's breast. Everyone laughed. It was a glove puppet of the Prince Andrew character from ITV's Spitting Image. In 2003, Prince Andrew met puppeteer Steve Wright at a reception at Buckingham Palace, and when Steve showed him a photo of one of his creations, the prince said, "Oh my God, puppets! Spitting Image! Do you know that my friend bought my Spitting Image puppet, and you'll never believe it? He played a trick on me." The prince told Steve that he went to an apartment in New York and saw the bloody thing sitting up on the sofa, and that he nearly had a bloody heart attack as he was there looking at himself. On hearing the allegations made by Virginia Roberts Giuffre, Steve told the Daily Mail, "Why would she, Miss Roberts, make up a story about puppets? It all just clicked." The newspaper contacted the Duke's PR people, but he declined to comment. Satire is so very dead. The puppet story is not proof that the shenanigans led to sex, but it does place Virginia and the Duke under the same roof. Spy-hole cameras and all. Once again, Prince Andrew denies ever having sex with Virginia, and Ghislaine Maxwell denies pimping her out to him, but neither has ever sued Virginia. By the turn of the millennium, Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein were no longer lovers, but good friends. She was still running his life, still his introduction to money and power and rank. But nature abhors a vacuum. In April 2000, the New York Post caught Prince Andrew dining with Ghislaine Maxwell during an intimate lunch at Nello's restaurant on Madison Avenue. The prince held hands with his new love, the tabloid reported breathlessly, but the couple seemed keen to keep their romance under wraps. Lunch over, Ghislaine left first, leaving Andrew to settle the bill. When the prince walked out, he immediately pulled a cell phone from his jacket. Ghislaine was window shopping down the street, a witness said. When the prince spotted the Post photographer, Ghislaine vanished into a shop, occasionally playing beep-boo, checking to see if the coast was clear. Prince Andrew and Ghislaine are not easy people to sympathise with, but this story suggests that swimming inside the royal goldfish bowl was never much fun. Chapter 7. Out of Africa, etc. New Year's Day 2002 saw Ghislaine Maxwell at the height of her astonishing recovery from her wretched state after her father's death 11 years before. She's rich, owning 2 homes, one in Manhattan, one in London. Fabulously well connected, the ultimate socialite, and extraordinarily busy too, running ragged around the world. To give the listener a flavour of just how bonkers her lifestyle was, researcher Bertie Harrison-Braninsky, the poor sod, tracked her movements from 2002 to 2013 for this book. Let us just flag her travels in January 2002. The flight logs show that on the 6th of January, after New Year's Eve, a party of 6 people flew into Newark, New Jersey, from St. Thomas in the United States Virgin Islands. On board were Epstein, Ghislaine, Cindy Lopez, Alexia, Wallert, AP, possibly, but not certainly, Prince Andrew, and SK. SK is Sarah Kellen, who appears in 350 logs of Epstein flights and was one of Ghislaine's most long-serving assistants. Sarah had been raised in North Carolina as a Jehovah's Witness, which some ex-members suggest is an Armageddon cult. When she was still in her teens, she married another member of the church, Noah Bonk. The new Mrs. Bonk moved to Hawaii, but the marriage broke up and Sarah parted from the church for the sin, in their eyes, of leading an immoral lifestyle. She had modelled nude for art classes and fashion magazines. She ended up, again called Sarah Kellen, working in Manhattan for Jeffrey Epstein, and also as yet another entry in Ghislaine's Black Book, address on East 66th Street, cell and home numbers, email. After 5 days in New York, Epstein and Ghislaine flew on the 11th of January from Newark to Palm Beach with 3 others. 2 days later, Epstein and Ghislaine flew to Provo in the Turks and Caicos Islands and then back to Palm Beach. The next day, they were on the move again, flying to New York. 3 days later, on 17th of January, Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Sarah Kellen, Cindy Lopez, Joanne, AP, possibly Prince Andrew, and 1 female, flew from Westchester, New York, it's a small airport serving private jets due north of Manhattan, to the US Virgin Islands, and, presumably by helicopter, onto Little St. Jeff's. 3 days later, on the 20th of January, Epstein, Ghislaine, Sarah, AP, Cindy Lopez, Cafe Alexander, and Stacey Tilak Singh flew to Palm Beach. 2 days later, on the 22nd of January, Epstein, Ghislaine, Sarah, AP, Cindy Lopez, and Joanne, no surname, flew from Palm Beach to Westchester, New York. 3 days later, on the 25th of January, Epstein, Ghislaine, Sean Koo, AP, Cindy Lopez, Alberto Pinto, Eve Pickard, Steve Sherman, and 3 females flew from Westchester, New York, to Palm Beach. 2 days later, on the 27th of January, Epstein, Ghislaine, Sarah Kellen, Ed Tuttle, and 1 female and 1 male flew from Palm Beach to the US Virgin Islands. On the 30th of January, a party comprising Epstein, Ghislaine, Sarah Kellen, Cindy Lopez, Ed Tuttle, AP, and former President Bill Clinton flew from the US Virgin Islands to JFK. Clinton had left office in January 2001, but was to play a big role in Ghislaine's life for the next few years. Quite how big is open to conjecture. Ghislaine and Clinton were close. New York Magazine, when profiling Epstein in 2002, touched on the friendship between them, reporting that she was recently seen dining with Clinton at Nello's on Madison Avenue, the same restaurant where Ghislaine was spotted holding hands with Prince Andrew just 2 years before. David Seymour, the former deputy leader writer on the Daily Mirror, bumped into Ghislaine in 2004 at the London launch of Clinton's biography, My Life, a huge gig, 2,000 guests thronging the Guildhall. The 2 old friends from Mirror days were chatting when Clinton appeared. Seymour describes Clinton as the most charismatic person he's ever been in a room with, apart from Princess Diana. Clinton comes over to us and looks at Ghislaine. his eyebrows going up, and says, "Well, hi," in that sort of way. "How are you?" And then Ghislaine just vanished. She turned tail and went. One knows what Clinton's reputation is, and I thought maybe they'd had some sort of a fling. Clinton and Ghislaine were getting it on, like the authors of A Convenient Death, The Mysterious Demise of Jeffrey Epstein. They quote a source telling them, "That's why he, Clinton, was around Epstein, to be with her." The flight logs show that in the first 6 months of 2002, Clinton spent time with Epstein and Ghislaine in January, February, March, not April, May and June. For example, the logs tell us that in May 2002, Clinton went on a 4-day tour of Asia with Epstein, Ghislaine, and some of their young women associates, visiting Japan, Hong Kong, mainland China, Singapore and Thailand. Clinton's spokesman has denied the story, and Ghislaine's lawyers have previously not responded to questions about the alleged affair. Since the death of her father, she had learnt to fly. Back in the 1980s, she had earned the nickname Good Times Ghislaine for taking her pals on terrifying helicopter rides. Once she told the pilot to put her father's helicopter into a dive to give her friend a scare. She was proud of her licenses to pilot submarines, pilot helicopters, pilot ROVs and AUVs, fancy talk for mini-subs. Transporting Epstein's guests by helicopter from the Cyril E. King Airport at St. Thomas to his private island, Little St. Jeff's, could have been one factor driving her ambition. That way, who they might be would be Ghislaine's little secret. Her first great beau, the Turbo Count, loved to fly. As well as paying for Ghislaine's pilot license, Epstein bought her 2 helicopters, both registered to Air Ghislaine Inc., and named the first after her with a tail number N491 GM. Court documents from 2016 show Ghislaine claimed to have earned her pilot's license in 1998 or 1999, but according to Federal Aviation Authority records, she was not legally allowed to pilot helicopters until 2007. Flight records show she had been piloting helicopters for Epstein for years before this. Very naughty. Quite the most extraordinary incident involving her skill at flying may or may not have taken place in the summer of 2002, when Colombia's narco wars were at their height. It's the kind of story that makes you gasp. As usual, in the fable land of Maxwelliana, the source is an utter disgrace. His name is Vikram Chatwal, an American rich kid of Indian Sikh heritage, whose family are hotel money and who was a bit part actor, landing a role in the movie Zoolander. In 2013, Chatwal was arrested at Fort Lauderdale International Airport in Florida while trying to board an aircraft with cocaine, marijuana, and prescription pills. In 2016, he was arrested again, this time by the New York City police, for setting fire to 2 dogs. He had squirted an aerosol can holding flammable liquid at the dogs and ignited the jet with a lighter. One eyewitness said, "It was like a fire-breathing dragon, shooting out flames 2 to 3 feet long. This isn't okay. You can't walk the streets setting dogs on fire." Chatwal was booked for torturing an animal, reckless endangerment, and arson, and got 5 days community service. Vikram, the dog torturer, was, back in the day, a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, and in an interview with the New York Observer in November 2002, he discussed a party he'd recently attended at Ghislaine's home in Manhattan. The guest of honour, Chatwal said, was Prince Andrew, who told a quite humorous joke involving diarrhea and his brother Prince Charles's girlfriend, Camilla Parker Bowles. One can only shudder at the thought of the punchline to that one. Then Ghislaine told a story about how she flew a Black Hawk helicopter in Colombia and fired a rocket into a supposed terrorist stronghold. "Ghislaine is just the most rocking babe I've ever met. I said, you have to be the coolest person alive. She blew up a tank." even with her family history. The tale that Ghislaine Maxwell blew up a tank sounds too over the top to be true. But this is Maxwelliana. Researcher Bertie Harrison-Braninsky got stuck in 2000. In one of the last acts of his presidency, Clinton approved Plan Colombia, helping President Pastrana's government fight narco-terrorists, FARC, a group with Marxist ideology and tons of cocaine. With $1.3 billion in aid, $400 million of which went towards 30 Sikorsky UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters. But the scheme got blocked in Congress. In June 2002, Pastrana met Clinton, Epstein and Ghislaine in Dublin at an achievement summit. The foursome became pals. Clinton, out of office, was still lobbying Congress to lift the block on Colombia's use of the $1.6 billion aid money. The Black Hawk RPA-3 is fitted with 8 machine guns, 2 rocket launchers, and, crucially, for the dog torturer's story to work, AGM-114 Hellfire missiles. They destroyed tanks. FARC did buy thousands of AK-47s from the Russian mafia in the 1980s, but there is no record of them ever buying tanks from abroad. However, FARC regularly overpowered small police units in Colombia, and they were equipped with both armoured vehicles and Buffalo anti-riot vehicles. Not true tanks, but that's what civilians often call them. Congress approved the freeing up of the US Colombian aid package, allowing the Black Hawks to be used against FARC on the 24th of July. President Pastrana's term ended on the 6th of August. In early July, Ghislaine and Epstein flew from Nice, France, to Saleh, Morocco, where Bill and Chelsea Clinton had been attending the royal wedding of King Mohammed VI and Princess Lala Salma. Leaving Chelsea behind to make her own travel plans, Bill Clinton flew with Epstein and Ghislaine to the Azores, then on to New York, arriving on the 13th of July. From that date to the 17th of August, bracketing Pastrana's final weeks in office, Ghislaine disappears from Epstein's flight logs. There's no mention of her, too, in the New York gossip magazines, where her name normally pops up in write-ups of art gallery exhibitions, dinner parties, and restaurant openings. Bill Clinton spent the latter half of July doing fundraisers in the States, but his first 5 days after arriving in New York with Epstein and Ghislaine seemed blank. Ghislaine next pops up on the flight logs in Santa Fe, New Mexico, on the 17th of August. So there is a time slot, just shy of a month long, from when Ghislaine Maxwell arrives in New York on the 13th of July to the 6th of August, when President Pastrana steps down. During that time, Ghislaine steps into a void, vanishing from the New York and London gossip columns and the Lolita Express flight logs. Is it possible that Vikram the dog torturer got the story right, that Ghislaine did indeed fly a Black Hawk in Colombia and blew up a tank, that, like her father, she too is a killer? I wrote to her PR man Brian Basham, and he replied, "I believe that G has a helicopter license, but I've never heard the Black Hawk story, and it's so dramatic I guess I surely would have heard. Sounds untrue to me." On the 21st of September 2002, the flight logs tell us the Lolita Express flew from New York to the Azores. On board were Epstein, Ghislaine, Sarah Kellen, Cindy Lopez, Bill Clinton, the actor Kevin Spacey, the comedian Chris Tucker, and a host of others. Rhodey Swaiter, Eric Nonax, a PR and policy wonk, Gail Smith, Andrea Mitrovic, Ron Durkel, Casey Wasserman, Doug Band, then a Clinton advisor, Laura Wasserman, Jim Kenners, Ira Magaziner, David Slang, and Shaunta Davies, acting stewardess, who had been a massage therapist from LA when she was recruited by Ghislaine. They're on a tour of Africa to highlight the fight against AIDS, taking a spin through Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Mozambique, and South Africa during the 5-day trip. Shaunta Davies told the Daily Mail, but she was shocked when Clinton boarded the plane in New York, saying he was charming and sweet. Clinton was photographed being given a neck massage at the stopover in the Azores by Chante. She explained, "Although the image looks bizarre, President Clinton was a perfect gentleman during the trip, and I saw absolutely no foul play involving him." She explained the massage happened when they had a stopover for the jet to refuel, and while they were in the terminal, the ex-president complained of stiffness after falling asleep in his seat. Ghislaine chimed in to be funny and said that I could give him a massage. Everyone had a little chuckle, but Ghislaine, in her prim British accent, insisted and said, "I was good." The president then asked, "Would you mind giving it a crack?" She did, and nothing untoward happened between her and Clinton, she said. Clinton told New York Magazine after the trip, "Jeffrey is both a highly successful financier and a committed philanthropist. I especially appreciated his insights and generosity during the recent trip to Africa to work on democratization, empowering the poor, citizen service, and combating HIV/AIDS. Yada yada." Chante Davies has far darker memories of Epstein and Ghislaine. She told National Public Radio in the USA in 2019 that she was 21 years old and studying massage in LA when she treated Ghislaine in the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills, and that led to an immediate invitation to come to Palm Beach. Ghislaine told her that Donald Trump was a neighbor, that her partner was a sort of Ralph Lauren type, and did I like that type? Chante remembers thinking that the comment was strange, but she didn't get its true significance until too late. Once she arrived in Epstein's home in Palm Beach, an assistant knocked on her door, saying that Jeffrey was ready for his massage. She showed Chante to their room, and there was a massage table already set up. Enter Jeffrey Epstein. Before I knew it, he was pretty quick into it. He flipped over onto his back and asked if I minded if he touched himself. Chante had been sexually abused before, and in her words, been taught to just look the other way, really, and not say anything. And I gave him the okay to touch himself. Epstein finished, jumped off the table, and got in the shower, and she was dismissed. Chante did not tell anybody because she felt that he was doing this behind Ghislaine's back. So there was another layer of deceit that I felt like it was my fault. And here's a woman who'd shown an interest in me in a motherly sort of way, almost. Ghislaine paid Chante and put her on a commercial flight home. Over the next couple of months, Ghislaine came out to LA and booked separate appointments with Chante on her own. At that point, I really still believed that she had no clue what was happening, and I felt a certain amount of loyalty to her. Chante spent at least 2 years serving Epstein and liking Ghislaine, Africa trip and all. Asked why did she keep so silent for so long, she told NPR, "This is something I'd intended to take to the grave. I was never going to come forward with this. I really wasn't. I kept it a secret because I was just so ashamed." Another reason she didn't articulate, perhaps, might have been that she knew that she was poor and they were rich. And when the poor take on the rich, it never turns out well. After Epstein, Ghislaine and Clinton had done Africa, they dropped in on London. Clinton, with Spacey in tow, went on to visit the Labour Party conference in Blackpool, where he was the guest of honour. Peckish after a long day, Clinton and Spacey went out to eat at McDonald's. Clinton ordering a steak burger with large fries and Coke, Spacey plumping for a burger, while the pair shared chicken McNuggets. That made front-page news. What they'd got up to in London didn't hit the papers for all but 2 decades. They had invaded the throne room in Buckingham Palace. It is a holy of holies for the British monarchy. Someone snapped a photo, and it appeared on the front page of the Daily Telegraph in 2020, and it's an extraordinary image. In place of the Duke of Edinburgh, there is Kevin Spacey, and sitting on the throne of the Queen of England is Ghislaine Maxwell. The paper explained that Prince Andrew had arranged the tour of the palace for Bill Clinton and his guest Spacey, while Ghislaine came along as a friend of the Duke. They were larking about on the thrones, doing regal waves, said the source. This is Game of Thrones for real. Ghislaine's ambition and arrogance led her to play at being the Queen of England. Perhaps, in doing that, nemesis lies. Bill Clinton's first appearance on the Lolita Express in late January 2002 signaled the zenith of Ghislaine's social success. It also heralds her Icarus moment too. From the Africa trip onwards, who exactly Epstein is and where did he get his money from is a proper subject of public interest. And that, down the track, will come to haunt them all. Clinton is shamed, Spacey disgraced, Prince Andrew a pariah, Epstein dead, and Ghislaine's future more bleak than the saying of it. Chapter 8. The Fresh Child Factory. Michelle Licata was 16 years old and had just got rid of her braces. White, poor, troubled, flat-chested, sexually inexperienced, Michelle lived on the wrong side of the tracks in West Palm Beach. Some idea of the geography is useful here. Palm Beach proper is an island that faces east, looking out to the ocean. In 2004, it is home to Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate and Jeffrey Epstein's house on El Brillo Way. The island is where the billionaires live. West Palm Beach is on the mainland. The further from the ocean you go, the poorer it gets. Pretty soon, you're driving past trailer parks. You can drive from American dream to junk reality in 20 minutes. That's where Michelle came from. She wasn't connected, nor did she write for The Spectator. These days she lives in Tennessee with a small boy who is, as all small boys are, a bit of a handful. Being poor and on her own, she couldn't talk to me via Zoom until her boy had gone to bed. That meant I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning, London time, to record the interview for the podcast, Hunting Ghislaine. I was half dead with lack of sleep until she got going. This conversation with Michelle remains one of the most haunting, one of the most tragic interviews I've ever done, and I've been a reporter for a long time. Michelle's mind went back to that day in November 2004. We drove over the bridge. I saw the beautiful fountain that was like made out of horses. The fountain sits at the entrance of Palm Beach, signaling, "Here be rich people." Michelle was with a girlfriend who was roughly the same age, who had floated the idea of giving this old guy a massage. Michelle didn't understand that her friend was being paid, and paid well, for pimping her out. Nor did she realize that this was going to be a sex massage. She was then, she now knows, hopelessly naive about the world. We pulled into his driveway, and I was kind of like, where are we? And her girlfriend, said, "Oh, well, this is where we have to go." There were two ladies that had walked in after us, and one had a clipboard. They were laughing, smiling. They looked so pretty. The woman with the clipboard, Michelle discovered years later, was Sarah Kellen. They climbed a winding staircase, past photographs of naked girls. At the top of the stairwell was a big bed, a bath, and a massage table. The light was dim, the temperature very cold. She was telling me, "Jeffrey is going to be coming in. He's going to be making some phone calls. All you need to do is massage him and do what he asks." She walked out of the room. He walked in. He introduced himself and he asked me what my name was. And then he told me he was going to be on the phone making some business phone calls. And that's what he did. Epstein played the busy man. He had a timer with him and set it to 45 minutes. From then on, Michelle recalled, there's that ticking that you can hear in your mind. And so it's almost like you're just sitting there waiting and listening to the clock just tick away. Epstein was wearing just a towel covering up his bottom half. Once he got off the phone, she became a little more concerned. because she still didn't know who he was or what the lady that walked her up there had meant. Michelle had been kept deliberately in the dark. She didn't know her friend was going to leave her to be on her own. She didn't know she was going to be the only person there. There were a lot of factors just to be blindsided with, only to be led into the lion's den. Epstein got off the phone, told Michelle to get undressed to her underwear, and then he started talking to her about her sex life. At the time, Michelle had only had sex with 2 people. With them, embarrassed about how she looked, how flat-chested she was, she had kept her shirt on. There's this older man that is telling me to take off my clothes and looking at me up and down, like licking his lips pretty much. So he grabbed me, touched me, did some things to my body, and he told me to touch all over him, told me to pinch his nipples. He was masturbating himself while he was doing things to me, telling me how beautiful I was. Michelle says that to this day, she doesn't know how to take a compliment. Like when people tell me those things, I get flashbacks. I just see myself as pretty much like a man's play toy, because that's all that I was ever told I would ever be worth. The ticking stopped. The unknown man had a shower, and Michelle was dismissed. Some months passed, then came the men in black. Michelle told me, at first, I didn't know what they were talking about. There were just 2 men in black suits, and my brother answered the door and he asked me, "Why are the men in black here to talk to you?" Michelle had no idea. They were police officers and came up with a name. And I was like, Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know who that is. I thought that a kid had died in school, and they were asking me questions about it. As soon as they said the words Palm Beach, it all started rushing back to me. Michelle was scared. She had forgotten that the beautiful ladies had written down her name. The police officers said that since she was under the age of 18, they had to have parents' consent to talk to her. So she had to tell her mother, and Michelle asked her not to tell anyone else in the family. She was unhappy that the police officer asking the questions was male and worried sick. I was like, oh my God, I did something wrong. I'm going to be going to jail. I'm in trouble. Michelle the Catter had fallen into Ghislaine Spider's web without even knowing Jeffrey Epstein's name, still less hers. Spencer Cuvin is a lawyer in West Palm Beach. The first Epstein case he handled was in 2006, when a 14-year-old girl came with her parents into his office. They told him a story about a young girl coming and recruiting her to go over to a large mansion on Palm Beach Island, where she would be giving an older man a massage and get $200. The man was without clothes during the massage. He had pleasured himself during the massage while reaching out and trying to touch this young girl, whom he had asked to get undressed. She was essentially locked in a massage room with him and scared out of her wits. The Palm Beach Police Department investigation began in March 2005, after a 14-year-old girl had got into a fight at school. When a teacher investigated, she found more than $300 in the girl's purse. The girl cried as she told detectives that she had got the money after she'd gone to Epstein's mansion to give him a massage. He had ordered her to take off her clothes. She said she stripped to her underwear and massaged him as he masturbated and used a vibrator on her. The cops traced the students who had recruited the first girl, who told them that Epstein paid her to pimp for girls, telling her the younger the better. Detective Joe Riccieri of the Palm Beach Police Department recorded the testimony of some of Epstein's many victims. The stories are bleakly similar. He asked me to take off my skirt, and then he asked me to take off my shirt. He masturbated. He ejaculated. I thought I was going to die. And then when he started pleasing himself, he got up and he went over to a drawer and he pulled out this vibrator thing, and then he pulled down my panties and he started. It was just like this stick with a knob thing on it. He didn't stick it inside me or anything, but he put it on me. And that was it, and a couple of minutes later it was over, and he left, and I put my clothes on, and I went downstairs. Because when I heard it was just a massage, I was like, I'm like, are you sure there's nothing else? She's like, yeah, I'm sure. I'm like, is there anything weird about this guy that I need to know? She's like, no. And ever since, I felt she lied to me and betrayed me. Even though, being stupid, I'd just met this girl. When I discussed this testimony with my producer, Ruth Barnes, for the Hunting Ghislaine podcast, she said, that's just so hard to listen to. They just sound so young. I replied, I hated doing the research for this. I physically didn't like listening to this stuff because you've got to wade through it, and it's dark. To protect Michelle Licata, the cops called her Jane Doe. Julie K. Brown, in her brilliant investigative series for the Miami Herald, noted, there would be many Jane Does to follow. Jane Doe number 3, Jane Doe number 4, Jane Does 5, 6, 7, 8, and, as the years went by, Jane Does 102 and 103. As the Palm Beach Police Department came across case after case after case of underage girls being sexually abused by Epstein, word came back to them that private investigators were being hired to intimidate the witnesses. That could only mean one thing, that someone or some people on their team or in the Florida State Prosecutor's Office was betraying their investigation to Epstein's people. Joe Ricari realized he was being followed. He told Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald, at some point it became like a cat and mouse game. I would stop at a red light and go. I knew they were there, and they knew I knew they were there. I was concerned about my kids because I didn't know if it was someone that they hired just out of prison that would hurt me or my family. When Palm Beach Police Department raided Epstein's place on the 20th of October 2005, they found that digital birds had flown. Epstein's computer hard drives, surveillance cameras and videos had gone, leaving loose dangling wires. There is a possibility that some of this missing evidence may have ended up in Russia. John Mark Dugan was a cop working for the Palm Beach Police Department when the raid took place. He wasn't on the case and fell out with his bosses, leaving the force in 2009. In his muddily written and self-published book, Bad Wolf, he claims that the force was corrupt and badly led. Although he claims he tried to blow the whistle, he was frustrated and fled to Russia in 2016, with the FBI chasing him. But long before that, he claims that Joe Ricari, the head of the Epstein investigation, had given him a cache of files for safekeeping, which he took with him to his new home. The Daily Mail got in touch with him to check out what information he had. I was acting as Joe Ricari's computer safety deposit box. It also means that the FBI has the same exact data that I possess, and they're in a position to know everyone who's implicated in the videos, recordings, and documents. Do I have dirt on Prince Andrew? I have lots of things, but I'm not a Kremlin agent, and I did not share any materials with the Russian government. I don't intend to blackmail anyone with my information. It's against my principles. The idea that anyone who cannot return to the West for fear of being locked up, and who is therefore stuck in Russia for good, is not a Kremlin agent, is nonsense. The Russian secret state has no interest in Dugan's principles. That leads one ex-MI6 officer I know to conclude that the Russians will have seen everything Dugan has got. But what this is, exactly, remains as muddy as Dugan's prose. Reportedly, he posted what he claimed was one of Epstein's blackmail tapes, but online sleuths discovered that it was from a porn site generated long after the 2005 raid on El Brillo Way. In 2022, he popped up in Russian-occupied Ukraine, spurting conspiracy theories about Ukrainian biolabs. Dugan is employed in some fashion by the Kremlin Lie Factory, and his story of securing a cache of Epstein's tapes is yet another of his dark fantasies. The iron law of forensic investigation remains true. Contact leaves trace. Epstein's people had hoovered up most of the digital evidence, but they missed the old tech stuff, including hundreds of messages scribbled on a pad, some from Donald Trump, the magician David Copperfield, some from phone numbers that matched the underage girl victims Ricari had already interviewed. They read, "Courtney called. She can come at 4. Or Tanya can't come at 7 p.m. tomorrow because she has soccer practice." Other messages were directly damning. One reading, "She's wondering if 2:30 is okay because she needs to stay in school." That had been left in February 2005. Another note shows that Colleen phoned to tell the Epstein child abuse factory, "Going into class, will be out in 45 minutes. None of these messages arranging massages for Epstein mention Ghislaine, but other ordinary business messages were left for Ghislaine, suggesting she was in the El Brillo house at the same time as the underage girls were coming and going. Lawyer Brad Edwards writes in his book Relentless Pursuit, "From the messages that had been confiscated in the infamous trash pools, we learned that callers were leaving messages for Maxwell as if she lived in the house during a time when high school girls were regularly being shuttled there." Ricari told Julie K. Brown that they also found naked photographs of underage girls amid Epstein's possessions. Ricari, a good cop, flipped 2 of Epstein's butlers, who testified on the trafficking of underage girls, finding sex toys when cleaning up after Epstein's sex sessions and paying off the victims. Rodriguez told Ricari that he was a human ATM machine because he was ordered by Epstein to keep $2,000 on him at all times. Down the track it gets nasty for many of Epstein's victims. Private investigators go through their lives, turn up at their homes, sit outside in dark cars, waiting. I've been spied on by the Church of Scientology's private eyes, and it's horrible. Epstein's lawyers go for the victims, making them out to be untrustworthy trash. Michelle Licata told Julie K. Brown that Epstein's lawyers try to turn her life inside out, asking if she'd had a baby, an abortion, had she slept with 30 different guys. Michelle Licata never heard mention of Ghislaine Maxwell when she was sexually abused by Epstein. That is common. The vast majority of Epstein's Palm Beach victims never meet Ghislaine, never hear that name. But from at least 1992 to March 2005, when the Palm Beach Police Department investigation gets going, Ghislaine controls Epstein's schedule. Throughout those 13 years, she's organizing his diary, and that is super complicated because he's got all these fancy people like former President Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, and Prince Andrew, Duke of York, captains of finance and the Nobel-winning scientists coming and going. Epstein and Ghislaine are moving between 4 points of the compass: his mansion in Manhattan, his ranch in New Mexico, the place in Palm Beach, the island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And for much of that time, he's having free massages from underage girls a day. The last known photograph of Ghislaine and Epstein together is taken on the 15th of March 2005 in New York at a Rod Stewart gig at Cipriani, Wall Street. Epstein grabs her in an arm lock, signaling she's mine to the photographer. Ghislaine is smiling, but as the saying goes, the smile does not reach her eyes. That's the month that Detective Ricari gets going. So that's also the month when Epstein is in trouble. But don't forget the power of his money to buy fancy lawyers, his connections to important people, some of whom, who knows, could even have a holdover. March 2005 is, it just so happens, when Epstein does something entirely out of character. He gives an on-the-record interview to the Chicago Tribune, citing just how extraordinarily generous he can be. Epstein told the paper that he paid the three women who worked for him $200,000 a year, an extraordinary sum if all that was expected of them was secretarial work. The Tribune reported on how very well paid Epstein's assistants were. Citing scientific studies, he calls them a social prosthesis, whereby their intuitive knowledge of his needs and their 24-hour presence make them virtually indispensable to his success. "They are an extension of my brain," said Epstein, who rarely talks publicly. This smacks of his weirdo belief in transhumanism, whose adepts think they are on a path to a higher form of being. The paper continued that Epstein does not stint in compensating them. In addition to the rich payday, he also ladles on the perks. A charge account at Frederick Feckeye, the society hairdresser, all food eaten during his lengthy business hours, trips on his Boeing 727, etc., etc. Epstein loved to lurk in the shadows. It strikes me that by brazenly telling a paper that he pays his staff top dollar, that he could have been signaling to his victims, "Keep mum, play along with me, and you too will see some of my money." One of those assistants on $200,000 a year was Sarah Kellen, the pretty woman with the clipboard Michelle Licata met before Epstein abused her, the former Jehovah's Witness, the same Sarah Kellen who had flown multiple times on the Lolita Express, very often with Ghislaine, sometimes too with Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton. Mail Online tracked down Sarah's parents, still Jehovah's Witnesses, in North Carolina. Sarah's mum got a few emails hinting at unease at a new way of life. She emailed her mother in June 2000. "I just feel so confused. It's hard to express what I feel, because half the time I'm not even sure." Sarah's mother, Mary, now in her 70s, told the Mail, "I think it shows that she was just very vulnerable. She sounded desperate, confused, not knowing what to do. What happened to all those girls is horrendous, but I do feel that Sarah was also a victim. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but I can see that she was maneuvered or brainwashed." Brainwashed. Log that word. Chapter 9. Blackmail. In April 2005, a man called Jean-Luc left a telephone message for Jeffrey Epstein at his Palm Beach house about a Russian teacher. The message, written down on the pad and later read by Palm Beach Police Department, went as follows: "He has a teacher for you to teach you how to speak Russian. She is 2 times 8 years old, not blonde. Lessons are free, and you're going to have your first today if you call. Do the sums. 2 times 8 equals 16, which is 2 years below the legal age of consent in Florida." A second message from the same Jean-Luc reads, "He just did a good one, 18 years. She spoke to me and said, 'I love Jeffrey.'" Even by the standards of the major characters in this book, Jean-Luc Brunel is a truly disgusting human being. Someone who's been accused of the sexual abuse of young women, especially aspiring models, for 3 decades, who faced charges of the rape of minors in France, who was bankrolled by Jeffrey Epstein. A French model scout who found Sharon Stone, Christy Turlington, and Mila Jovovich. Brunel was also a close friend of Ghislaine Maxwell. There is a photograph of the two of them in 2003 in Little St. Jeff's, she giggling helplessly while he holds her in a headlock, grinning wolfishly at the camera. The flight logs nail the friendship, telling us that Brunel took 20-plus flights on Epstein's private jet over the space of 4 years, travelling to the Bahamas, the US Virgin Islands, and elsewhere. Researcher Jason Hanspal went through Brunel's appearances in the logs and the French newspapers for this book with the fineness of toothcombs. Early on in the logs, Brunel's full name was entered in the manifest alongside the initials of regulars such as GM for Ghislaine. But soon he was familiar enough to the pilots to go by JLB. The earliest flight was in 2000, when John Luke flew on the Lolita Express between the U.S. Virgin Islands and New Jersey. In June 2002, JLB is recorded on Flight 1570 between Palm Beach, Florida and the Bahamas, with Virginia Roberts, Epstein, Sarah Kellen, Cindy Lopez and Ghislaine Maxwell. The last flight for the trio is on the 24th of August 2005. Epstein, Ghislaine and Brunel flew to Ecuador to attend the Models New Generation contest. One can only imagine what these three people got up to at a beauty pageant in one of South America's poorest countries. Brunel was first exposed as a sexual abuser of multiple young women back in 1988, when CBS 60 Minutes reporter Diana Sawyer investigated American models in Paris. Several American models who worked with Brunel explained how they had been routinely drugged and sexually abused. In his book Model, The Ugly Business of Beautiful Women, published in 1995, Michael Gross discusses accusations against Brunel, most notably by Jerome Bonouvrier, who used to own a rival model agency. He said, "Jean-Luc is considered a danger. He likes drugs and silent rape. It excites him." Gross went on to accuse Brunel of being a cocaine addict. Brunel's response was that he did not have a drug problem, since he refrained from using cocaine during the day. Doesn't everyone? Brunel survived the CBS investigation and went on to create Karen Models of America in 1995. In 1999, he was turned over in a BBC McIntyre undercover film and banned from his own modelling agency in Europe. In the early 2000s, Brunel moved to the United States. Ghislaine, according to Bradley J. Edwards, a lawyer for some of the victims, had first met Brunel in the 1980s, and it was she who introduced Brunel to Epstein. In 2004, Epstein gave the Frenchman $1 million in seed capital to set up a modelling agency, MC². It's a joke based on Einstein's famous equation E equals mc², the missing E standing not for energy, but Epstein. Virginia Roberts Giuffre alleged in a 2015 affidavit that Epstein boasted to her that he had slept with over 1,000 of Brunel's girls. Virginia also accused Ghislaine and Epstein of pimping her out to Brunel, along with Prince Andrew. Brunel responded by denying involvement in any illegal activities with Epstein, saying, "I strongly deny having committed any illicit act or any wrongdoing in the course of my work as a scouter or model agency's manager." The third man, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, claims that she was required to have sex with by Epstein and Ghislaine is Alan Dershowitz, one of the most famous lawyers in the United States. Virginia first made the claim in a 2015 affidavit and then repeated it in the 2020 Netflix documentary Filthy Secrets. Virginia had sex with Dershowitz, she said, at least 6 times in Epstein's various residences, on his island, in a car, and on his plane. Dershowitz denies Virginia's allegations against him vehemently. The lawyer has called Virginia a serial liar, a prostitute, and a bad mother, and has written a book setting out his evidence, Guilt by Accusation, the challenge of proving innocence in the age of Me Too. A former Harvard law professor, Dershowitz has spent some of his life championing ignoble causes. One such was defending Klaus von Bülow, a Danish-German socialite who was accused of the attempted murder of his wife in 1982 by injecting her with insulin, leaving her in a coma. Tried and convicted, he was freed on appeal, and at the second trial he was found not guilty. There were serious flaws in the prosecution's evidence, but widespread suspicion remains that Dershowitz's brilliant legal mind helped free a guilty man. Von Bülow died in 2019, partially mourned. Dershowitz's great claim to fame is being one part of the legal dream team who helped O.J. Simpson walk free from court after being tried for the murder of his wife, Nicole Brown Smith, in 1995. The essence of the defense case was that O.J. didn't kill his wife because the cop who arrested him was a racist who used the N-word, denied it, and was proven to be a liar because he had said the word on tape. In his book, Dershowitz tries to discredit Virginia. He claims that on the 7th of April 2011, Virginia told a lawyer that she was born on the 9th of August 1983 and that she first met Epstein around June of 1998, which would have put her age at 14 years, 10 months. Dershowitz writes, that was a lie. She didn't meet him until, at the earliest, midsummer 2000, when she turned 17. Her own employment records conclusively prove she was 17 when she first met Epstein. Virginia later claimed she made an honest mistake rather than told a lie. Dershowitz wasn't buying that. Nevertheless, the media continues to refer to her as underage and to anyone she claims had sex with her as a paedophile. The age of sexual consent varies from country to country, and in the USA from state to state. In Britain, it is 16. In New York State, 17. In Florida, 18. Virginia, then 17 and living in Florida, describes having sex with Epstein from very early on. Virginia had sex with Epstein when she was underage. Fact. Dershowitz continues that Virginia's own statements show that she was close to 19 when she claimed Epstein started to ask her to entertain his friends. He argues, the combined evidence of my innocence and her history of lying about her accusations and her age totally discredited her accusation against me. Virginia accepts that she got some of the details wrong. When you are abused, you know your abuser. I might not have my dates right. I might not have my times right, but I know their faces, and I know what they've done to me. Dershowitz denied ever meeting Virginia on BBC Newsnight in 2019. Let me be very clear. I never met Virginia Roberts. I never heard of her. And she never met me or heard of me. She told the FBI that she did not have sex with me. She told her best friend she did not have sex with me. She told her boyfriend she did not have sex with me. There is no corroborating evidence that Virginia ever met Dershowitz. No photograph. Unlike Prince Andrew, no flight logs pinning him and her on the same plane ride. No witnesses coming forward. The FBI did interview Virginia in 2011. The New Yorker got hold of a copy of the FBI agent's report. Much of it is blacked out, including the men Virginia identified. So one cannot make a firm judgment on what Virginia told the FBI. The magazine also set out the long friendship between the two men, dating from 1996, how Epstein's philanthropy benefited Dershowitz's university, Harvard, and how Epstein stepped in when Dershowitz lost several $100,000 in an investment that tanked. Dershowitz had sunk his money into a fund run by Orrin Kramer, the founder of the hedge fund Boston Provident. When the fund sustained enormous losses, Epstein contacted Kramer and said, "One of us is going to make Alan whole. And if I have to do it, that is an outcome you will regret." Kramer made Alan, as it were, whole. Epstein's action is not something you do for a casual acquaintance. Dershowitz said that he'd never heard that Epstein had made this call and that he understood Kramer had restored his money because he felt a moral obligation. Dershowitz has been called upon in his professional life to discredit young women making allegations of abuse against his clients. One victim, known to the police as AH, was a key witness against Epstein. A.H. told Palm Beach cop Ricari that she had started going to Epstein's house in 2003 when she was 16, and she had become his favorite. He sent roses when she starred in a high school play. Epstein photographed her naked. She had set a rule with Epstein that they wouldn't have intercourse, but one day he pushed her down and forcibly penetrated her. She kept on coming to see him because he had told her he would pay for her to go to NYU, because my dream was like right in front of me, you know. Dershowitz told the Mail on Sunday that Epstein had passed a lie detector test, showing he was innocent of all allegations. The financier had paid for massages, but had not engaged in sex or erotic massages with any minors, the lawyer insisted. Dershowitz said that the girl who accused Epstein of forcible sex had a long record of lying, theft, and blaming others for her crimes. She told the Palm Beach detective Joy Ricari that she had sex massages with Epstein multiple times. Victim: towards the end, I just got naked. Police: would he perform oral? Victim: sometimes. Police: oral sex on you? Victim: sometimes. The New Yorker reported that Dershowitz sent Ricari a letter about A.H., pointing to evidence suggesting troublesome and telling illustration of her character. Dershowitz said he sent 2 private investigators to see her because we feared that she, an accomplished drama student, might try and mislead them as successfully as she had misled others. The PIs were, Dershowitz said, quite shocked at the overwhelming, non-stop barrage of profanity from what initially appeared only to be a young woman of slight build and soft demeanour. He also enclosed snippets from A.H.'s presence on social media, detailing her apparent fascination with marijuana. The New Yorker put all this to Dershowitz, who replied denying gathering information from social media. He said that the letter was composed by someone else in his office, although, the New Yorker pointed out, it bears his signature and is written in the first person. The magazine headlined its piece on Dershowitz, "The Devil's Advocate." The year 2005 had been difficult for Epstein. What with the Palm Beach Police Department raid on his house on El Brillo Way and their seizure of what evidence was left. The phone call logs pointing to a string of schoolgirls arranging massages with his team. The good news was that for at least some part of the Christmas break, one of Ghislaine's best friends, Peter, Lord Mandelson, was on hand in the Caribbean to cheer him up. Mandelson was captured trying on a white belt in an upmarket boutique on the island of St. Bart's, roughly 140 miles due east from Little St. Jeff's, with Epstein looking on. The photograph was discovered by the Daily Mail, who reported that the hitherto unknown shopping trip by Epstein and Mandelson took place on the 27th of December 2005. I contacted Lord Mandelson's office for a reaction to this story, but received no reply. By the back end of 2005, going into 2006, the Palm Beach cops thought they had the goods on Epstein. They had interviewed numerous underage victims, they had the messages, they had witness statements from Epstein's staff. Police Chief Michael Reiter said in a deposition that when he discussed the investigation with Florida State Attorney Barry Krischer, he said, "Let's go for it. This is an adult male in his 50s who's had sexual contact with children." Once Dershowitz started acting for Epstein, Reiter said, the tone and tenor of the discussions of this case with Mr. Krischer changed completely. In June 2006, a grand jury charged Epstein with 1 count of soliciting prostitution. There was no mention of underage girls, no requirement that he register as a sex offender, no mandatory jail time. Reiter, a tough cookie, infuriated by the soft soap treatment for a serial paedophile, called in the feds. The FBI cast their net wider, interviewed almost 40 girls, some as young as 14, who said Epstein had sexually abused them. In the meantime, there was yet another royal bash to go to. In July 2006, that is 1 month after he'd been charged with a sex crime, Jeffrey Epstein was invited to a mass ball at Windsor Castle to celebrate the 18th birthday of Princess Beatrice, Prince Andrew's eldest daughter. Guest donned period costumes marking the theme 1888. The Duke later explained Epstein had been invited via Ghislaine and that he wasn't aware at the time the invitation was sent out what was going on in the United States. He said Epstein never mentioned that he was under investigation. From the Palm Beach Police Department raid in 2005, the story changes a little. Evidence of abuse of underage girls in Palm Beach dries up, but stories of abuse, more often of vulnerable women of age, continue. The locations are Little St. Jeff's and New York. Palm Beach had become too hot for the child sex factory. Sarah Ransom was, in 2006, a young woman in her very early 20s, exquisitely beautiful, and unlike most of the victims of Epstein and Ghislaine, in being originally upper class, her mother's father being Lord James Gordon Macpherson, 2nd Baron of Dromocta. But, like all the other principal victims, Sarah was from a broken home, her mother an alcoholic, her father absent in South Africa. In one word, she was vulnerable. You get the pattern. At 22, she had dropped out of Edinburgh University and had resorted to being a prostitute to get by. She left Britain for New York in September 2006 and fell into the world of Ghislaine and Epstein. In her book Silence No More, Surviving My Journey to Hell and Back, she paints an entirely convincing picture of Little St. Jeff's as a rotten paradise. She writes that Epstein took sadistic pleasure in his sexual abuse. With one hand he began masturbating. With his other hand he pressed the massager onto my clitoris. As I half sobbed, half screamed, "Stop, please stop. Just breathe." He leaned towards me and whispered, as if my nurturer, not torturer. Sarah Ransom writes that she was repeatedly raped on Little St. Jeff's. But as she was about to leave, Epstein offered her a beautiful flat in New York City and, far more precious, an offer to pay her way through the Fashion Institute of Technology, FIT, which was Sarah's impossible dream come true. She took the carrot, knowing it to be poisoned. She became a sex slave for the money, but perhaps more crucially for the fantasy of the alternative life she so wanted for herself. What is so saddening is that she now understands the depth of the dark tricks played against her and other beautiful and vulnerable women entombed in Epstein's amber. She was put up in an apartment building in New York and began to suspect that other young and beautiful women were there on Epstein's dime too. As ever with personality cults, isolation was the key to the operation. She saw many pretty young women walk in and out of the building, tall, pimple-sized breasts, emaciated, white, Epstein's type. But they all remained locked in their own private worlds, scared to challenge Epstein and Ghislaine even in their absence. Sarah Ransom's chapter, Ghislaine's Inferno, is a hideously fascinating read. She writes that she can see how Ian Maxwell and others, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Boris Johnson, I'm just plucking 4 names at random, were confused about who Ghislaine really is. Blowing hot and cold, switching between Madam Boss Lady and nurturing mother figure, Ghislaine was, for Sarah Ransom, a chameleon. Which face she displayed depended on who was in the room or on the phone. The human rubbish she regarded me as, or the high society guests she and Jeffrey hosted. The posh people got the gracious Ghislaine. We got the conniving tyrant. Like the Farmer sisters, Maria and Annie, Sarah Ransom identifies a critical factor that Epstein and Ghislaine's own personal cruelties reinforced each other. Like Lord and Lady Macbeth, their joint darkness was all the more powerful because it was entwined. He was the sexual sadist. She was artful at psychological torture. There is also a sense that Ghislaine smelt Sarah Ransom's old money, but she understood Sarah's fall from grace, and that meant she was subjected to a heightened degree of cruelty to underscore the reality that they were masters, and she was a minion. Ghislaine and Epstein deemed Sarah obese. She wasn't, of course, but the fun in being at the top of a kind of cult is in unhinging reality, and then making the lesser beings genuflect to the lie. Ghislaine told her that if she gave up eating for a month, she'd still be overweight and disgusting. When Ghislaine looked at her, she would go, "Oink, oink!" She would call her a piglet and a heifer. For her first 2 trips to Little St. Jeff's, Sarah enjoyed the same food as everyone else: omelettes, breakfast burritos, fresh fish, chicken, salads. Then she was put on a starvation diet of cucumbers, tomatoes, and a sliver of beef so small it was something you would feed a child. Sarah weighed 146 pounds. Ghislaine demanded that she should cut down to 114 pounds, or else the flat and her chance of studying at fashion college would disappear. Sarah did not know that Ghislaine had first been diagnosed anorexic at the age of 3. Sarah spent the year of 2006 going into 2007 on Little St. Jeff's. Sarah slipped off to South Africa for a couple of months and then returned to New York to be greeted by Ghislaine. "Look who's back, the fat cunt!" There's her father's daughter, right there. Sarah Ransom didn't last much longer. She was too much of her own person, and she came to realize that, for Jeffrey, she was too old. She exited Maxwelliana in May 2007, more broken than before. Around this time, a photograph pops up of Epstein celebrating his birthday in Paris by blowing out the candles on a cake along with his chum Peter Mandelson, or at least that is what the Sun claims. The date is not stated in the article, but the context suggests it is either January 2007 or January 2008. I contacted Peter Mandelson's office about this photograph, but did not receive a reply. Meanwhile, the FBI had taken over the investigation into Epstein started by the Palm Beach Police Department. The agents unearthed yet more victims. But despite the massive evidence that Epstein was being serviced by a fresh child factory, in 2008, Epstein's lawyers, including Dershowitz, secured a sweetheart deal. Epstein coffered 2 counts, one of soliciting a prostitute, one of procuring an underage girl for prostitution in Florida. He served 13 months, but benefited from a clause so that he could leave the jail during the day to go to his office 6 days a week for up to 16 hours a day. Epstein, for the rest of his life, never accepted that he had done anything bad, later telling the New York Post, "I'm not a sexual predator, I'm an offender. It's a difference between a murderer and a person who steals a bagel." Spencer Cuvin, a lawyer for several of the victims, told me, "It was unbelievable that the U.S. Attorney's Office would enter into such a deal. We know that Mr. Epstein got a deal that no other person I've ever seen in 26 years of practice get. The FBI had interviewed over 40 victims, 40 young girls, and he gets a deal. It's a get-out-of-jail-free card." But that was not the only thing that stuck in Spencer Cuvin's craw. The deal gave full immunity to Jeffrey Epstein for crimes in the past with respect to the victims. And it gave immunity to, at least by name, those he considered his co-conspirators. And it also mentions "and any other co-conspirators that may have been involved" in a general phrase. The alleged co-conspirators were Epstein's executive assistants, Adriana Ross, Leslie Groff, Nadia Monchenkova, and Sarah Kellen, the former Jehovah's Witness. She invoked the Fifth Amendment when questioned by investigators. Nadia Marcinkova was allegedly brought from the former Yugoslavia to live with Epstein. Marcinkova encouraged and engaged in acts with victims, while Epstein played voyeur, according to written testimony by several alleged victims. Adriana Ross, also known as Adriana Mukinska, originally from Poland, was a model who also helped organize Epstein's massage sessions. She moved to Florida in 2002 and often popped up on the Lolita Express flight logs. When questioned by police, Adriana exercised her right to remain silent. Leslie Groff was claimed to have coordinated the travel plans of his victims and scheduled massages. When Groff announced she was pregnant and tried to leave in 2004, Epstein bought her a Mercedes to make her commute less taxing. It's worth noting that while Ross and Marcinkova have stayed silent, Groff has since denied having anything to do with any of Epstein's sexual misconduct, but Sarah Kellen is aware of the pain and damage Epstein caused and deeply regrets that she had any part in it. If, as that suggests, the feds have succeeded in flipping Sarah Kellen, then Ghislaine's old fellow traveller on the Lolita Express could cause trouble, not just for her, but for others in Epstein's circle too. The sweetheart deal also granted immunity to any known or unknown co-conspirators, and that catch-all would have embraced Ghislaine Maxwell. Epstein got a soft sentence. Ghislaine got immunity. Nice work, Professor Dershowitz, some might say. So why did the then U.S. federal attorney for Florida, Alex Acosta, who went on to become President Trump's transport secretary, okay the sweetheart deal? One of the prosecutors wrote that it was better to secure a conviction than aim high and lose, and that some victims were so scared of Epstein they hired lawyers to avoid appearing before a grand jury. That raises the possibility that Epstein used his vast wall of money to pay off some of the victims to buy their silence. Spencer Cuvin, a lawyer for some of the victims, told me, "We know that Epstein was paying a number of young girls to keep quiet. There's always a but. But a few came forward, and the ones that came forward told a story of videotapes and cameras that were hidden within both the Palm Beach mansion as well as the New York mansion." The Epstein blackmail tapes, if they exist, have never surfaced, never popped up in the mass of evidence thrown up in a slew of court cases against Epstein, Ghislaine, and after his death, his estate. However, there are some tantalizing pieces of evidence suggesting that Epstein was indeed a blackmailer, and he did so with the sanction of the deep state. Vicky Ward wrote a story for the Daily Beast in 2019 that set out why America's spyocrats, led by the CIA, might have reason to protect Epstein. Vicky wrote that when she was interviewing an unnamed but senior figure in the White House, the name Jeffrey Epstein came up. Her source told her that Epstein was a charming guy, useful too. He knew a lot of rich Arabs, including the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. That is, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, also known after the slaughter of dissident Jamal Khashoggi in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul in 2018 as Mr. Bonesaw. The Crown Prince denies any wrongdoing. Vicky's source continued to reflect on Epstein. Okay, so he has a girl problem, but this wasn't, in her source's judgment, that big a problem. Vicky went on to report that Team Trump, before moving into the White House, prepped Acosta for his nomination hearings and worried about his role in the sweetheart deal back in 2008. Is the Epstein case going to cause a problem? Acosta later explained he'd cut the non-prosecution deal with one of Epstein's attorneys because he'd been told to back off, that Epstein was above his pay grade. "I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone." Epstein had a Slovakian bodyguard called Igor, who told lawyer for the victims Bradley J. Edwards to back off more than once. When Epstein was convicted in 2008, Igor spread the word that he was sent on a course run by the CIA in Washington, where he was given secret communications to pass on to Epstein. Edwards did not know whether to believe Igor or not. This hint that Epstein was working for intelligence is an echo of the Mail on Sunday piece from 1992, which first outed the love affair between Ghislaine and Epstein. It is hard to tell, but it smells like a con to me. But there are credible witnesses who can corroborate that Epstein had powerful friends that the CIA would most definitely be interested in. In 2013, Epstein got back in touch with the reporter Edward J. E.J. Epstein because, decades before, E.J. had worked with Vladimir Nabokov, the author of Lolita, a novel about an older man molesting his 12-year-old stepdaughter. E.J. was wary but intrigued. The huckster, who in the 1980s used to hand out fake first-class upgrade tickets, had made it big time. A mansion that filled a whole block in Manhattan, the homes in Palm Beach, New Mexico, Little St. Jeff's. When E.J. asked Jeffrey about his business, he replied, "I manage money for a few select clients." On the walls were photos of Epstein with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, and Emirate Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, MBZ. In the Arab world, there is no better alphabet spaghetti to bag. "Are these clients?" asked E.J. "Some were," said Jeffrey, cryptically. "What about Russia? Any clients there?" He shrugged, telling E.J. that he often flew to Moscow to see Vladimir Putin. E.J. reflected on this in his piece on Jeffrey Epstein for the Mail. "I found this hard to swallow. In the absence of any other supporting evidence, so do I." Remember that fake Austrian passport the feds found in Epstein's safe in 2019? Remember the address in that passport inside Saudi Arabia. Remember his connections with Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi arms dealer uncle of Jamal Khashoggi. The picture here is murky. But could Epstein have done such a big favor for the CIA in the past that the agency helped secure the sweetheart deal? James B. Stewart of the New York Times reported that he'd picked up a story that Epstein was advising Elon Musk, the billionaire behind Tesla, and wanted to check it out. Both Epstein and Elon Musk denied it. There is a photograph from 2014 from an Oscar party ball with Elon Musk grinning at the camera and Ghislaine Maxwell immediately behind him. Elon Musk's PR says that Ghislaine photobombed the billionaire. Nothing to see here, folks. Epstein showed Stewart, the New York Times reporter, around his Manhattan mansion, pointing to a full-length shot of a man in traditional Arab dress. "That's MBS," said Epstein. So was Epstein and also Ghislaine protected because he was spying for the CIA? The song Stool Pigeon by Kit Creole and the Coconuts sums up this hypothesis. If you want to squeal, we can make a deal. Really clever bad people hook the authorities, turning the power of the state's agencies created to protect the common interest into a private insurance policy. They turn stool pigeon. For example, fraudster Alan Stanford became an informer for the U.S. Drugs Enforcement Agency, throwing them sprats, while he himself was a whale, hiding a $7 billion Ponzi scheme in plain sight. The gangster Whitey Bulger, based in Boston, had 19 people murdered while informing for the FBI, a massive con against law enforcement, brought to celluloid by Martin Scorsese, with Jack Nicholson playing Bulger in the 2006 film The Departed. The best book about blackmail ever written is Raymond Chandler's The Big Sleep. In it, the blackmailer Arthur Geiger sends the gambling debts to General Sternwood, run up by his wild daughter Carmen, acknowledging their legal uncollectability. Smart blackmailers don't show their hand. They wear a mask when they threaten shame on you. Consider once again the fact that to date not a single tape, audio or visual, of Epstein's sex factory, both child and adult, at work, has emerged into the public domain. It's possible that the tapes exist but have been hidden by the embarrassed authorities. A second possibility is that Epstein deleted everything. There is a third option, one that I favour, that Epstein never once pressed the record button, but that his targets, rich and powerful men having sex with young and possibly underage women, did not know that. Epstein would still have a hold over them, but because he never pressed record, he himself had not committed a criminal offence. As I've said before, this is a dark fairy story. Chapter 10. Submerging. The last photograph of Ghislaine Maxwell with Jeffrey Epstein that we know about was taken in March 2005. The last time they were seen together in posh society was, as far as we can tell, in July 2006 at Windsor Castle for Prince Beatrice's 1888 party. The last time the flight logs suggest that they flew together was on the 2nd of November 2006 from Massachusetts to New Jersey. It's hard to know exactly when, but from late 2006 or early 2007, Ghislaine cuts Epstein out of her life and quietly submerges, slipping away from the public eye. She resurfaces from time to time with different rich or powerful men on her arm, at a charity event here, at a book launch in 2013 in New York for Geordie Greig's Breakfast with Lucian, with friend Piers Morgan, captured in an excruciatingly cheesy photo. Morgan tweeted on New Year's Eve 2021, "I met Ghislaine Maxwell. We spoke for 5 minutes about her father Bob, who once owned the Daily Mirror. She seemed nice. Obviously, she's a monster. Sadly, I'm not a psychic." True. But you don't have to be psychic to note the following. That Ghislaine's love affair with Epstein over several years, first published in the Mail on Sunday in 1992, was widely known to many in the media, especially in the circle where Morgan struts his stuff. That Epstein's paedophile conviction in 2008 was widely reported. That the Mail on Sunday photograph of Prince Andrew with his arm around Virginia Robert Giuffre's waist with Ghislaine standing next to them was published in 2011. That Ghislaine's threat to sue the Mail on Sunday came to naught. That Piers Morgan writes columns for the Mail on Sunday. So by 2013, people without powers of premonition knew that Ghislaine Maxwell had been close to a convicted paedophile. Greig's portrait of the artist paints Freud as selfish, secretive, and sexually sadistic, according to the Financial Times. So Ghislaine may have found some food for thought there. Post-Epstein, Ghislaine is out of the limelight, and no one ever accuses her of taking part or orchestrating sexual abuse after 2006. But for more than a decade, from 2006 onwards, Ghislaine carried out a discreet but determined campaign to deny her part in Jeffrey Epstein's Fresh Child Factory, to deny its existence, and to call out anyone who insisted that she had questions to answer. The key person she effectively assisted in her denial was, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, and in return, he paid some of her mounting legal bills. Throughout these years, from 2006 onwards, sightings of Ghislaine are rare. Tim Willis, a writer for Tatler, met Ghislaine in 2009 in New York when he and a friend went round to her enormous brownstone on the Upper East Side for tea. We were shown to the first-floor drawing room by an inscrutable maid, who told us that Madam would be with us shortly. The decoration was kind of brash, a big cream carpet, a colour scheme of royal blue, red and black, ornamental china everywhere, and a couple of samurai armour suits on the wall. This sounds a bit like the decor in Headington Hill Hall. Tim and his friend waited in the oppressive silence. If there wasn't a clock ticking too loudly, there should have been. The minutes passed. My friend grew increasingly cheesed off. So rude. When Ghislaine appeared, polo neck, dangly earrings, trousers, she explained that she'd been writing an important email in her study upstairs. Shades of her father. Ghislaine, Tim Willis continues, sat down in a high-backed armchair, and she was imperious, a little bit like Gladstone addressing Queen Victoria as though she were at a public meeting. You certainly wouldn't call her engaging. Ghislaine banged on about the parlous state of the oceans, told her guests how she'd been on several expeditions to discover the extent of their degradation, and, with a laugh, told us that she now had a pilot's license for deep ocean submersibles. Tim met her again at Christmas 2013 at a party in Hampstead, handing out cards for the foundation she'd started that year, the Terra Mar Project, which aimed to gain legal protection for the open high seas unclaimed by nation-states. One wag looked at the card and said something like, "You, Maxwell, seem to love it underwater," and Tim recalls she guffawed like the rest of us. Tim seized the moment and asked if she'd write a free article about Terra Mar for a website he was editing, and she said, "Sure, mail me in the new year." He did, and she delivered a well-composed piece leavened with a few personal revelations. As a child, she'd been a Donny Osmond fan until she switched her affections to Jacques Cousteau. She began diving aged 9, when she would collect shells and discover imaginary islands. Tim liked the draft piece, but thought it would be improved by the underwater Maxwell's joke. So Willis writes, "I asked if she'd pop it into the text. Big mistake. She swiftly sent a stiff missive to the effect that I could forget the whole thing if there was any reference to her father." Jeffrey Epstein enjoyed, by all accounts, an easy time for his 13 months in prison, from halfway through 2008 onwards, commuting to his office where his activities, whatever they were unchecked by the prison guards, whom he was paying by prior agreement with the authorities to stand outside his office complex. Convicted paedophile though Epstein was, he was still open for business with money and power. In January 2009, while still serving his sentence, Epstein was in his office when an associate was present. The associate claims, "While I was there, he, Epstein, received a call and said, 'Hello, Petey,' and Petey wanted to meet Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan. He, Epstein, said, 'Yes, I'll sort it out.' Petey was, allegedly, the then British Secretary of the Board of Trade, Peter Mandelson, and a key advisor to the then Prime Minister, Gordon Brown. The story appeared in a Channel 4 Dispatches investigation and was written up in The Sun. The paper carried a statement from Mandelson's lawyers. "Our client has no recollection of a telephone conversation with Mr. Epstein in January 2009. He talked to bank CEOs on a regular basis, including Mr. Dimon. These contacts were arranged through his office." Banker Jez Taylor, then with JP Morgan, popped by in his prison cell come office to pay his respects. Staley, who ran a private bank inside JP Morgan, got to know Epstein in 2000 and stayed loyal. Investigators found that between 2008 and 2012, the banker and the paedophile exchanged 1,200 emails. One referred mysteriously to Snow White. In late 2021, Staley stepped down as head of Barclays Bank because of the British bank regulators' concerns about his relationship with Epstein. The Daily Mail quoted his lawyer saying that their client had no involvement with any of the alleged crimes committed by Epstein, and code words were never used by Staley in any communication with Epstein. Staley, it was reported, was going to contest the regulator in proceedings. Another long-time loyalist was billionaire hedge funder Leon Black, who first made Epstein a trustee of his charity Doodah back in 1997. Black, one of the founders of Apollo Global Management, which controls some $455 billion in funds, is seriously rich, worth several $1 billion in his own right, and he's a mover and shaker in the art world. In 2012, he bought one of the 4 versions of Edvard Munch's The Scream for $120 million. When news broke of the relationship between him and the paedophile, Apollo called in a law firm to investigate. It found that from 2012 to 2017, Black had paid Epstein some $158 million in fees for advice on tax matters and philanthropy, potentially saving him $1.3 billion in taxes. Black has never been accused of any wrongdoing related to his association with Epstein. He stepped down as CEO of Apollo in 2021, saying that he deeply regrets his relationship with Epstein. By December 2010, Epstein is out of jail, free, back in New York, albeit as a registered sex offender, with one count of being a paedophile. But he's got a visitor, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York. And Ghislaine? She has disappeared from public view, but there are a few traces of evidence. An unredacted email here, a chance admission of a meeting there, that suggest, although behind the scenes, she is still intimately involved in denying the existence of the Fresh Child Factory. By 2009, both Prince Andrew and Ghislaine Maxwell could not affect ignorance of Jeffrey Epstein's paedophilia. He had been convicted the year before, served time in prison, and in September 2009 fell into a very public elephant trap set for him by Spencer Couvin, the lawyer from West Palm Beach representing 3 underage girls sexually abused by the multimillionaire. Deposition Clerk: do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Jeffrey Epstein: yes, I do. Spencer Couvin: could you please give us your name? Epstein: Jeffrey Epstein. Couvin: is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis? There is a clunking sound as Epstein takes off his mic. Couvin: sir, according to the police department's probable cause affidavit, one witness described your penis as oval-shaped and claimed when erect it was thick towards the bottom but was thin and small towards the head portion, and called it egg-shaped. Those are not my words. I apologize. Judge, this court is now adjourned. The deposition was part of a civil case brought by the underage victims against Epstein and not disclosable to the public. However, once Epstein had walked out, Couvin was legally entitled to file an appeal, and part of his evidence to the court that Epstein should answer the deposition was the video, and that appeal evidence was publicly disclosable. Someone phoned a local paper, and the video of Epstein walking out of a depot having been asked if he had an egg-shaped penis was up on YouTube. It still is. 1 year later, in December 2010, Prince Andrew flies to New York and stays at Epstein's mansion for 4 days and is photographed walking in Central Park with a convicted paedophile. It's cold, and the sequence of photos show the two men talking with somber faces. Looking at the photos with my podcast producer, Ruth Barnes, I said, "It looks like a setup, like a bad movie, where you've told two not very good extras to go for a walk in the park and look as though they're discussing something serious. It looks staged as hell to me." For the Hunting Ghislaine podcast, I got in touch with the photographer who took the photos through his website, but he did not get back to me. Emily Maitlis of BBC Newsnight challenged Prince Andrew on why he stayed at Epstein's New York mansion. He replied that he had wanted to break off his friendship with Epstein and that it was best to do that in person. "I thought that doing it over the telephone was the chicken's way of doing it. It was definitely the wrong thing to do, but at the time I felt it was the honourable and right thing to do. I admit fully that my judgment was probably coloured by my tendency to be too honourable, but that's just the way it is." A surfeit of honour is one explanation for the Duke to stay at Epstein's. Prince Andrew could have paid for a hotel in New York, as ordinary folk do. Or perhaps he could have stayed at the British Consul General's home in Manhattan, which is funded by the British taxpayer for the exact purpose of putting up visiting government ministers and members of the royal family when they pass through New York. But the central issue is why, if Epstein was a casual acquaintance of the Duke's, originally a +1 for Ghislaine, was it necessary to end the friendship in person. If you want to break off a friendship with somebody, you can split with them by phone or email. You don't go for a walk in the park with them. Prince Andrew and Epstein were not lovers. Royal biographer Andrew Morton told me, like all the royals, if Prince Andrew falls out with somebody, he just doesn't get in touch with them. As simple as that. You're out. Prince Andrew is, then, either a fool or a knave. If the latter, he had good reason to do what he did, though he might not wish to share it with the rest of us. The idea that Prince Andrew is a fool is extremely tempting. There is an abundance of evidence that his sense of entitlement blinds him to what ordinary people feel and think, that he has no empathy and no common sense. This view was put in coruscating prose by Vassie Chamberlain, the woman who knew Ghislaine in London back in the day and had come across the Duke on a number of occasions. She wrote, Andrew's lifelong incarceration, within the rigidly observed confines of the royal family, coupled with a lack of self-awareness, a constant entourage of fawning yes-men, not to mention a reduced position as second son, meant he was disadvantaged from the start. He is a man without a point, and I suspect no one feels that quite as keenly as he does. The second explanation for the walk in the park is that he is a knave, worried about money, or rather the lack of it. Prince Andrew is very close to his ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson. They divorced in 1996, but from 2008 onwards have been living together in the same house, the Royal Lodge in Windsor, and they work in tandem to support their two daughters. Andrew Morton commented on how the Yorks handle cash badly. She in particular, she's a fool with money. I've got a cartoon that's in my office, which shows Fergie looking at a £5 note, and she's saying to herself, I'm sure I came out with £50,000 this morning. Fergie is a shocker when it comes to money. She's notorious, and that, quite frankly, has been her downfall. And perhaps the Duke's downfall too. In May 2010, the so-called fake sheikh, the crooked News of the World reporter Mazza Mahmood, secretly filmed Sarah Ferguson offering access to Prince Andrew for £500,000. She was filmed taking a briefcase containing $40,000 in cash in part prepayment. That August, the Sunday Telegraph reported Sarah Ferguson had debts of £5 million and that Prince Andrew was masterminding a rescue plan to avoid the embarrassment of her filing for bankruptcy. The next day, The Guardian reported Fergie's debts had been exaggerated. They were only £2 million. 4 years later, in 2014, the Yorks buy a skiing chalet in Verbier in Switzerland for £18 million, £4 million to follow, and £14 million on a mortgage. I asked Ian Campbell, who is both an accountant and an investigative journalist, to look into the Yorks' books. Officially, he receives a £20,000 pension from the Royal Navy and £250,000 as a grant for the maintenance of his personal office from the Queen. So, if he is on £270,000 a year, they ought to be able to borrow 5 times that, but that only adds up to £1.3 million. So how come they can afford a mortgage of £14 million? Campbell replied, well, it's confusing, and certainly outside of the normal parameters of bank lending. It's a head-scratcher. The sequence of events is important here. In February 2011, the Mail on Sunday broke the story alleging Prince Andrew had sex with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, complete with a photo of his arm around 17-year-old Virginia. There's a hue and cry against the prince, and people start to call for him to resign as Britain's trade envoy. A few days later, Sarah Ferguson gave an exclusive interview to Geordie Gregg, then editor at the Evening Standard, and an old friend of Ghislaine Maxwell. Sarah Ferguson said, I abhor paedophilia and any sexual abuse of children, and know that this was a gigantic error of judgment on my behalf. I'm just so contrite, I cannot say. Whenever I can, I will repay the money and will have nothing ever to do with Jeffrey Epstein ever again." What money? Sarah Ferguson admitted accepting £15,000 from Epstein to help her pay down the debt. One of the people Sarah Ferguson felt badly about was her former personal assistant, Johnny O'Sullivan, who had £78,000 in unpaid wages and other bills. Epstein helped out with £15,000 in January 2011, a few weeks after he and Prince Andrew went for their walk in the park. That payment helped enable a restructuring of Sarah Ferguson's debts, the whole process overseen by the Duke of York. Andrew Morton told me, "When Fergie said yes, she owed Epstein some money, that's when the penny dropped. I think that Andrew was going along to help out his ex-wife and to help her to renegotiate this debt. So they were obviously at that time hard up, and Epstein inveigled his way into many people's lives. He had the money in order to support them, or to at least give them an advance." This, then, is the other possible explanation for the walk in the park, that Epstein's money helped sort out the Yorks. We don't know whether it was just £15,000 or a bigger sum. Within 4 years, they can afford to buy a chalet in one of the most expensive ski resorts in the world. And the theory goes that, in return for that earlier favour, Prince Andrew takes a walk with a paedophile in the park. So, running with this theory, could this have been reputation laundering? That Epstein is a social pariah, and he's paying Prince Andrew indirectly by reducing Sarah Ferguson's indebtedness. And in return, the prince whitens Epstein's dirty image. We'll never know for sure. Emily Maitlis's interview with Prince Andrew for BBC Newsnight was extraordinarily good. But one question was missing. "Prince Andrew, were you paid for the walk in the park? What's the going rate for a duke?" Sorry, I'm being vulgar. I put a series of questions to the Duke, one of which asked him to put all monies flowing between Epstein, Sarah Ferguson and himself into the public domain. That didn't happen. But a public relations firm working for Prince Andrew's lawyers did issue this statement. It would be entirely wrong to characterise the Duke and Duchess as having shared financial responsibilities following their divorce in 1996. They share a household at Royal Lodge, which they have done in order to co-parent the princesses during their childhood and into young adulthood. Boiled down, the statement says that Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson weren't a financial unit after they got divorced. But the fact that they have lived together since 2008 seems to suggest to me that they had interests in common when Epstein paid down £15,000 of Sarah Ferguson's debts in 2011, had so when they jointly bought an £18 million ski chalet in 2014, and do so now at the time of writing in 2022. So the charge against Prince Andrew, that he effectively benefited from Epstein's money after the walk in the park, stands. While Prince Andrew has never commented on many of these specific allegations, he has always strongly denied any impropriety. The evidence that Prince Andrew met Epstein after his conviction for being a paedophile is strong. New York literary agent John Brockman sent an email to a friend about the last time he visited Epstein's house, where he met a British guy getting foot massages from two young, well-dressed Russian women, one of whom was called Irina. The Brit was named Andy. After a time, the penny with his mum's head on it dropped. The recipient of Irina's foot massage was His Royal Highness Prince Andrew, the Duke of York. Lucy, the Duke's former girlfriend, told Vassie Chamberlain, Andrew said he was particularly fond of four-handed massages, where two women work on you at the same time. When mention of a foot massage came up, I immediately thought, yes, that's him. 1 week later, The New York Post ran a front-page photo of Jeffrey Epstein and the Duke of York walking in Central Park under the headline, "The Prince and the Perv." None of this could have happened without Ghislaine originally playing go-between for the prince and the paedophile. The Duke of York invited Ghislaine and Epstein to Balmoral, Buckingham Palace, Sandringham and Windsor, thanks to her. The tricky thing with favours between friends is that they are often subtle and under the radar. So hats off to the brilliant researchers at Panorama who dug through a bundle of thousands of pages of legal documents and found gold. It's an email from 2015 from Prince Andrew to Ghislaine. "Let me know when we can talk. Got some specific questions to ask you about Virginia Roberts." Ghislaine replies, "Have some info. Call me when you have a moment." The prince and the socialite appear to be trading favours at the expense of Virginia, someone who says that she was a sex slave for Epstein and the Duke of York at the age of 17. Ghislaine also stays mum about what she knew about Epstein. He is paying her legal fees all the way up to 2017, but there are no walks in the park. Prince Andrew is seen with Epstein in 2010, but not Ghislaine. Lawyer Brad Edwards was working on behalf of some of the victims suing Epstein for damages, and he was on Ghislaine's case from 2009. He heard gossip that Ghislaine was thick with the Clintons. So that year, he sent along some private eyes to the Clinton Global Initiative annual meeting in the New York Sheraton. They publicly served Ghislaine with orders to turn up for the deposition. To say that she was upset about being publicly served at this function is an understatement, Edwards wrote. Come July 2010, Ghislaine skipped out of a planned deposition hearing, explaining that she had got to go home because her mother, Betty, was ill. That wasn't the whole truth. A couple of days later, she was seen at Chelsea Clinton's wedding in the United States. Eventually, in 2016, Ghislaine has to turn up in a legal hearing in the civil case. In American legal jargon, she was deposed. Throughout, she flatly denies knowledge of Epstein the predator, protested her innocence repeatedly, and at one point she banged her fists on the table. The deposition happened behind closed doors, but in 2020 a 400-page transcript was released. However, some passages and the names of several well-connected men whom Virginia Roberts Giuffre said were involved in Epstein's activities were blacked out because of privacy issues. What remains is both grimly fascinating and just plain grim. Lawyer: have you ever said to anybody that you recruit girls to take the pressure off you so you won't have to have sex with Jeffrey? Have you said that? Ghislaine Maxwell: you don't ask me questions like that. First of all, you're trying to trap me. I will not be trapped. You're asking me if I recruit. I told you no. Lawyer: do you recall ever giving, redacted, a gift of a puppet that was in the same, that looked like him? This seems to be a reference to the spitting image puppet of Prince Andrew. American National Public Radio, NPR, noted Ghislaine was initially reluctant to identify the object as a puppet, preferring to call it a caricature. She was then asked if the puppet was used in a game where the man, unidentified in the transcript, but elsewhere identified by Virginia as Prince Andrew, mimicked the puppet's groping of a woman. Ghislaine: I never gave him a gift of a puppet. I recollect the puppet, but I don't recollect anything around the puppet. I characterize it as, I don't know, as a characterization of, redacted. Lawyer: do you recollect asking Virginia Roberts to sit on, redacted, lap with the caricature of, redacted? Ghislaine: I do not recollect that. Virginia wrote in the manuscript of her unpublished memoir that she and another young woman had been told to sit on the Duke's knees, along with a puppet. Ghislaine wanted to take a picture of the bizarre scene, and even got Johanna, another one of Jeffrey's so-called personal assistants, to come sit on his other knee for the snapshot, giving the impression girls couldn't stay away from Randy Andy. The deposition continued. Lawyer: Did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls for sexual massages? Ghislaine: I don't know what you're talking about. Lawyer: Were you aware of the presence of sex toys or devices used in sexual activities in Mr. Epstein's Palm Beach house? Ghislaine: No, not that I recall. I was not aware of anybody that I interacted with, other than obviously the plaintiff, who was 17 at this point. Anna Pasternak, Ghislaine's old acquaintance from Oxford, was struck by her aggression under deposition. Anna told me, given her sort of haughty arrogance in the deposition, it didn't seem to me that this is a woman who is absolutely full of remorse and self-loathing and shame, and who feels that she's been brought to her knees by her own corruption. You don't get that sense at all. I'm sure she still is fighting on, but underneath it all, she feels that she's a victim too. The deposition also threw some light on when Ghislaine stopped working for Epstein. Lawyer Brad Edwards had placed Ghislaine's submerging act with the Palm Beach police inquiry, which started in March 2005. As soon as the criminal investigation began, however, she became a ghost. She completely distanced herself from Epstein. This looked like somebody with a guilty conscience. In the 2016 deposition, she said her work for Epstein lessened considerably after 2002-2003. When questioned about the last date she worked for him, she replied that she continued to work for Epstein in a very nominal way, maybe an hour or two a year, at some time during 2008 or 2009, by which latter date he had been convicted and was serving time in prison. The significance of Ghislaine's admission has been drowned by noise. She continued to work, and therefore one assumes was being paid, by Epstein after he was a convicted paedophile. That, it strikes me, makes her stance of ignorance of the Fresh Child Factory all the more improbable. Rather, it suggests that for a very long time she just didn't get it. Perhaps she still doesn't. That said, the evidence suggests that Ghislaine is not a whole person, but fragmented and conflicted. So there is denial, anger, banging her fists against the table in the deposition, contempt, but also perhaps some sense of shame and fear that a reckoning might one day happen. There were some clues to that in a series of emails going between her and Epstein that were released in a slew of court cases against Epstein. In January 2015, Epstein forwarded to Ghislaine a draft statement for her denying everything. I have been the target of outright lies, innuendo, slander, defamation, and salacious gossip and harassment. 3 days later, Ghislaine emailed Epstein, trying to distance herself from a sense of a long-lasting romance. She wrote, I would appreciate it if Shelley would come out and say she was your girlfriend. I think she was from the end of 1999 to 2002. Epstein writes back a day later that this is okay with me. The Shelley may be Shelley Lewis, the British daughter of a pawnbroker turned billionaire, Brian Lewis. A Shelley Lewis flew on the Lolita Express 41 times. She hasn't responded to calls from reporters. Back to the email to and fro. Epstein then urged Ghislaine to cheer up. You've done nothing wrong, and I would urge you to start acting like it. Go outside, head high, not as an escaping convict. Go to parties, deal with it. Let's take that deal with it email from Epstein. It suggests that Ghislaine is having a hard time doing exactly that she's hiding from the world, shunning society, and she can't hold her head high. Around this time, she did a talk for her Terra Mar project, her green initiative to save the oceans and the fishes. Researcher Emily O'Sullivan for this book took a deep dive into Terra Mar and came away thinking Ghislaine's knowledge of the big deep started and ended with her time spent on the kind of super yacht her father fell off. Ghislaine told her audience in 2014, "Now, I know I speak with a funny accent, so yes, I did say country, not company." There's silence. So, with that, why is the ocean so important to us? Outside of the fact that under there lie millions of dollars, of billions of dollars of assets, and the fish. It made Emily laugh as Ghislaine started going on about assets that were to be had and added, "and the fish," as a footnote. The audience applause for Ghislaine was sparse. Her jokes fell flat. Her delivery was faltering, almost pitiful. Terramar was a confidence trick, poorly done, aimed more at reputation management than saving the fishes, in the view of Ewan Relly, a British investment banker who had known Ghislaine for decades, according to the New York Times. Ghislaine was not dealing with it, as Epstein had advised her. One reason might be that she knows what happened when she worked with Epstein was bad, and she can't escape its shadow. Sometime after slipping away from Epstein's tractor beam, Ghislaine had found new love in the shape of American billionaire Ted Waite. Ian Maxwell approved of his sister's new catch. "I was entirely satisfied, but the man who she then went on to spend time with really provided her with love and affection she needed after Epstein," he told Rosie Kinchin of the Sunday Times. Rosie wrote that Ian was referring to the 7-year relationship she went on to have with Ted Waite, an American billionaire and philanthropist. Waite is, by all accounts, a decent man, and so rich that he bought a super yacht for Ghislaine to mess about in, called Plan B. But that relationship hit the rocks, and the word on the ocean wave is that the reason for the split was Waite's unhappiness as the horror stories about Epstein and her started to seep out. Ghislaine found a fresh new man, not as rich as Waite, but one who was willing to marry her, albeit in secret, so that no one in the world knew about it. His name is Scott Borgeson, 43, and they got hitched in 2016. Rosie Kinchin asked Ian Maxwell when the family first found out about Scott. "At the same time you did, when it was in the papers," he said, meaning in 2020, when it came out in a bail application. Ghislaine cut her family out of her wedding. If you think the Maxwells are a happy family, think again. Throughout almost all of this saga, Ghislaine never says a bad word about Epstein. That is also true of what she said about Prince Andrew, the Duke of York. Nothing bad about him, period. Nicola Glucksmann, the psychotherapist who ducked out of Ghislaine's sex game at Headington Hill Hall 3 months before Robert Maxwell fell off his yacht, feels that the British ruling class take their omerta seriously. The real aristocracy were as appalled by Diana's BBC interview as they were by Meghan's Oprah expose. It's simply not done to talk, ever. In holding her tongue about what she might know about Prince Andrew, Ghislaine, in Nicola's view, is obeying that law of upper-class omerta. Despite the massive pressure on her, she is being extraordinarily discreet. Nicola told me, "Ghislaine's refusal to talk thus far is really interesting. It might be born of fear, but it could also be the one reason why she might conceivably escape being a social pariah. But if, going to trial, she still protects those who've distanced themselves, they may feel both grateful and guilty about their own disloyalty. Her silence would, for the first time, show real class. Or a kind of sickness." Chapter 11. The Lady Vanishes. Every now and then, a good reporter gets a break. In 2018, Judy K. Brown of the Miami Herald gets her hands on story gold, a police report more than 100 pages long, citing over 100 Jane Does abused by Jeffrey Epstein. Much of it is blacked out. She combs through the document for numbers, bits of information, pieces that will help her complete the jigsaw. Julie tracks down more than 80 women who say that when they were very young they were sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein, and that with the 2008 plea bargain, the authorities gave Epstein the deal of a lifetime. The worst thing for Julie, she says of the victims, is they blame themselves. That was actually the hardest thing for me to deal with. Goaded by Julie's heroic journalism, the authorities start to wake up to what they have done. More, lawyers for the victims get a court ruling overthrowing the sweetheart deal because the victims of the crime were not told of the deal in advance. In July 2019, Jeffrey Epstein's private jet returns from France, landing at the private airport in New Jersey he uses, where he's busted by the FBI. They lock him up and raid his mansion in Manhattan, seize hundreds of items of evidence, photos of naked girls, and there are reports of tapes labelled Young X and Mr. X. So far, these reported tapes have not shown up. 1 month later, Epstein is found dead in prison. Suicide, say the authorities, but very quickly a meme builds on social media. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. The theory goes like this. 1. Epstein was a suicide risk, but the prison guards didn't check up on him, as they should have done. 2. CCTV cameras weren't working. 3. He should have been sharing with a cellmate, but he wasn't. 4. The hyoid bone, it sits roughly behind the Adam's apple, was broken, and that's suspicious, some say, very. Forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden was hired by Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, to attend the post-mortem. Dr. Baden popped up on Fox News saying, "I think that the evidence points towards homicide rather than suicide, because there are multiple 3 fractures in the hyoid bone, the thyroid cartilage. That is very unusual for suicide and more indicative of strangulation, homicidal strangulation." President Donald Trump fueled doubts in an interview with Jonathan Swan of Axios in the summer of 2020. Challenged by Swan for wishing Ghislaine well, Trump retorted, "Well, her friend or boyfriend Epstein was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. People are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed?" Donald Trump was happy to echo the conspiracy theory that Epstein did not kill himself. He hasn't served time inside prison. At least, not yet. But someone who has is Chris Atkins, a former freelance BBC Panorama producer who got done for tax fraud. His book, A Bit of a Stretch, is a very funny diary of his grim time in Wandsworth Nick in South London. I asked Atkins how surprising it was that Epstein's cell was not checked every 30 minutes, but he should not have been in a cell on his own, but the CCTV cameras were not working. He replied, "No, I find that wholly believable. It doesn't surprise me the safeguards that were there designed to prevent suicide failed." The physical context was set out in the New York Times. The wing of the New York prison where Epstein was held was infested with cockroaches. There were pools of stagnant water, piss and shit. One lawyer said mice would often eat his client's paperwork. And the human factor? Chris Atkins explained the reality of prison culture on both sides of the Atlantic. He was a convicted paedophile, so he's not going to have a high level of sympathy. So you can see a situation where the officers don't give a shit. They're thinking to themselves, why should I stop a paedophile killing themselves? I'm going to go on my lunch break. So for that reason, I don't suspect that there was foul play. In a sense, he was allowed to kill himself. What about the failure of the CCTV cameras? Isn't that suspicious? I asked Atkins. Nothing works in prison. That's why I'm very much a believer in cock-up rather than conspiracy. Having said that, I certainly saw situations in a British prison where the officers wouldn't do their suicide checks on certain prisoners because of what that prisoner had done. What about the pathology? Dr. Baden said on Fox News, that when the hyoid bone is broken, that points to murder, not suicide. One study of 175 cases of suicidal hangings found hyoid bones were broken in 68% of cases, and the chances of it happening grew the older the deceased. The theory that someone murdered Jeffrey Epstein is, and now I'm going to use a complicated medico-legal term, conspiracy bollocks. Sorry, that was plain English. What about Epstein's former lover, Ghislaine? When Epstein is arrested in July 2019, she vanishes. Hunting Ghislaine is not going to be easy. She's got 3 passports, British, French, and American, a fortune of roughly $20 million, a kaleidoscope of bank accounts, and she has pilot's licenses for helicopters and submersibles. But the FBI are on the case. Their modus operandi is pretty simple. They go back to a missing person's last known contacts, their family and friends, and spy on their emails, phone calls, messages, and meetings in the flesh. Ooh, that's awkward. Emily Maitlis. When was your last contact with her? Prince Andrew. It was earlier this year, funnily enough, in the summer. Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, explained his last catch-up with Ghislaine to Emily Maitlis of BBC Newsnight. Emily Maitlis. About what? Prince Andrew. She was here, doing some rally. Emily Maitlis pushed Prince Andrew on the wisdom of meeting the close friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Emily. So even though he had by then been arrested and was facing charges of sex trafficking? Prince Andrew. No. This was early spring, I think it was. It was long because... Well, when was he arrested? Emily. July. Prince Andrew. No, it was before July. Emily. And that was the last time? Prince Andrew. Yeah. Emily. Did you discuss Epstein at all? Prince Andrew. No. Actually, funnily enough, no. Not at all. There wasn't anything to discuss about him, because he wasn't in the news, you know. It was just... we'd moved on. Or had we? The FBI certainly hadn't. The rally Prince Andrew referred to was the Cash and Rocket rally from London to Monaco. Ghislaine was in car number 28 with Nettie Mason, the wife of the Pink Floyd drummer Nick Mason. And after the rally is over, Ghislaine disappears off the face of the earth. The papers have a field day, speculating that she was in South America, Russia, France, or Israel. My guess was that she would have ended up in a posh bit of Tel Aviv. Israel has no extradition treaty with the United States, and I was, like virtually everybody else, dead wrong. The papers tracked down where she'd been living for the past few years, Manchester by the Sea, in Massachusetts. It's posh, swanky, and the neighbours say that she was hanging around with a guy called Scott Borgerson, who was the bloke she met while she was running her Terramar project and had secretly married. The neighbours remember that she had a Vizsla, a Hungarian hunting dog, and she didn't call herself Ghislaine Maxwell, but Jennifer L. Max, or simply G. She was often seen running on the beach. Immediately, the best reporters in New York are running around Manchester by the Sea when a photo pops up of Ghislaine in Los Angeles, eating a burger and drinking a shake. The Daily Mail's editor, Geordie Gregg, puts his sleuths onto it, and they dig up a whole series of strange things about the photo. There's something wrong about it. There's a dog in the photograph with Ghislaine, but it's not Ghislaine's dog. It's not the big Vizsla. It's a little dog, and the little dog is called Dexter, and he's some kind of cockapoo. And that dog does not belong to Ghislaine Maxwell at all. It belongs to Leah Safian, who's the British-American lawyer who defended Kevin Maxwell, Ghislaine's brother, at his fraud trial in 1996. That's not all. At the back of the photo showing Ghislaine in LA is an advertising poster for the film Good Boys. The Mail asked the ad agency who manages the posters, and they said they had never ever put that poster there. However, just before the trial, it came out that after Epstein's death, Kevin Maxwell had hired a security company to keep Ghislaine from the prying eyes of the media. Former paratrooper Matt Hellier told the Mail on Sunday that he and his team had spirited Ghislaine from Manchester by the Sea, that she'd spent time in LA, and they'd even hired a Ghislaine lookalike to pop up in Paris. Ghislaine was not running from the authorities. She was running from the media, said Hellier. If so, the tactic was extremely stupid, because the authorities misread it and assumed that she was running from them. This, then, is the fourth act in the tragedy of Ghislaine Maxwell. The death of Epstein was the single best moment for Ghislaine to come clean, to say that she had been enthralled to and in fear of the second monster in her life, but now that he was gone, she could admit to doing wrong. She could put forward the psychological abuse she suffered at the hands of her father and ask people to forgive her. This would not have been a get-out-of-jail-free card, but it would have lessened her prison time. However, Ghislaine does not face the music. Instead, she goes into hiding. The FBI has many faults, but it is the most powerful detecting machine in human history, in a data-driven age where playing hide-and-seek from the Bureau is a mug's game. 1 year later, on the 2nd of July 2019, the inevitable happened. Good morning. My name is Audrey Strauss. I'm acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Today we announce charges against Ghislaine Maxwell for helping Jeffrey Epstein sexually exploit and abuse multiple minor girls. From 1994 to 1997, Maxwell has been taken into custody early this morning. Victim 1 met Ghislaine when she was 14 in 1994, the indictment reads. Ghislaine allegedly groomed her by taking her to the movies and on shopping trips, asking her about school, her classes, her family, and other aspects of her life. She then sought to normalize inappropriate and abusive conduct by, amongst other things, undressing in front of her and being present when she undressed in front of Epstein. Ghislaine, Epstein, and Victim 1 then engaged in group sexualized massages on more than one occasion. The victim was encouraged to travel to the financiers' homes in New York and Florida for the purpose of sexual encounters with Epstein. Victim 2 met Ghislaine in 1996 and was allegedly groomed by her at Epstein's New Mexico ranch. The indictment claims that Ghislaine gave her a topless massage and encouraged her to massage Epstein. Victim 3 met Ghislaine in London in 1994 and was groomed knowing that Epstein would engage in sex acts if she did so, prosecutors claim. The indictment alleges that Maxwell knew the three women were underage at the time. Acting U.S. Attorney Audrey Strauss said that Ghislaine Maxwell enticed minor girls, got them to trust her, then delivered them into the trap that she and Epstein had set for them. She pretended to be a woman they could trust. All the while, she was setting them up to be sexually abused by Epstein and, in some cases, by Maxwell herself. Today, after many years, Ghislaine Maxwell finally stands charged for her role in these crimes. The first indictments focused on three victims from 1994 to 1997, so nothing that directly touched on Virginia Roberts Giuffre, first encountered in 2000, and therefore Prince Andrew or Alan Dershowitz, or the Palm Beach Police Department inquiry from 2005 onwards. There were also two perjury charges. A fresh indictment came in April 2021, alleging that a 14-year-old girl between 2001 and 2004 was groomed by Ghislaine Maxwell, who gave her gifts to engage in sex acts with Epstein at the house on El Brillo Way in Palm Beach. That widens the time bracket up to 2004, before the Palm Beach Police Department investigation that led to the immunity deal. One view is that the prosecutors were anxious to avoid a legal argy-bargy over that and were seeking to refine their charges so that their witnesses speak to alleged crimes before the immunity deal bit. The FBI had tracked the fugitive down by hoovering her phone traffic. When close, they then used an electronic stingray device which pings at her phone so it pops up on their radar, so to speak. She had been hiding in a swanky $1 million hideaway in the middle of New Hampshire. Ghislaine had gone to Earth in a place called Tucked Away, 156 acres of oak and pine forest with views of Mount Sunapee, a ski resort. It really is in the boonies, quiet, remote, the perfect place to disappear. But you can't be too careful. The papers said that when the feds raided it, they found a phone wrapped in tinfoil, like you do. Ghislaine had paid cash for the secluded mansion through an anonymous shell company in December 2019. Reportedly, she had used ex-British Special Forces to guard her. The mystery is not that the FBI found her. Rather, it is how she managed to stay hidden for almost a year. Still, the cat was in the bag. Chapter 12. What the Butler Said. The lady in the white mask looks so good, it's as if she's just stepped off a yacht. The hair is dark and glossy, the eyes are light, the figure trim, the movements liquid and live, quicksilver, those of someone younger than her 59 years. She's quite the gracious host, marmoiring her pals, hugs a go-go, passing them thoughtful little post-it notes, blessing her set with her exclusive attention. Only this is not a gathering of socialites over champagne and canapes, but a child sexual abuse trial, and her friends are her fancy defense lawyers, and the people who once served and allegedly serviced her and her ex-lover Jeffrey Epstein, body and soul, are in no mood for moi. Welcome to the cocktail party from hell, or to give the proceedings their proper name, the trial of the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell. Staged in the grand U.S. federal courthouse in a half-empty Manhattan, it is from the start a grimly fascinating study, if you side with the defense, in false memory syndrome and gold digging, or, if you favor the prosecution, how power and money robbed a whole series of victims, each more child than woman, of their innocence and pretty much got away with it. For someone who spent the last 500 days plus in prison, awaiting trial in a cell 6 foot by 9 foot, the lights on, the peephole clicking open every 15 minutes or so, and no one at all with whom to moi, Ghislaine looks so sparkling that one wonders whether her older brother Ian Maxwell has oversold her plight in the remand prison. The disconnect between how someone should appear having lived through his description of the dire conditions in the lockup and the reality of how breezy she was in court is stark. He told the BBC in March 2021 that she is losing her hair, but watching her in court, her hair was thick, no sign of hair loss. The lead defense super lawyer is Bobby Sternheim, a tough, short-haired woman with a real presence. She always wore a jacket with the collar flipped up high. The moodiness, the way she glowered at the world, that upturned collar gave me flashbacks of glam rock star Alvin Stardust, but there the similarities end. Sternheim pooh-poohed the prosecution as nonsense from the get-go, grabbing the best zinger of the opening bout. Ever since Eve has been blamed for tempting Adam with an apple, women have been blamed for things men have done. She is not Jeffrey Epstein. She is not anything like Jeffrey Epstein. The defense argument goes that only when Epstein died did the alleged victims claim that Ghislaine Maxwell had abused them. They were. The suggestion was not articulated, but it hung in the air. Gold diggers. Ghislaine's lawyers are good. They swagger well for the big money she's paying them. In her affidavit to the court before the trial, she disclosed that she was setting aside $7 million for her defense. The prosecution team, led by Maureen Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, has less pizzazz. They are younger, thinner, paler. They spend less time in the sun. Their prose is flatter. In terms of rhetoric, posture, cutting throats, the defense is in a different league from the prosecution, or in US legal parlance, the government. That said, the defense's case is markedly weaker than the skill with which it is proclaimed. In essence, their argument is that Ghislaine was, too, a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, that she had no idea what was happening, that it never happened at all, that what was really happening was that the so-called victims were painting Ghislaine guilty to unlock more dollars in compensation for the gold diggers in the witness stand. A moment's reflection tells you that these different propositions do not stand comfortably together. The defense's case is so conflicted as to seem childish, an example of wanting to have one's cake and eat it, reflecting, some might say, the entitled woman-child in the dock. Then again, it is up to the prosecution to prove guilt, not the other way around. Note, too, that the defense was being paid a lot more money than the prosecution, and all around the world, but especially in the United States, money bites. And the more money you have, the harder the bite. The prosecution case is almost understated. Their underlying argument simple, that no 14-year-old girl would ever get into a car with a man like Jeffrey Epstein. But if the first contact is with a woman, a bright, attractive, charming one, then that goes towards proving Ghislaine Maxwell's guilt right there. Prosecutor Lara Pomerantz said in her opening statement, "The cover of Massage was the primary way the defendant and Epstein lured girls into sexual abuse. The defendant massaged Epstein in front of the girls. Then she encouraged the girls to massage Epstein. The defendant was trafficking kids for sex. That's what this trial is about." She described Ghislaine as Epstein's lady of the house, luring young girls into Epstein's orbit, and in return she enjoyed the lifestyle to which she was accustomed. Proceedings for anyone who spent far too long in British courts being bored to tears are much crisper, less fusty, on the money. That's partly down to Judge Alison Nathan, tough, fast, hard, but not hard-bitten. Once a special assistant to President Obama, Nathan is the second openly gay judge on the federal bench. Her hair is worn short, her language clipped and to the point. Her black judge's gown occasionally shimmering rainbow colours as she turns, a starling's wing caught in sunlight. Whenever an attorney pongs "objection," she pings "sustained" or "overruled" instantly. What was striking is the very few times when she slowed down the trial to think through the objection. Throughout the proceedings, she was on top of pretty much everything, reminding me of the captain of the Compass Rose in The Cruel Sea, played by Jack Hawkins. When O.J. was tried for killing his ex-wife and her lover, the trial was televised. But that trial was at a state level and happened in California, where TV cameras are allowed in court. The charges against Ghislaine are that she groomed, molested, and trafficked young women for Epstein in New York, New Mexico, Florida, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And that makes her alleged crimes federal. And this being a federal court, the trial is not televised. The courthouse was knocked up in 1932. Big Corinthian columns out the front, ponderous, projecting the power of the American century from its imperial city. Critic Lewis Mumford called it a supreme example of pretentiousness, mediocrity, bad design, and fake grandeur, and he never visited the canteen. Thanks to COVID, seats for reporters in the actual courtroom are limited to 6, with a bit of a bias towards New York-based court reporters. Most of the time, most of the reporters watched the show from overflow courtrooms via a live CCTV feed. You can queue up for the seats in the court proper by standing in the freezing December cold before sunrise. Vicky Ward, who attentive readers will recall, once blogged, "Ghislaine, full disclosure, I like her. Most people in New York do. Paid a New Yorker $50 an hour to stand in the dark from 2 a.m. to bag a seat for her. One cold morning, I got up too early, missed breakfast, and stood in line so that I could get into the court proper and put my peepers on Ghislaine and drink in the atmosphere." The courtroom is impressively high-ceilinged, kitted out in wood, with 2 new see-through glass boxes, one for the attorney addressing the court, one for the witness on the stand. There is some kind of extractor device on top of the glass box so that attorney and witness can speak without a mask. As you enter the court, the benches for the media and the public are to the bottom left. Top left is a bench for family of the accused, and each day Ghislaine's brother, Kevin, her sister Isabel, and her friend Leah Safian, the one who appears to have photographed or photoshopped her in LA, sat there. When the evidence was over, Ian Maxwell and Isabel's twin, Christine, joined the other 2 siblings to listen to submissions from the prosecution and defense. One no-show was Ghislaine's husband, Scott Borgeson. Before the trial, he told her in a bleak phone call to her prison wing that he'd moved on. The papers reported that he had started a new relationship with a yoga teacher. To the right are the seats for the jury and the alternative jurors. The prosecution sit front center, then the glass box for the attorney on his or her feet, then to the left sit the defense with Ghislaine at the very far left. On a dais sits the judge, and to the right is a second glass box, housing the witness. One of the most important people in the court, the jury. The Me Too generation of young white women does not appear to be represented at all, a result, perhaps, of the defense gaming the jury selection process. The jurors appear to be largely young men and women of colour, with a few middle-aged, not well-off white men and women thrown in, the kind of people I see on my subway train or my commute to court. You can see the trick the defense has played, but then you reflect that these are exactly the kind of people who have spent their whole lives cleaning up rich people's shit. If so, I begin to wonder whether that might not bode well for the moi princess in the dock. Ghislaine Maxwell faced 6 charges of sex trafficking and 2 extra charges of perjury, but those counts were due to be tried after her sex trafficking trial. The perjury charges bite on sworn testimony she gave in a 2016 defamation case filed against her by Virginia Robert Schufray. The nitty-gritty of the trafficking charges read as follows: conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, carrying a maximum sentence of 5 years. Enticement of a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, maximum sentence 20 years. Conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, maximum sentence 20 years. Transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activities, 10 years minimum, life maximum. Sex trafficking conspiracy, sex trafficking of a minor. If found guilty on all counts, that's the rest of her life in prison. Given that jeopardy, the first thing Ghislaine did during the pre-trial jury selection process in November 2021 was more than a little mad. When a courtroom sketch artist drew her, Ghislaine picked up her pen, opened a notebook, and started drawing her straight back. We all understand the role of the courtroom artist, that because cameras are banned from US federal trials and jury trials in Britain, someone goes to court with pencil and paper and gives the public a likeness of the key figures at court. Ghislaine was not just mocking a minion, who had showed her an unbecoming lack of deference. She was also mocking the tradition of open justice that has been the rock of English common law since the 8th century. What was she playing at? Did she think the trial some bizarre version of Pin the Tail on the Donkey? On reading the story about her drawing the court artist, I felt again that the person in the dock was more child than adult, and that cannot end well. The first witness in the case for the prosecution was one of two of Epstein's pilots, Larry Visovsky, a deep voice come fly with me, who recalled high-profile passengers such as Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, the astronaut John Glenn, and actor Kevin Spacey. He never saw any sexual abuse of minors or any possible signs of it whatsoever. Seth Stevenson, in his wryly written piece on the pilot's evidence for Slate, quoted the American lefty troublemaker, Upton Sinclair. It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. Later it came out that Epstein had paid for both Visovsky's daughters to go through college and that he had given him 40 acres of land in New Mexico. But the man who flew the Boeing nicknamed the Lolita Express did say that he saw two very young women in the company of Epstein and Maxwell, one of them being Virginia Roberts. He clocked her in 2001. The second very young woman the pilot identified was the next witness, granted anonymity as Jane. That is not her real name. A well-known actor in a big US soap opera, she explained why she had chosen anonymity, because she feared public disgrace and so being shunned in Hollywood. I've always just wanted to put this past me. I moved on with my life. I work in the entertainment industry, and victim shaming is still very present to this day. Visovsky told the court, Mr. Epstein brought her to the cockpit. She had piercing, powder blue eyes. Cross-examining, defense attorney Christian Everdell asked, and beyond the striking blue eyes, you've said she had large breasts, right? Everdell is no Atticus Finch in To Kill a Mockingbird. Visovsky replied that Jane was a mature woman. Nearly right. When Jane, a woman of stunning beauty to this day, took the stand, she explained that when she met Ghislaine and Epstein, when she flew on his planes, when she was befriended by Ghislaine, when she was required to have sex with him, she was 14. The spell of the trial is that the focus widens from time to time to reveal a stark landscape of real America and its cruelty to the poor, to the wretched, to the unlucky. Jane told the jury that she was 12, going on 13, and living in West poor Palm Beach when her father, a composer, died of leukemia. His employers had cancelled his health insurance, and when he died, the family went into complete bankruptcy, lost everything, and had to move out of the family home. The following summer, relatives clubbed together to pay for her and her brothers to go to Interlochen, a summer arts camp in Michigan. Had Jane's father not died, or had his employers not cancelled his health insurance, then none of what happened would have taken place. 9 months after her father died, Jane vividly remembered that one day she and her classmates were eating ice cream when a tall, thin woman approached her and her gang. The woman was walking a cute little Yorkie, and we asked if we could pet the dog. We started chit-chatting, and the rest of my classmates had to go to class. Introduction secured, along came a man who seemed very interested to know what Jane thought of the camp. They said they were big benefactors of this camp and gave out different kinds of scholarships and wanted to know the students' perspective. Your dog was called Max, the woman Ghislaine, the man Epstein. When Jane said that she was from Palm Beach, Epstein replied, "What a coincidence! We live there too. What are your parents' names?" Jane explained that her father had just died. Around a month later, somebody from Epstein's office invited her and her mother around for tea at his mansion in Palm Beach. The first phase of grooming out of the way, Ghislaine worked on the next. One day, Jane went out to the pool area at the house on El Brillo Way and saw Ghislaine mucking about with 4 other women, all topless. Jane hadn't seen that before. She described Ghislaine as a bit odd, quirky. Ghislaine would tease her, but the 14-year-old found her nice. At one point, Ghislaine told Jane that she was like an older sister to her. After each visit, Epstein would give Jane money, explaining that her mother was having a hard time and that the money was not a big deal. Sexual boundaries removed, money changing hands. The third stage of the grooming process followed soon after. Ghislaine gave Jane advice about her boyfriends, once telling her, "If you fuck them once, you can fuck them again because they're grandfathered in." Jane said, "I giggled because I didn't understand what grandfathered meant." Epstein and Ghislaine took her to Victoria's Secret to buy her underwear. Jane chose the basic white stuff. In the meantime, the couple would drop into the conversation that they were buddies with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. Soon, Epstein made his move. He pulled his pants down. He pulled me on top of himself, and he proceeded to masturbate on me. Then he just got up and went into the bathroom and cleaned himself up and acted as if nothing had happened. I was frozen in fear. I had never seen a penis before, let alone something like this. I was terrified, and I felt gross. I felt ashamed. She was still only 14. Once induced into what to me sounds like a child sex cult, Jane did as she was told. She said that Ghislaine and Epstein once led her up the circular stairwell in their Palm Beach home. They came into the bedroom and took their clothes off. They started sort of fondling each other and kind of casually giggling. I was just standing there, and he asked me to take my top off, and then their hands were everywhere, and Jeffrey proceeded to masturbate, and Ghislaine was rubbing him and kissing him and fondling. "Did Maxwell touch her body?" asked the prosecutor. "Yes," Jane said, adding that sexual abuse happened every time I visited his house. Jane spoke out in her strong, well-modulated voice, which only wobbled when she was required to get into the detail of the sexual abuse. She wore a black high-neck top and grey cardigan and had a tissue in her hand. When she was upset, she would dab her nose with the tissue. "Did Epstein touch her?" "Yes, everywhere." On recalling this, her voice began to shake. She shuffled in her seat and took off her cardigan. Her discomfort was plain for all to see. In short breaks, while the lawyers got into their argy-bargy, or the usher was slow to upload something to the monitor in the witness box, Jane avoided any eye contact with Ghislaine. For her part, the accused looked askance, avoiding the witness box. Ghislaine would instruct her on how to massage Epstein. Jane said he liked it very hard, like rubbing his shoulders very hard, twisting his nipples hard. What was Ghislaine's demeanour like during this? It seemed very casual. It was very normal. It's not a big deal. Jane said it made her feel confused, because that did not feel normal to me, because I had never seen anything like that, and it was very embarrassing. When you're 14, you have no idea what's going on. Jane said that Epstein touched her breasts, vagina. Prosecutor Alison Moe asked if Epstein used sex toys, telling her, "I'm sorry to ask you this, but could you please describe what happened?" He liked vibrators. They were different sizes, even a back massager. He put it on my vagina, even if I said it hurt. At this point, she seemed close to tears. The prosecutor asked if other people took part in the sex. Jane said yes, usually in the massage room or the bedroom in El Brillo Way. She said that Ghislaine would encourage others to start taking their clothes off. Jeffrey would get on the massage table, and it would turn into this orgy, kissing, oral sex with each other, oral sex with Jeffrey, full-on intercourse. The others were women, older than her, but as she was 14 when it started, They would not have been very much older. One of the women Jane remembered was called Ava. Jane said she travelled to Epstein's other homes in New York and New Mexico, observing art, sculptures, pictures of famous people, presidents. I thought some of the art was odd. Naked women, creepy animals. Recalling one trip to Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, Jane correctly placed it in the middle of nowhere. One of Epstein's aides entered her guest room, she remembered, and said Epstein wanted her in his bedroom. I felt my heart sink. I didn't want to go see him. The prosecution probed Jane about her mother's attitude to the attention she was getting from the couple. My mother seemed very impressed and enamored with the wealth, the affluence. She thought they, Epstein and Ghislaine, seemed very generous, and they must think I'm special, and that I should be grateful for the attention that I received. Did Jane ever tell her mother about the sexual abuse? No. Why didn't she tell her mother during those years? Because I felt very ashamed. I felt very disgusted. I was confused. I didn't know if it was my fault, and my mother and I did not have that kind of a relationship. We didn't talk about our feelings. We weren't allowed to. I was raised in a household where you were sort of spoken to, and you don't speak unless you're spoken to, and I would be afraid that I would be in trouble if I said something. Did she tell her brothers or her friends about the sexual abuse by Maxwell and Epstein in those years? No. Why not? Because how do you tell or describe any of this to any one of your peers or your siblings when all you feel is shame and disgust and confusion, and you don't even know how you ended up there? When Jane was in the 7th grade at school, roughly when she was 13 years old, a guidance counselor got in touch to see how she and her family were coping with the loss of her father. She asked me what was going on at home, if we'd been or I'd been in grief counselling, and how my mother was doing. So I told her how I was feeling and how sad I was, and how unavailable my mother was and how unsupportive, and there was really no one for me to talk to. So I spoke to her, and she paused, struggling to find the words to contain her emotion. She was lovely, and she paused again. When she would see me, she would say, if you need a place to go, just come to my office and sit there and we'll talk. The guidance counselor got in touch with her mother, but that spelt trouble for Jane. I came home from school one day, and my mother said that the guidance counselor had called her and had said that she wanted to see her because she was very worried about me. My mother proceeded to berate me and scream at me and slap me and tell me how dare I talk about myself and our family, and that it was an embarrassment, and you don't tell people about your feelings or what's going on at home. One could completely understand why Jane felt it impossible to tell her mother when she was sexually abused by Epstein and Ghislaine. As Jane spoke, Ghislaine, restless, would put on and take off her reading glasses, lean forward and pass post-it notes to her lawyers. Then it was their turn to pull the wings off this awkward butterfly. Defense attorney Laura Menninger, a chilly blonde, her voice soft, her language hard, sometimes brutal, pointed out that Jane and other accusers received big money from a $121 million or £90 million fund set up by Epstein's estate to compensate victims, implying that the more the victims squeal, the more money they get. Menninger asked Jane if it was correct, but she waited 20 years to speak to law enforcement. Jane said that was correct. The first time you spoke to law enforcement was after Epstein was dead? Jane said, yes. The defense lawyer swooped, saying that in the last 20 years Jane had never mentioned that Ghislaine Maxwell had sexually assaulted her to friends and family. Jane, weakly. I don't know. I was reluctant to go into details about embarrassing, shameful and despicable things. I didn't want to share it with them in the first place. Menninger, coldly. Did you tell them about Epstein? Jane. Yes, I did. Menninger. Did you talk to them about Ghislaine Maxwell? Jane. I don't know. Earlier on, Jane had put down an anomaly in her evidence to a typo in the write-up of her interview with the FBI. This would not have been the first time that the guardians of truth and justice in the United States had made a mistake. Menninger reminded Jane that when she had spoken to the FBI in February 2020, she said there were other women involved the first time she had sexual activity with Ghislaine, and that was another departure from her direct evidence in the current trial. Menninger, brutally. Another typo by the government? Jane. Yes. In a previous interview with the FBI in 2019, Jane had said that Epstein or his office would call her home. The prosecutor set her up a trap. Menninger. 2 years later, you remember that Ghislaine used to call your home to make appointments. Jane. Right. That memory has come back to you in the last 2 years? Asked the defense lawyer. Memory is not linear, replied Jane, which, given the attrition she was under, was a rather good answer. The truth, of course, is that memory is not a slide rule, but a river that surges, then ebbs with powerful eddies, often whirring away in the wrong direction. It's human to see a moment in time indelibly scratched on your mind's eye, but also to forget dates, to misorder events, to scramble sequence. Nevertheless, if Menninger's job was to cast doubt on the essence of Jane's testimony by getting her to mangle the order in which things happened, she did well. Then the defense turned on what Jane did for a living, working in Hollywood as a star in a big US soap. Menninger asked Jane, is an actor someone who plays the role of a fictional character, someone who takes lines borrowed from a writer? Yes, said Jane. Menninger asked if Jane had played someone stalked by serial killers, an overly protective mother, a car crash victim. Yes, she said. And a prostitute? Not my favourite storyline, replied Jane bleakly. Towards the end of several hours of cross-examination, Jane retired into herself. She kept on saying, I don't recall, as if she were being tortured, and she just wanted it to be over. At the very end, she was challenged once again about the $5 million she got from Epstein's estate. She replied, I wish I would have never received that money in the first place. She was crying. Jane's story struck every reporter I spoke to as compelling, as that of somebody who did not tell the authorities until it was too late, because she feared falling out with her mother over bringing the family name into disrepute. It does not mean that what she was saying was not true, but that she had a very good reason not to go there. Still, her withdrawal into herself on the second day would have been seen by the defense as a win. Also, the defense needle that she was an actor, that she was just reading out someone else's script, resonated with some of my reporter colleagues. They didn't buy it themselves, but they could imagine it cutting through to some of the jury. The prosecution had planned to call one of Jane's brothers later on in the trial, but Jane had told her brother that Menninger was a C word that rhymed with brunt. It's against the rules for witnesses to speak to each other, to cross-contaminate their evidence, even though it's very human. And that meant that the defense knocked out the word of the brother of the woman, who claimed she was first sexually violated by Epstein and Ghislaine when she was 14 years old. It's nice work, if you can get it, some say. The next witness was Matt, another false name to protect his privacy. He, too, was extremely good-looking, an actor, and had been Jane's boyfriend from 2006 to 2014. They remain friends. The couple both worked on the same US soap opera. Matt explained that Jane had told him about her godfather figure who'd funded her family after her father died and they'd been left bankrupt. When Epstein was arrested in 2008, Jane told Matt that he was the godfather, adding, "The money wasn't fucking free." When Matt pressed her for more, she would only say, "It wasn't pretty." Matt also said that Jane told him there had been a woman at Epstein's house who'd made Jane comfortable, notwithstanding the abuse. When Ghislaine was arrested in 2020, Matt contacted Jane to ask if this was the woman, and Jane had said yes, it was. The problem for the prosecution was that this was subtle stuff, not direct evidence that Jane had Ghislaine front of mind as an abuser for 20 years, but somebody she had been extremely reluctant to talk about until her godfather was dead and his woman was in handcuffs. A fourth witness backed Jane's claim to have met Epstein at the Interlochen Arts Camp when she was 14, providing documents that Epstein had indeed been at the camp on the day stated by Jane. He'd given the camp $250,000 to build the Jeffrey Epstein Scholarship Lodge. It's since been renamed, the witness said, dryly. That was a home run for the prosecution. Next up was an expert witness, forensic psychologist Lisa Rocchio, who said there were a number of stages of grooming, starting with identifying vulnerable targets. The scene in Jurassic Park, when the velociraptor sniffs the children hiding in the kitchen, came to mind. Next comes establishing a false sense of familiarity. Gift-giving can certainly be a very powerful inducement. Then normalizing touch, by sitting very close or by giving a massage. Abusers who sought to maintain a relationship meant their victims were far less likely to disclose abuse, and the younger they were, the longer they would take to speak up. Abuse of minors, said the psychologist, was one of the most underreported crimes. Prosecutor Lara Pomerantz asked, "Is the person doing the grooming always the recipient of the sexual gratification?" Rocchio replied no, but the judge told the jury to disregard the exchange, explaining that it infringed prior limits she had placed on Rocchio's testimony. The defense have argued in court papers that prosecutors are accusing Ghislaine of grooming by proxy, saying there is no scientific research to support it. Perhaps they had not heard of the psychiatrist Anthony Storr, and his argument set out earlier in this book that some depressives have so little sense of self that they can overserve their dominating partners. The next witness to take the stand was the Palm Beach house butler, Juan Alessi, a squat, thick-set rubber ball of a man in a black suit and yellow tie. He worked at the Palm Beach house from 1990 to 2002. He identified Virginia Roberts Giuffre and Jane as being at the house and scores of other very young women over the years. He said that Ghislaine told him, "Mr. Epstein doesn't like to be looked at in the eyes. Never look at his eyes. Look in another part of the room and answer him." Alessi said Ghislaine introduced a 58-page booklet titled Household Manual, a book on etiquette. The rubric read, "This manual is designed to give you the proper guidance and assistance to perform your duties to the best of your ability while ensuring a consistently high level of service. By using your communication skills, listening and observing, you will be able to anticipate the needs of Mr. Epstein, Miss Maxwell, and their guests." Back in the day as a kid, I used to read the Beano, and Ghislaine's etiquette book reminded me very much of the comic's character, Lord Snooty. Staff were warned to avoid wearing strong aftershave or perfume and to refrain from keeping items that bulged in their pockets. Do not eat or drink in front of Mr. Epstein, Ms. Maxwell, and their guests. Do not chew gum, the manual said. In the master bedroom, staff were to ensure a gun was placed in a bedside table drawer, shutters were closed, and that reading glasses, eye masks, and Jeffrey Epstein large and small notepads were on both bedside tables. Ghislaine required the staff to use proper language, with a list of things not to say. Yeah, sure, no problem, you bet, gotcha, right, and I dunno were all out of bounds. When complimented according to the manual, they should respond, "You are very kind," and "Thank you, Ms. I enjoy doing it." Alessi's other duties were to make breakfast at 5 o'clock in the morning and bathe Maxwell's dog, Max. One bit read, "Remember that you see nothing, hear nothing, say nothing, except to answer a question direct to you. Respect their privacy." For the prosecution, this was evidence of a culture of silence deliberately engineered by Ghislaine so that the child sex abuse could happen unchallenged. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asked what Alessi understood by the rulebook. "I was supposed to be blind, deaf, to say nothing," he replied. Starting the cross-examination was Jeffrey Pagluka, one of Maxwell's defense lawyers, and someone who, with his curly grey hair and lean chops, looks like another great or not-so-great American, the TV low-life host Jerry Springer. He pointed to prior testimony Alessi had given in a separate proceeding, in which he said that he answered to Epstein rather than Ghislaine. Alessi insisted that he answered to Ms. Maxwell. She was my immediate superior. Later on, the jury heard from an FBI agent who had dug out some of Ghislaine's emails complaining to Alessi's line manager in Palm Beach about the butler. For fun, Ghislaine and Epstein called him John, not Juan. Ghislaine had complained by email in May 2001, "I need to know what, if any, list John is using, and he needs to understand that he's doing a truly awful job." Amongst the major grievances were the following. Alessi had failed to supply bottles of water for the Mercedes. The colour printing card in the computer hadn't been changed. The massage creams in Jay's bathroom were a mess. Returning to Alessi's evidence, the Palm Beach etiquette manual came up again. The prosecution got it entered into the court record, and it is a thing of madness. Toothpaste and shaving cream to be kept more than half full. Tissues replaced when they fell below 1/3. The razor blade swapped out after every use. The massage lotion was to be Burberry Baby Touch Soothing Massage Oil, the shaving cream lip balm, and face moisturizers Kiehl's, the sunscreen Peter Thomas Roth, the hairbrush Mason Pearson. Personally, I've no idea what this crap is, but I guess that's the whole point. What was working for Ghislaine like? It was slavery, said Alessi. On reflecting on that, Sarah Ransom's line about the posh people getting gracious Ghislaine, while the rest had to suffer the conniving tyrant, echoed here. Pagluka told the court that Ghislaine had not written the House Rules manual. "You know they hired a countess to write the book?" he asked Alessi. "I don't know that, sir," Alessi replied. Who is the likeliest contender to be the Countess? Step forward Claire Hazel, now the Countess of Ivy, after she bagged an heir to the Guinness family fortune, Edward, the 4th Earl of Ivy. The Countess pops up in Ghislaine's Black Book as Claire Hazel Ivy, and seems to have flown on the Lolita Express 32 times between 1998 and 2000, including trips to his homes in New York, Florida, the Caribbean, and New Mexico. The Countess has not replied to inquiries from reporters. "Call me thick," as Donald Trump once did, but I wrestled to understand where on earth Pagluka was going with this Countess claptrap. Of the jury selection process, he was part of a defense team that had seemed to wipe out any juror who looked as though they had serious money. So rubbing posh snot into the face of some poor Hispanic wage slave struck me as being stupid and, in front of a poor blue-collar jury, the very opposite of gaining their vote. One can only surmise that the lawyer was pushed into bringing up the Countess by his client. If so, it's another spectacular example of Ghislaine failing to read the jury room. Reflecting on the role of social ranking in the evidence, a reported colleague from the Financial Times, Josh Chaffin, wrote that the defence have tried to use class to their advantage during the trial. In her opening statement, attorney Bobby Sternheim claimed the accusers were money grabbers who had twisted the truth in hopes of a financial jackpot. It was reminiscent of political strategist James Carville dismissing former President Bill Clinton's sexual assault accusers in 1994 by remarking, "Drag a $100 bill through a trailer park. You never know what you'll find." Some sense of the defence team's grand strategy came up next, but Ghislaine was also a victim of Epstein's deceit. Pagluka said that on occasion Epstein would arrive at Palm Beach without Ghislaine, and when that happened, he would order Alessi to take down pictures of Maxwell. "You understand the reason for removing the pictures was that Mr. Epstein was interested in the other women, correct?" says Pagluka. "I have no idea," Alessi replied. He confirmed he first met Jane in 1994. "I don't know exactly how old she was, but she appeared to be young. I would say 14, 15. She was a strikingly beautiful girl, beautiful eyes, long brunette hair, tall." Jane had said she was picked up and driven to Epstein's house by a chauffeur, a sweet Latin American man. Alessi is from Ecuador. What the butler saw on Epstein's massage table was a large dildo. It looked like a huge man's penis, with two heads. During some of the arcane legal to and fro, quite a few members of the jury looked as though they might have been asleep, but they were wide awake when they listened to the butler. When Pagluka tried to rip his wings off, Alessi fought back hard, challenged that he had stolen $6,000 from the house after he quit. He admitted it, but he stuck firmly to his guns that he never arranged sex massages for Epstein, only under order drove girls to and from the house on El Brillo Way. "But no one complained?" he was asked. "I wish they had complained," he said. "Then I could have done something about it." The crooked butler had got his dignity back. The second young woman who gave evidence that Ghislaine had effectively groomed her for sex with Epstein was anonymized as Kate. English, well-spoken, beautiful, blonde. Kate had high, sculpted cheekbones and came across as the most elegant person in the courthouse. She explained that when she was hoovered up into Maxwelliana, her father was out of the picture, her mother troubled, ill, under a lot of stress, implying that she herself was a little broken. She was 17 years old. As she was British, and the age of sexual consent in the United Kingdom is 16, nothing criminal happened to Kate. But against defence submissions, the judge allowed the prosecution to call her in evidence so long as the jury understood that they could not convict Ghislaine on what she told them alone. Kate said that she was on a trip to Paris with her then-boyfriend, who was 35 and had been at Oxford with Ghislaine, when she bumped into the socialite. Later on, defence attorney Bobby Sternheim described this man as an older, prominent gentleman. But we never learnt the identity of the dirty old goat, the distinguished Oxonian goat. Ghislaine had struck Kate as sophisticated, elegant. She gave her number on a piece of paper. A few weeks later, Kate, who lived with her mother and stepfather in London's Belgravia, was invited around the corner to Ghislaine's Mews flat for tea. I was quite excited to be friends with her. She paused and then said with a catch in her throat, "She seemed to be everything that I wanted to be." At Ghislaine's, Kate saw lots of photos of her with an older man with pepper hair. Ghislaine explained that this was Jeffrey Epstein and that he was a rich and generous man. Kate shared her troubles with Ghislaine. She'd been offered a place at Oxford to read law, but fancied ditching that in favour of getting into the music business, except that she was worried about telling her folks of her change of heart. Ghislaine said it would be really wonderful for Kate to meet Epstein. A few weeks later, Ghislaine called, urgency in her voice, telling her to visit. This was the first time Kate met Epstein. He was on the phone, dressed in a hoodie. Call over, Ghislaine introduced them, saying that Kate was strangely strong for her size. Ghislaine suggested that Kate give his feet a squeeze to show him how strong she was. Thus far, Kate's evidence had ticked every single box on the steps to grooming, set out by the psychologist Lisa Rocchio. First contact by proxy female, victim established as troubled, unstable, from a broken home, massage introduced. Not that long after, Ghislaine called again, Kate said, explaining that Jeffrey's massage therapist had cancelled, and could Kate please do her a favour and come over, because she had such strong hands. Ghislaine was excited when Kate turned up, and led her upstairs to a small, dimly lit room with a massage table. Epstein was inside the room, wearing the robe. He took it off and stood there, naked. Ghislaine gave Kate some massage oil and closed the door on the 40-something-year-old rich man and the 17-year-old girl. The cycle of abuse was established and continued. At one time, Ghislaine chirped after a sex massage, "Did you have fun? Oh, you are such a good girl. I'm so happy," Ghislaine would exclaim, said Kate. "Boys and their willies!" The court heard that willies was Ghislaine's euphemism for penis, but Kate said the word so softly that afterwards the court reporters argued whether it was weenies, American slang, or the correct English version, willies. She would talk about how demanding Jeffrey was. She would ask if I knew anybody who would come and give Jeffrey a blowjob, because it was a lot for her to do, she said. You know what he likes. Cute, young, pretty, like you. Kate told prosecutors that on one visit she saw another girl downstairs with Ghislaine and Epstein, blonde, slim, around 17 years. Ghislaine often spoke of sex, and when she did, Kate said, "It was almost like a schoolgirl, and I always felt that she was younger than me. It was odd. Everything was fun and everything was silly. Everything was just very exciting, and everything seemed to be like a fun, silly joke." So here we have a 17-year-old telling the court that she felt older than a woman roughly twice her age. That's Ghislaine's arrested development right there. On her 18th birthday, Kate said she received a Prada bag from Ghislaine after she had had sex with Epstein. Hooked on the high life, Kate soon found herself jetting around the world on Epstein's dime, travelling to Epstein's houses in New York and Palm Beach, and to his island in the Caribbean. One day in Palm Beach, she found a schoolgirl's outfit laid out on her bed. Short pleated skirt, white socks, white panties, and a shirt. Ghislaine explained, "I thought it would be fun for you to take Jeffrey his tea in this outfit." Kate had put the schoolgirl outfit on, she explained to the jury, because I did not know how to say no to that, adding she did not know where she was or what might happen if she didn't. When she went to deliver the tea, she found Epstein working out with his personal trainer. Following a short pause, the trainer left, and Epstein sexually abused Kate. Ghislaine later asked if I'd had fun, and told me that I was a good girl, and that I was one of his favourites. Along the way, Kate became addicted to cocaine, sleeping pills, and alcohol. With great pride in her voice, she said she had been clean since the 1st of May, 2003. You would have had to be a hard soul on the jury not to get it, that Kate had had her demons, and that in shunning the booze and the drugs, she had confronted them, and perhaps that in coming to court and giving her evidence against Ghislaine Maxwell, she was confronting the biggest demon in her life of all. Questioned by prosecutor Lara Pomerantz as to why she maintained the relationship with Epstein for more than a decade, she said that at first she believed Ghislaine was her friend, but that she'd later become fearful of how connected they both were. Up popped Bobby Sternheim for the defense, setting out that Kate's stepfather was a wealthy man with his own plane, that she had been a model in Milan, Paris and London, and had worked for a British lingerie company. It folded almost as soon as it began, Kate replied, downbeat. Under cross-examination, Kate admitted that she sent Epstein emails when he was in prison in 2008 for soliciting underage girls for sex. She'd offered to send him pictures of herself, though she never actually did. Kate confirmed that she signed off the emails. Best love always, Kate. She admitted that in 2011, she asked to stay with Epstein, even after he'd come out of prison, at his home in New York, but he wasn't there at the time, so the visit did not happen. The last contact Kate had had with Epstein was in 2012, when she became a mother, she said. Sternheim said that although Kate was testifying under a pseudonym, she had spoken publicly in court after Epstein died in 2019 and had appeared on television with other alleged victims, and that she had been awarded $2.25 million by the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund. Gold digger hung in the air again. That evening, Ghislaine's brother Kevin, who'd been in the public gallery with his sister Isabel, gave an impromptu press conference on the steps of the court, condemning the government's treatment of the accused. She's on trial for her life, but from 6:30 in the morning until 7:30 p.m., when returned to jail, she receives a boiled egg. She's lucky. If it's not mouldy, she receives a couple of pieces of bread, maybe a Kraft slice, and a banana or an apple. Kevin complained that bringing Ghislaine from the remand prison in Brooklyn to the court in Lower Manhattan and back at the end of the day in shackles was an abuse. She has been bruised. She's even bled. And you really have to ask yourself in 2021, what on earth is the government doing, shackling a 59-year-old woman in this way every day? On that, one could only agree with Kevin Maxwell. The third woman who says she was groomed by Ghislaine and sexually abused by Epstein was Carolyn. The court, to give her some privacy, accepted her request to use only her real first name. Carolyn had a single-parent mother who was an alcoholic and a drug addict, and she became an alcoholic and a drug addict herself. She left school when she was young and did not, said her ex-boyfriend Sean, have the reading ability to say as Maxwell's first name, Ghislaine. So Carolyn called her Maxwell. Jane was a famous American actor, Kate a sometimes famous English singer and model, but Carolyn was someone who both looked and sounded like she was from the wrong side of the tracks, as she was. She told the court that at one time Ghislaine had asked her about her life. Carolyn responded, "My mom was an alcoholic, and I had been molested, and just random personal things." Prosecutor Maureen Comey asked, what conversations did she remember having with Ghislaine Maxwell about her experience of sexual abuse? "I remember telling her that I had been raped and molested by my grandfather, starting at the age of 4, said Carolyn. What conversations did Carolyn have about travel with Maxwell? "I couldn't travel because I couldn't get a passport because I was too young. My mom, no matter how messed up she was, there was no way I would be able to leave the country." "How did that topic come up?" "I was invited to go to an island. I told her that I was too young, and there is no way in hell my mom was going to let me leave the country." "Did you tell her how old you were?" "Yes." "What did you say?" "I told her I was 14. You could hear the scratch of the reporter's pens across paper, and only that. So her evidence went. 1 decade after Carolyn's grandfather raped her when she was 4 years old, it was the turn of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell to break this child. Carolyn said of the woman whose first name she couldn't articulate, Ghislaine, that she booked her for sex massages with her lover and once came into the massage room in the Epstein mansion in Palm Beach and molested her. I was fully nude, and she, Ghislaine, came in, and she felt my boobs and my hips and my buttocks and said that I had a great body for Mr. Epstein and his friends. Carolyn said that she'd been introduced to Epstein and Ghislaine by her older friend, Virginia Roberts, now Virginia Roberts Giuffre. I was young, and $300 was a lot of money to me, Carolyn said of Virginia's offer. Sex was not mentioned at the get-go, she said. In the end, she gave Epstein about 100 massages, all of them sexual, all of them ending with him masturbating. Ghislaine, she said, handed her $300 a few times after the sex, and during one visit asked for her address. Epstein sent Carolyn a massage book for dummies, concert tickets to the rock band Incubus, and lingerie from Victoria's Secret via FedEx. The raw detail of Carolyn's testimony was grim. Prosecutor Maureen Comey, can you describe the vibrating thing that he tried to put on your vagina? Carolyn. It looked like what now I know. It looked like, Comey, like a penis? Carolyn. Yes. Sorry. Comey, did he actually touch that vibrator onto your vagina? Carolyn. Yes. Comey, how did every massage you ever gave Jeffrey Epstein end? Carolyn. With him masturbating until he ejaculated. Comey, were there ever massages you provided Jeffrey Epstein where nothing sexual happened? Carolyn. No. Something sexual happened every single time. Carolyn managed to escape the dark world of Epstein and Ghislaine for a time. When she was 16, she and her boyfriend, Sean, then 19, stole her mother's car and drove to Georgia. Soon after, she became pregnant and had her baby in March 2004. Back in Florida, broke and desperate to provide for the baby, she returned to Epstein's home to try and make some money. He asked me if I had younger friends, and I said no. Prosecutor Comey asked why she stopped going to the home of El Brillo Way. I became too old. How old were you? Comey asked. 18, Carolyn replied. The prosecution knew that the defense would bring up the dirt on their witnesses, so they did it first. Had Carolyn ever been arrested for drug use? Yes, she said, for cocaine, in 2011. What happened that led to her getting arrested? I handed the officer the drugs. Why did you do that? Because I'm an idiot. There was something heroic about Carolyn's bleak self-knowledge. The defense's hope that they could undermine her credibility sunk right there. She was more than willing to admit to her own grisly failures in life. Her honesty made her an impregnable witness, especially amid the legal to and fro. Some members of the jury looked bored to tears, but not while Carolyn was on the stand. She admitted that in 2013 she was arrested for possessing stolen property, her son's Xbox, which she had taken to the pawnbroker because she was broke. The story behind the story was that her boyfriend Sean had stolen the Xbox, but Carolyn was the one who did the time, 52 days in jail. Afterwards, she did a drug rehab course. Currently, she told the jury, she is on the following medications: methadone, Xanax, Doxepin, and Vivance. This was a second moment, when the trial of a British socialite tunneled a shaft of light down into the bleak bedrock of American life in the 21st century. No American dream for Carolyn. None at all. Entered defense attorney Jeffrey Pagluka. He read out Carolyn's surname by mistake. He'd also read out the true first name of the first female witness, Jane. Pagluka is extraordinarily fluent, brutal even, when flaying the skin of a woman who left school at the age of 14. He brought up a 2007 interview Carolyn had given to the FBI before the infamous sweetheart deal that saw Epstein serve a farcically short time in prison for being a serial paedophile. The mechanics of this are worth noting. Time and again, Pagluka would rattle out the document number, the page, the paragraph, a particular sentence, and then stick it to Carolyn. If we can show the witness 005, page 1, third paragraph, first sentence, please, as she stumbled to reconcile what the FBI noted down more than a decade ago with her evidence for this trial. The attorney was kind of suggesting, without actually articulating it, that when there was a discrepancy in her evidence, she had either been lying then or was lying now. Lost in the legal weeds, Carolyn started to retreat into her own misery, sometimes saying, "I don't recall," sometimes barking at him like a cornered animal, sometimes muttering a mute sob. Watching how Ghislaine's defense lawyers earned their big money, how they used their wits to trash sad and broken women, my pity for Ghislaine Maxwell shriveled with every passing minute. Despite Pagluka at his worst, Carolyn kept coming back at him and didn't back down on the central point, that she had been sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell when she was 14 years old. She came across as a broken, troubled, but wholly authentic human being. Pagluka noted that Carolyn had been paid $3.25 million from Epstein's estate after the paedophile's suicide. Pagluka prodded Carolyn as to whether there was an incentive for you to stick to your story after she got her money. Carolyn shot back, "The only thing Miss Maxwell was involved in was fondling my breast and my buttocks. And for that my soul is broken, and so is my heart. Money will not ever fix what that woman has done to me." Prosecutor Comey stood up and took Carolyn back to the time when she was paid $300 a pop for giving sex massages to Epstein. "What did she spend the money on?" "I spent it on drugs," she replied, weeping out loud at her own foolishness, at how she'd been played. "Did anyone tell you what to say here?" Comey asked. "No. What she did was wrong." Not long afterwards, the prosecution put up a J.P. Morgan banker who said that Epstein banked with them. Epstein paid Ghislaine $18,300,000 in 1999, $5 million in 2002, and $7,400,000 on the 15th of June 2007 for a green executive Sikorsky 57C6 helicopter for Air Ghislaine Inc. So Ghislaine had received $30 million in free dollops from Epstein when he was very much alive. A victim, perhaps, but a very rich one. So, once more, the idea of a gold digger hung in the air. But this time, the boot was on the other foot. Carolyn could have been a fantasist, generating fake memories of sexual abuse. But a witness took the stand who bore her out. Her one-time boyfriend, Sean. Like his ex, he didn't go for full anonymity, but asked to be identified by his first name only. Asked to describe their courting, Sean was matter-of-fact. Drive around, smoke pot. Listeners will be aware that West Palm Beach inland, away from the ocean, is where the trailer trash live. Palm Beach Island was home to the likes of Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Mansion trash. Sean was asked to explain the difference. Money's no object over there. He said that he and his crowd very rarely ventured into Palm Beach because I didn't have enough money to buy anything in the gas station. But he started going to Palm Beach a lot more often when he drove his 14-year-old girlfriend, Carolyn, so that she could give sex massages to Jeffrey Epstein. The problem was that Carolyn was routinely paid something like $300 in $100 bills, and back in West Palm Beach, they don't accept $100 bills, Sean said. It was a kind of grim financial reality check that one felt the jury would recognize from their own experience, a third window into the harshness of life for America's great unrich. I have no great vivid recollection of Sean's physical presence, but his voice sticks in the mind. It had a slight but discernible deep south tang, as flat can be, devoid of any expression or nuance. Most of the time when he agreed with an attorney, he would just say, "Yes, ma'am." There's no way that Sean would be faking his evidence. He just was not that kind of person. Sean was cheating on Carolyn at the time with 2 other girlfriends. He pimped out all 3 to Ghislaine and Epstein. Of Carolyn, he said, "She was a child, one who only had 2 jobs ever. She worked at Arby's, a US fast food combine, and she worked for Jeffrey Epstein." He met Epstein once in the driveway of the El Brillo house when the multimillionaire showed off his Shelby Cobra sports car to the boy from the wrong side of the causeway. People from the house would phone Carolyn, her mother, and him to arrange massage appointments. He would routinely wait around an hour before Carolyn would emerge with $300. He remembered that at one point Carolyn got a present of lingerie delivered by FedEx, a gift from Epstein. Later, a FedEx worker produced the waybill, proving the link between Carolyn, her address, and Epstein's office in New York, and the year in which she was 14. A small detail, you might think, but this was evidence of commerce between states, buttressing the prosecution's argument that this was federal crime. Sean later went to prison for a few years for unlawful possession of a gun. He told the court that he no longer had any contact with Carolyn. In the bleakness of his testimony, it was easy to overlook the big picture, that her loveless convict ex-boyfriend had corroborated her story. Period. When I arrived in New York for the trial, I started tweeting bits and pieces about the case and a new podcast I was making, Hunting Ghislaine, the Trial. An American journalist got in touch with me via my website, noting that I was in Manhattan. She wanted to meet me because of Belarus. I'd been there undercover in 2012, written a short book, Big Daddy, about the dictator who rules the country, Alexander Lukashenko, and had recently been interviewed for a podcast called The Hated and the Dead. She wrote, "I heard your episode on Lukashenko for The Hated and the Dead, and I would love to talk to you about your work related to the financial institutions that keep authoritarians like him wealthy. Will you have time for a coffee or a limoncello on me while you're in the city?" On Twitter, The Hated and the Dead podcast has 97 followers. For her to have listened to it, to have worked out that I believe the tragedy of Belarus is underreported, and that my favourite shot is limoncello, was perceptive. Very. We arranged to meet in an Italian restaurant she chose, had dinner, then went to a bar. The Italian was high-end, not the kind most freelance journalists would choose. She was an attractive woman, but not in the least bit interested in Belarus. She did not ask me for any of my contacts in the old and new opposition. She did have a book with her, a series of essays on Nabokov, the author of Lolita. The moment I saw it, I said with my characteristic diplomacy, "What are you reading that rubbish for?" I went to the loo, switched on the recorder on my phone, and secretly taped our conversation. She seemed far more interested in Ghislaine Maxwell than Belarus, and her stance was unusual, that Ghislaine had been wronged. After a time, I explained that she hadn't asked about Belarus, and that I didn't agree with her about Ghislaine. I gave her my share of the money for the drinks, made my excuses, and left. It was odd. Very. Chapter 13. The Church of Bugs Bunnyology. How do you defend Ghislaine Maxwell? The obvious strategy would be to paint a chasm between Jeffrey Epstein and his evil works, and Ghislaine Maxwell, innocent and unaware of the true nature of the man. To scotch that, the prosecution put up a number of FBI officers, one of whom had been in charge of the raid on Jeffrey Epstein's mansion in Manhattan in the summer of 2019. Seizing computer hard drives and boxes of CDs, a second had gone for the digital treasure. The jury and the media were then treated to Epstein and Ghislaine's personal photo album, showing images that had not been aired in the public domain before. The chain of undated photographs starts when Ghislaine still looks markedly young, in her early 30s, placing them from the early 90s, say 1992. The magic Epstein money tree offerings go up to 2007, locking Ghislaine firmly inside Epstein's world for 15 years, cross-hatching the years when the 4 victims say they were sexually abused. For Ghislaine, there is no way out. The money and the photos paint a damning image of a long-term social and financial intimacy that makes the suggestion that she knew nothing of the true nature of the man absurd. But the photographs are not just damning. They're also profoundly sad. You're looking into, flicking through the photo album of a dead man and a deeply troubled woman when they were still very much in love, or rather, she in love with him. The prosecution submitted the photos with no dates or places, but there's an early one when Ghislaine looks very young, still in her 20s or very early 30s, riding on the back of a motorbike driven by Epstein. Neither are wearing crash helmets. In none of the photographs does their essential dynamic change. She's got the hots for him. He isn't bothered. The Easy Riders photo looks as though it was shot around the start of their love affair in 1991 or 1992. The precise years may be wrong, but that era. His hands are clasped on the handlebars, manly, in control. She's riding pillion, her hands on his ribs. He's in a black jumper, she's wearing a pale green shirt. Epstein is growling at the camera, a wolf beginning to take notice. She is laughing at the comedy of the moment, but you can see that she's really in love with him. More than any other moment during the trial, this photograph led me to feel real sorrow for Ghislaine. There is an innocent joy about Ghislaine's expression that is, now that we know what we know, kind of heartbreaking. Her love for this man was real. It has indeed ruined her life. But that of too many others, too. There are shots of them skiing somewhere, then one of them enjoying drinks on a veranda that looks like it was taken at the Palm Beach house. Another shows them lounging in a field with a dog, people. Epstein holding a pair of ear defenders in his hand, suggesting that this might have been taken at the shooting weekend at Sandringham when they were guests of Prince Andrew in 2000. The next interesting one is of the couple sitting in a log cabin somewhere, her hand resting on his knee. It turns out it's not any old log cabin, but Glen Begg, and there is a picture of the Queen sitting in that selfsame spot, part of her Balmoral estate in Scotland. Perhaps the tackiest is of Ghislaine, looking significantly older than she does in the Easy Riders photo, sitting on a fur pouf opposite Epstein on the Lolita Express, massaging his naked right foot, the buttons of her blouse undone, her cleavage leaving little to the imagination, staring directly into the camera, while her master's eyes are semi-closed in exquisite rapture. There's another shot in the same series that shows Jean-Luc Brunel on the next seat along to Epstein, dating the picture roughly from the start of the millennium or later. A second photo shows Ghislaine with her arms locked around Epstein, in the background the dock of the bay. It's somewhere hot, but hard to tell where exactly. A third captures Ghislaine kissing Epstein on the cheek, the background suggesting somewhere in the south of France. There's a car with a French number plate, and 4 matelots, wearing the white bonnets scented with a distinctive red bobbly bit of the Brigade de l'Ambihué, the French naval bagpipe band, originally from Brittany. Their daft hats make them look like Bakewell tarts. I put that photo up on Twitter, and within minutes someone called Dave Standard had geolocated it to Saint-Tropez. Then Philippe Berry, a French reporter, confirmed the location and suggested that the photo was most likely taken at the Brevard, an annual local festival, on the 16th of May, 2002. In the photo, Ghislaine is needily affectionate. He's guarded, tolerating her, but colder. Same old, same old. We know Epstein and Ghislaine were lovers up to around 1997, and then, from the email traffic dug out by the researchers for BBC Panorama, that another woman steps into his life. From the evidence of this photo, if the 2002 dating is correct, the love affair is back on, at least as far as Ghislaine is concerned. There's a shot of the two of them in a helicopter together when they're much older than the Easy Riders photo. The roofing webbing material and the seatbelt she's wearing do not suggest an executive helicopter, but something military. So it's not impossible that the photo was taken in Colombia in 2002, where Ghislaine was said by Vikram, the dog torturer, to have blown up a tank. The last witness who says she was sexually molested by both Epstein and Ghislaine was Annie Farmer. Thus far, the court had heard from 3 women who had all confessed to addiction problems. Annie, 42, told the jury that she had got a PhD and used the phrase pro bono, causing a lawyer to ask her to explain what the Latin meant, that your lawyer works for free, out of the goodness of his or her heart, if such an entity exists. Annie was different. Annie was just the same. Her story was that she was 16, living with her mum and younger sister in Arizona. The prosecution showed photographs of her at the time, a beautiful, blonde, thin, pale young woman. Her parents had got divorced, and money was tight. Her older sister, Maria, was working as a receptionist in Epstein's mansion in Manhattan. In December 1995, Epstein paid for Annie to fly to New York to spend time with her sister. Ghislaine wasn't around, presumably in London, where brothers Ian and Kevin spent an anxious Christmas waiting to learn that they had been found not guilty of defrauding the Mirror pensioners of £400 million. Back in Arizona, word reached Annie that Epstein was interested in paying for her education through university. In America, such a golden opportunity should never be missed. To begin with, everything went beautifully. She and Sister Maria went to his home. He was friendly, down to earth, dressed casually, handing out champagne. I had never been to a private residence so large. He treated them to tickets to a night at the opera, making sure his driver drove them to the theatre. A few days later, he took them to see the science fiction movie 12 Monkeys, about a plague from the future. When the lights went down, he reached over and put his hand on the armrest between our seats, and started to reach for my hand and caress my hand, interlocking his hand with mine and holding my hand. Annie recalled him crossing his legs so that he was rubbing the bottom of my shoe and rubbing my foot and my leg. I was very surprised and anxious. I felt sick to my stomach. It was not something I was expecting. I noticed that when he interacted with my sister, he stopped doing that. When he was looking forward again, he would return to touching me. At the time, she kept a diary, and the jury heard an entry about Epstein's creepy behavior at the movies, the one thing that kind of weirded me out. But Annie stayed mum about it, because she did not want her sister to lose her job. In the spring of 1996, Annie was invited to spend a weekend at Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico with 20 or so other young men and women, all potential recipients of an Epstein travel scholarship scheme. Annie didn't get this directly from Epstein, but through her mother, Jan Swain, who later testified to that effect. The key facts that swung the trip for Annie and her mother were: 1, the presence of the score of other students; 2, her sister Maria was coming too; and 3, Epstein assured Annie's mother that his wife Ghislaine would be there too. But when Annie got there, she found there were only 3 guests: Epstein, then age 43, Ghislaine, then 35, and herself, 16. The New Mexico desert is one of the creepiest places on earth. I know because, by strange coincidence, I've been there myself. About 100 miles due west of Epstein's Zorro Ranch is Trementina Base, where the Church of Scientology have sealed the wisdom of L. Ron Hubbard on discs of gold in an argon-sealed H-bomb-proof vault. To make things easier for space aliens, they have put up 2 large traffic signs, only to be viewed from space, alerting bug-eyed monsters to the Church's secret base. If you're that interested, you can see the short film that ex-Scientologist Mark Headley and I made about the trip. It's on YouTube under Church of Fear trailer. I found the desert empty, creepy, and scary. To be there on your own with only Epstein and Ghislaine for company must have been quite terrifying. The couple took her horse riding and into town to go shopping. Annie felt a confusing mess of emotions. Cool that the 2 adults paid her attention, went to the stores with her. Creepy that they wanted to spend time alone with her. Ghislaine bought Annie a fancy pair of black cowboy boots she has to this day. Annie explained to the jury how Epstein and Ghislaine mucked about like teenagers, with Ghislaine trying to pull down Epstein's trousers as they queued up to buy tickets at the cinema. They went to see Primal Fear, a 1996 movie starring Richard Gere about child sex abuse and the Catholic Church. Epstein sat in the middle between Ghislaine and Annie. He right away began to hold my hand, caress it, rub on my foot and on my arm. It was more blatant than the previous weirding out in New York during 12 Monkeys. When the threesome got back to Zorro, Ghislaine encouraged Annie to give him a foot massage. I felt very uncomfortable. I did not want to be touching his feet. After that, Ghislaine asked Annie if she herself had had a massage, and when she said no, Maxwell insisted on giving her one. They went to Annie's room, Ghislaine pulling out a fold-up massage table. She put a sheet on top and told Annie to get on it. I was wearing nothing. She told me to get undressed and lay under the sheet, and I did, Annie said. She started rubbing my body, rubbing my back, and she's making small talk, and then at some point she had me roll over so I was laying on my back. She pulled the sheet down and exposed my breasts and started rubbing on my chest and upper breasts. Prosecutor Laura Pomerantz asked what was Annie's reaction. When she pulled down the sheet, I felt frozen, because it didn't make sense to me. I was surprised, and I wanted so badly to get off of the table and have that massage be done. Asked who was in the room. Annie said just Maxwell, but the door to the room was open, and I was fearful, especially at that moment. I had this sense that Epstein could see me. Creepy and creepier. The next morning, as Annie lay in bed, Epstein bounced into her room, got into her bed, and proclaimed that he wanted to cuddle her. Annie said that he wrapped his arms around her and pressed his body against hers. She went to the bathroom, locked the door, and hid. I wanted to be in there long enough that this whole situation would be over. Later, she tried to engage Ghislaine on the whole point of her being there, to talk through education possibilities, in particular, to chat about an English literature essay she was working on. But Epstein and Ghislaine couldn't give a damn. They had a very different interest in me. She seemed very disinterested. She didn't care. That summer, Epstein paid for Annie to go to Thailand and Vietnam. The jury was shown a photo of her mucking about with elephants somewhere in the jungle. Classic gap year stuff. She could never have gone on such a trip without Epstein's generosity, but she hoped never to meet the couple again. Defense attorney Laura Menninger sauntered into the attorney's glass box, and battle commenced. Annie was a strong woman, an academic, not easily knocked off her perch. The argument the defense used against her was that her contact with Ghislaine was minimal, non-sexual, and that she, too, had gold in her sights. Menninger's first line of attack was to create clear blue water between Ghislaine and Epstein. Ghislaine had not organised her ticket to New York, nor had she been present there. Menninger established that there had been no sexual activity in Epstein's New York home. No one had shown her vibrators, massages, or anything like that in Epstein's Manhattan palace. Nor had Ghislaine organized her visit to New Mexico. Ghislaine had not called Annie's mother to lie about the large group of fellow students going to Zorro too. Neither had she run the hair that Annie's college education could be funded by the rich man. All of that was the work of Epstein or his office, so Ghislaine was in the clear. Then it was time for the court to focus on the cowboy boots. Menninger, you mentioned the boots, but on the trip you spent a significant amount of time horseback riding. Annie, heroically. Is that a question? Menninger, you told the FBI that in 2006, right? Annie, yes. Menninger, are these the boots? Annie, yes. Menninger, you decided to wear the boots even when you knew they were evidence? You wore them frequently? Annie, I didn't wear them to work. I wore them when I was two-stepping. It's not the done thing to clap a witness in a courtroom, but if I could have done, I would have led a standing ovation for Annie Farmer. What the defense was trying to do, it seemed, was to make Annie out to be less credible or even dishonest, in that if she was really upset about what had happened in New Mexico, she wouldn't have worn the boots. But Annie was having none of that. She had been abused, but it did not stop her wearing the boots. Yet again in the trial, class had reared its unpretty head. If you have a ton of money, you can afford to throw away boots with ugly memories. But if you're poor, you can't. I put all of the crap about boots as a win for the prosecution, as did all the other reporters I spoke to. And then there was the diary. Menninger stuck the boot in, not the cowboy boots, obviously, noting that although Epstein's weird hand-holding and footsie game in New York made Annie's diary, the much more serious alleged abuse in New Mexico was not written up. In their darkly comic, but always compelling podcast on the Epstein-Ghislaine saga, True Anon, hosts Liz Franchak and Brace Belden make the point that the first three victims all presented as middle-aged women. So did Annie Farmer. But as Liz and Brace say, the loopy teenage girl handwriting in her journal takes you right back to the world of a 16-year-old girl. They both found it entirely reasonable for Annie to write up the weird stuff in New York, but leave out the darker happenings in New Mexico. And so do I. It's not what you put in teenage diaries. Menninger's third play was more brutal. That what had happened in New Mexico wasn't sexual, that Annie was making it up. The attorney pointed out that Ghislaine didn't touch Annie's nipples, but rather her upper chest. Then Menninger moved on to Epstein coming into her bedroom and the forced cuddling session at the Zorro Ranch. Menninger, you testified on direct, Annie's evidence to the prosecution, that he pressed his body into you, is that right? Annie, that's right. Menninger, you did not feel an erect penis in your back. Annie, I did not. I do not. I couldn't say whether he had an erect penis. Menninger, you do not recall him pressing an erect penis into your back, correct? Annie, yeah, I recall him pressing his body. I do not recall an erect penis. On and on it went. Menninger, the erect penis obsessive, digging up a previous interview Annie had given the prosecution, seeking to undermine her evidence that anything of note had happened at Zorro. But Annie was adamant. She had not been raped in New Mexico, but she had been sexually abused. After a break, when Menninger got into the glass box, Annie smiled at her. Of all the four victims, Annie was the strongest, the least perturbed by the defense tricksiness. Manhood had thus far put on a pretty dismal showing at the trial. There had been Epstein, dead, but a dark presence throughout. The pilot who saw nothing. The butler, who had seen the dildos and the women who looked too young, but had never dared to do anything about it. Sean, Carolyn's pimp, who stole an Xbox and watched the mother of his child go to prison for it. But when Annie Farmer's high school boyfriend, Dave Mulligan, took the stand, masculinity got a breather. The prosecution went through his CV, seeing that he had a degree in educational psychology. "Do you still do that now?" "No, I'm a baker," said David, giving the court a rare moment of light comedy, as welcome as rain in the desert. And then it got a lot more grim very quickly. Annie had gone to New Mexico in the spring of 1996, and she and David became more than friends that autumn. Annie told him that Epstein had touched her leg in the theatre and that she didn't want to say anything because Epstein was helping her sister Maria's artistic career. Did Annie tell him that Ghislaine Maxwell had touched her breast during the massage? "Yes," said David. What had happened at Zorro came up when he and Annie, young lovers, started to become intimate, David told the court. He didn't go into detail. He didn't have to. He corroborated Annie's story to the hilt. Since Ghislaine Maxwell had vanished off the face of the earth in July 2019, I had been waiting to hear her side of the story. The opening of the defence on trial day 11 was Ghislaine's big moment, the day the world could first hear her witnesses speak truth to the heavy artillery of the prosecution case. First on was Kimberly Espinoza. Kimberly, with a C, but pronounced as with a K, was a charming, sweet-voiced, nice Hispanic lady, still beautiful in middle age, with a sunny expression, out of kilter with the mood of the courtroom. She had been Ghislaine's personal assistant back in the day, before leaving after 9/11 to go home to her native California. She had worked in Jeffrey Epstein's Madison Avenue office from 1996 to 2002 and had never seen anything untoward. But the victims, Jane, Kate, Carolyn, and Annie, never said anything happened to them in Epstein's office on Madison Avenue. Carolyn never went to New York. Most of the sexual abuse happened at the Palm Beach house. In the cross-examination, the prosecution asked Espinoza, "Have you ever been to Palm Beach?" "No." No further questions. The second witness was a travel agent who booked flights for Team Epstein from 1999 onwards. Jane, Kate, and Annie all flew on Epstein's dime in the mid-1990s. That is, the travel agent's evidence turned on events too late in the day to have any bearing on the trial. Carolyn never flew because she was, in her mother's view, too young at 14 to get a passport. So the travel agent was irrelevant to the killer point a good defense would seek to make, that the victims and/or Epstein and Ghislaine were in a different place when the abuse was supposed to have taken place. The third witness was Professor Elizabeth Loftus, a psychologist and specialist in false memory. An expert witness in perhaps as many as 300 trials, she asserted that fake facts could be implanted in people. False memories can be very vivid, detailed. People can be confident about them. People can be emotional about them, even though they're false. She told the jury, emotion is no guarantee that the memory is authentic. Prosecutor Lara Pomerantz noted that Loftus was being paid $600 an hour by the defense and that she'd written a book, Witness, for the defense. "You haven't written a book called Impartial Witness, right?" said Pomerantz, whose voice is sometimes so high-pitched she sounds like a very scary bat. "No," said Loftus glumly. Pomerantz moved on to Loftus's research. Pomerantz leafily, "One of your experiments involves Bugs Bunny, right?" Loftus, "A bunny." Pomerantz, "Bugs Bunny?" Loftus, "Bugs Bunny, yes." The prosecutor reminded the professor of one of her research studies that had shown that 16% of people said they'd seen Bugs Bunny at Disneyland, a false memory because the fictional rabbit is a Warner Brothers character. Loftus defended the study showing that 16% of people claim that they shook his hand. Others claim they touched his tail or touched his ear or heard him say, "What's up, Doc?" The reporters in the overflow room started to snigger, then giggle out loud. Hanging in the air was the thought that 84% didn't see Bugs Bunny at the wrong theme park. But this was featherweight stuff. That getting the prof to go, "What's up, Doc?" was a nice piece of legal footwork by Prosecutor Pomerantz, that she had made the star defense witness out to be something from the Looney Tunes back catalogue. Next, we were on to a second study, where Loftus & Co. had tried to implant the false memory of people having had a rectal enema. No one falsely remembered having had a rectal enema when they hadn't had one, the point being that people remember trauma, horrible, nasty things, or not having trauma clearly. False memory, the Church of Bugs Bunnyology, did not have a good day in court. At the end of the defence's first day, once judge and jury had left the courtroom, Ghislaine was seen holding her hands up in despair at her fancy attorneys who have cost her, according to her own estimate, some $7 million. We had listened to a nice lady who worked in an office, an irrelevant travel agent, and a professor who'd been made to look a fool. Yes, the prosecution have got to prove their case, and juries in US federal trials must be unanimous, that is 12-0. And it only takes one fruitcake on the jury to throw the trial. But at the end of her first big day, things looked bleak for Ghislaine, as bleak can be. No wonder Ghislaine seemed distraught. The defence's second day was no better than the first. It got off to a wretched start when one potential witness refused to respond to a subpoena, a second said they would take the fifth, and so was not called, and a third proved kind of pointless. He was Kevin Moran, the pub landlord of the Nag's Head, the boozer immediately opposite Ghislaine's house in Belgravia, London. In the legal argy-bargy before the jury were summoned that morning, the defence team said that he would testify that Ghislaine only lived there from 1997 onwards, supposedly giving the lie to Kate's evidence that she had had sex with Epstein there in 1994. Kate, who had been 17 at the time, had said that Ghislaine had led her upstairs to a room where Epstein stood naked, closing the door behind her. Ghislaine's team produced land records showing she took ownership of the house in 1997. Before accepting them as evidence, Judge Nathan asked if Maxwell might have lived there without owning the house, snapping, "They don't rent places in London?" They do. The prosecution were on the case, flagging a deposition Ghislaine had given in 2019, in which she said she lived at the house from 1992 onwards. Her lawyers said she had made a mistake because she did not have the records in front of her. The jury went in on this discussion, but Ghislaine's minor loss of memory for a precise point in a time sequence struck me as exactly the same kind of mistake the four victims might have been accused of. That's not false memory for a horrible event, but the very human flaw of getting a precise sequence wrong. Team Ghislaine said she had not lived on Kennington Street, but somewhere else, close by, in 1994. Even if that were true, so what? The actual postcode of the house in Belgravia was not the issue, but what had happened inside it. And if Ghislaine herself had got her true address wrong in 1992, that sank the whole argument. None of the reporters were surprised when the defence gave up on arguing for the pub landlord. At the next break, Josh Chaffin from the Financial Times turned to me and said, "Nag's Head?" suggesting we go there for a pint. I grinned at him. Josh is gloriously funny. The only person I know who's written a zombie novel set inside the European Union headquarters in Brussels. And the idea of a drink inside the Nags was kind of tempting. On reflection, writing this section of the book a few weeks later, it's true to say that I've got smashed out of my head in some of the worst drinking establishments whole planet. But the Nag's Head in Belgravia is not my kind of boozer. As far as the reporters in court were concerned, it looked to us that Team Ghislaine were struggling to find anyone who could lay a glove on the prosecution case. The key witness that second defence day was Eva Dubin, a former Miss Sweden, ex-girlfriend of Epstein, and longtime friend of Ghislaine. A handsome woman at 60, she had dated Epstein from 1983 until 1991 for 8 years. He had encouraged her to drop her modelling career and paid her way through medical school so that she could become a doctor. She had been on his private planes many times, never seen any sexual abuse, never seen anything untoward. After she split up with Epstein, she went out with, then married Glenn Dubin, who has become a Wall Street master of the universe, worth unknown billions of dollars. The Dubins have 3 children, who call Epstein Uncle F. But the spell of happy families with Uncle F was broken by the defense team itself. Shown a photograph of her youngest daughter with Epstein, which the reporters could not see, but was shared with a jury under seal, Eva appeared shocked. Pagluka asked, "I'm assuming you know that Mr. Epstein had this picture." Eva looked grim as she said, "I have never seen this picture before." Shown a second photograph, this time featuring her eldest daughter, which had been on one of Epstein's bookshelves, she said, "I have never seen this photo before." I remember thinking that this was lousy planning by the defense to have managed to upset their own witness. For the prosecution, Jane had given evidence that she had taken part in orgies with other young women, and one of those was called Eva. When asked about the flight log for a May 1998 trip from Palm Beach to Teterboro, New Jersey, that included Jane, Epstein, Ghislaine, and Eva, she couldn't remember the flight. Pagluka showed Eva a photo of Jane. Eva said, "I don't recall ever meeting this person." "Have you ever been in a group sexual encounter with the person that we are calling Jane?" "Absolutely not," Eva replied. When it was prosecutor Alison Moe's turn to speak from the glass box, it was clear she was in no mood to take prisoners. She got Eva to confirm her name was Eva, then asked, "Are you the only person named Eva in the whole wide world?" Eva conceded it was a very common name in Scandinavia, in Northern Europe, in the United States, but she had met many people called Eva. Pagluka popped up to object to the relevance of the line of questioning. Judge Nathan overruled him, as if she were squashing a bug. "Do you know the first name of every person Jeffrey Epstein ever met?" asked Moe, her voice oozing sarcasm. "Absolutely not," said Eva. But as the cross-examination got underway, the defence's weakness became more starkly etched. Prosecutor Moe asked silkily, "Dr. Dugan, are you having some issues with your memory?" "Yes, I do," said Eva. "It's very hard for me to remember from far back. Sometimes I can't remember things from last month. My family notices it." What's the good of a defense witness if she tells the prosecution that her memory is shot to pieces? Back in the day, Eva Dubin was loyal to Epstein too, beyond a fault. After he'd been convicted of being a paedophile in 2008, Eva and Glenn Dubin invited Epstein to their home for Thanksgiving in 2009. Eva wrote to Epstein's probation officer, "I am 100% comfortable with Jeffrey Epstein around my children." Being a child under the law and comfortable around Epstein was not in everyone's gift. In 2019, a slew of court records relating to Virginia Roberts Giuffre suing Epstein were unsealed. One story from that source turned on what the Dubins' butler saw. The billionaire couple's one-time house manager, Ronaldo Rizzo, said that in 2005 he found a 15-year-old girl from Sweden sobbing her heart out in the Dubins' kitchen in their house in New York. Shaking and crying, she told Rizzo and his wife that she'd just come back from a trip to Little St. Jeff's. This is what the butler said. "She proceeded to tell my wife and I was on the island, and there was Ghislaine, and there was Sarah, and she said they asked me for sex. I said no." The girl claimed that Sarah Kellen had taken her passport off her, and Ghislaine had threatened her not to tell anyone what happened. Rizzo said that he stopped talking to the girl once Eva Dubin walked into the room. Eva was not questioned about this, but as an old-school reporter, I think she should have been. After a break, with the jury out, the issue of whether Ghislaine would give evidence herself came up. In an English accent so uppercut it could chisel bone china, she told the judge, "Your Honour, the government has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt, and so there is no need for me to testify." The moment I heard that, I thought, that's the jury's job. After 2 not full days, the defence was done. In the lift on the way out, I was holding forth to some other reporters, saying that the reason there is no defence is because there is no defence. That is, Ghislaine Maxwell is guilty, full stop. Then the lift door opened, and her sister Isabel Maxwell got in, and we all fell silent. Chapter 14. To the Bone Pit. Guilty 5 times over, Ghislaine Maxwell in manacles and shackles sat in the sweatbox as it crawled over Brooklyn Bridge along with the rest of the rush hour little people she used to fly over, saying a last goodbye to the imperial city's billion-dollar stalagmites. The one-time Princess Moi was now the Demon Queen, facing 65 years, the rest of her life in prison, not some Disneyland of right-wing fantasy, but a bone pit of the bad, the mad, and the broken, locked up in fecal squalor until old age and then the only end of age. She has a secret key that could unlock her shackles. What if she sings, tells the feds what she knows, gives up the over-mighty men who, along with her one-time lover, Jeffrey Epstein, abused women more child than adult, back in her pomp? She could cut her jail time down to 10 years and be out in 7, thanks to good behaviour. But to do that, Ghislaine would have to admit that she had been Epstein's $30 million pimp, that she treated a host of underage women as nothings, trash, that she did great wrong, that she was sorry. No sign of that. Given the dark chasm between how Ghislaine's life had been and the wretched place she was in now, I felt some pity for her. But her lack of remorse, her failure to address reality, her unwillingness to express a smidgen of regret to her victims, hardened the heart. Her first chance at coming clean was in 2002, when reporter Vicky Ward was checking out Annie Farmer's story that she had been sexually abused in New Mexico, when Ghislaine gave her a massage, with Epstein watching. To Ward, Ghislaine said, "I can guarantee that I didn't give her a massage. It is wrong, disgusting." Having sat through Annie Farmer's evidence, I had no doubt that Ghislaine was lying then, and through her not guilty plea, lying now. Ghislaine's second chance to set evil to rights was in October 2005, when the Palm Beach Police Department raided Epstein's house on El Brillo Way. The socialite who got a countess to write a 58-page manual on such things as how full a box of tissues had to be before it was thrown away never noticed the Fresh Child Factory production line of underage girls coming and going, more than 100 of them, according to the brilliant reporting of Julie K. Brown. But Ghislaine would have heard about the police raid, surely. Would perhaps have wondered what had happened to all the house's computer hard drives, including, one might think, her own, when they were mysteriously removed before the raid, as if a bent copper in on the police investigation had forewarned Team Epstein. Nothing from Ghislaine then. Not a word in 2007, when she got her final dollop of Epstein's $30 million, a single $7 million transfer for a helicopter to be owned by her own company. Silence in 2008, when her ex was convicted of procuring an underage girl for prostitution, effectively that he was a paedophile. She was still taking his money in 2009, by her own account. In 2016, she swore on oath, in a civil suit brought by Virginia Roberts-Giuffre, that there had been no underage sex. Nothing to see here, folks. She was still watching, the paedophile's back. Silence, too, in 2019, when Epstein was arrested a second time in July. Silence 1 month later, when he killed himself. Just like her father, Ghislaine did not face the music. Instead, she ran to her hideout in New Hampshire, where she wrapped her mobile phone in tinfoil, only to be caught and tried. She could have told the jury to their faces that she was innocent, but the 4 women who said that they had been abused were making it up, as were their 3 boyfriends, as was the butler, Juan Alessi. They were all liars. The chain of photographs showing an intimacy with Epstein from the early 1990s, all lies too. The chain of money transfers proving that Epstein paid her $30 million over 8 years for being a fancy janitor, more lies. The twin chains of photographs and money lock her to her paedophile for 15 years. Had she dared to take the stand, then she would have had to explain to the prosecution exactly why Jane and Kate and Carolyn and Annie and Matt and Sean and David and Juan and the photographs and the money had false memories. Dollars in their tens of millions are not easily forgotten, as the banker witness from J.P. Morgan proved. The victims, too, had no reason to make things up, still less to go through the torture of cross-examination, of 2 of them having their full names read out by Pagluka, unless they came to court to tell the truth. Nor had the ex-boyfriends reason to lie, nor had the butler. Had Ghislaine taken the stand, she would have been ripped to shreds, and she knew it. Instead, she held her tongue, only telling the judge that the case against her had not been proved beyond reasonable doubt. Her bark of arrogant command echoed her father, Robert Maxwell, the first monster in her life, a man who stole £400 million from his pensioners, who took pride in pissing off the roof of his helicopter pad in the heart of London, who evacuated his bowels within earshot of reporters, who used to wipe his bottom with cloth towels and let the maids pick them up. Her pattern of denial over 2 decades suggests that his daughter will find it impossible to do a plea bargain with the feds, and so her future the moment she was convicted looked impossibly bleak, and that could only be down to her and the rest of the Maxwell family. Although she was found guilty on 5 of the 6 charges, Kevin Maxwell said of her, "She's not the demon queen." One can only ask the Maxwell family, why did Epstein pay their sister $30 million after they'd stopped being lovers? They never addressed that question, perhaps because they can't. The prosecution case was simply put, that no 16-year-old girl would fly to the middle of nowhere in New Mexico to spend a weekend with Epstein, but if her mother were told that Ghislaine Maxwell was going to be there, then they might. The same goes for the other 3 victims, Jane and Kate and Carolyn. Ghislaine got her $30 million, and in return, she provided cover for the paedophile. I sat through the evidence and came to the conclusion that she was as guilty as sin. So did the other reporters. So did the jury. That said, it made me deeply uneasy that while Ghislaine Maxwell was facing a long, slow, grey death inside, I was faced with 2 anxieties that she may have suffered an injustice. The first is the question of perception, of viewpoint. Throughout this saga, not just the trial, I've always worried that we might be judging Ghislaine Maxwell unfairly, using the Me Too glasses of 2022 to look at the world of the 1980s and 1990s. Ghislaine sketching the sketches is perhaps a metaphor for that quandary. That if perception changes, so does reality. Sexual mores were quite different 30 years ago than they are today, that is true. But for a middle-aged woman to groom a 14-year-old girl to have sex with a middle-aged man was evil back then, is evil now. The second anxiety is greater, that while Ghislaine faces life and death in jail, the alpha males in our dark fairy tale are walking free. In a 21st century version of Dante's Inferno, there are circles and circles of hell. On the outer circle are people who did not get too close, but nevertheless had contact after Epstein's conviction in 2008. Step forward Amazon czar Jeff Bezos, electric car wizard Elon Musk, and Google honcho Sergey Brin. These three were at a billionaire's dinner in Long Beach, California in 2011. So was Jeffrey Epstein. That same year, Microsoft creator Bill Gates was photographed at Epstein's home in Manhattan, and there's evidence of several other meetings too, leading to reporting that Melinda French Gates divorced him because of his friendship with Epstein. Musk, Bezos, Gates, and Brin have $700 billion right there, and none of them had the sense to work out that hanging out with a convicted paedophile does not look good. They all deny wrongdoing. There's the folk who did serious business with Epstein, people like Leon Black and Jez Staley, both of whom deny serious wrongdoing, both of whom had to step away from businesses they created because of their links to the paedophile. They deny wrongdoing. And then in the inner circle of hell are the folk who flew on the Lolita Express or went to Little St. Jeff's or palled around with Epstein and Ghislaine on many occasions. They all deny wrongdoing. There is, of course, no suggestion that Presidents Bill Clinton and Donald Trump committed any wrongdoing. They both deny any wrongdoing. Free men stand in their own little circle of hell. They, too, deny any wrongdoing. Jean-Luc Brunel denied wrongdoing, but faced charges in France of having sex with minors. Harvard lawyer Alan Dershowitz vehemently denies wrongdoing. His primary accuser, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, stands by her story, but she was required to have sex with him on multiple occasions. Her civil case against Dershowitz continues. Once again, Dershowitz denies any wrongdoing. Virginia also accuses Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, saying she was forced to have sex with him 3 times in 2001. The prince strongly denies any wrongdoing. The prince does not face criminal charges in London. This is because he denies Virginia's allegations, and there is no compelling evidence of the sex act. There is, however, a difficult photograph of the prince taken in Ghislaine's house, which shows him with his hand around Virginia's waist. She is wearing a crop top. He says he has no memory of meeting Virginia and has suggested the photo may have been doctored. On criminal charges, legally, he is in a strong position. If Virginia was trafficked, he did not know of it, or there is no evidence of that. She, at 17, was above the legal age of consent in Britain, 16, and the alleged sex acts took place 2 years before the Sexual Offence Act of 2003, which covers sex trafficking, was passed. You can't try people for crimes before they are made law. Virginia's civil suit against Prince Andrew in New York did not go well for the royal. At a pre-trial hearing in January 2022, his lawyers told Judge Kaplan that because the prince was a potential co-defendant, he was protected by a $500,000 deal between Epstein and Virginia in 2009. That is, the prince maintains his innocence, while his lawyers were seeking to hide behind a deal made by a convicted paedophile. The prince's lawyers further argued that Virginia's case was vague. The judge knocked that back, telling them, "That is a dog that is not going to hunt." A few days later, Judge Kaplan rejected the attempts by the prince's lawyers to have the case struck out, setting out a schedule for a trial in the autumn of 2022. Buckingham Palace signalled its displeasure by announcing that Prince Andrew would no longer be able to use the title of His Royal Highness in any capacity, and he would be stripped of all his military titles, a blow that the Sunday Mirror reported left him in tears. The prince's 2 primary defences to Virginia's claims, from his own mouth: first, that Virginia must be wrong that he had sex with her that night, as he was not where she claims he was, but instead went to the Pizza Express with his daughters in Woking. Second, But she said when they danced at Tramp's nightclub, he sweated disgustingly, and he can't sweat because he was shot at during the Falklands War, have led to derision. Headline writers made much of Sweaty Andrew sweating it out, sweatily. He denied any wrongdoing. In my personal view, his denials were as convincing as a gimp photographed in a gimp suit, denying he's a gimp. And then the prince settled. All his denials came to naught. If you're an innocent party, you give millions to some chancer. Has Virginia been telling the truth all along? As this book went to press, the Queen died. Her 7 decades of service to our country meant that her passing was genuinely mourned up and down the land. The very idea of a man on the stamps and the money seems absurd. The one great blot on her record was standing by her second son for far too long. That said, she signed off on the decision to strip Andrew of the HRH title. And a mother's love for a wayward son is a thing that afflicts rich and poor alike. Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted on Wednesday the 29th of December 2021. 1 week later, her lawyers wrote to the judge calling for a mistrial because a juror, now known by his first names, Scotty David, had told reporters that his experience of being sexually abused helped to sway the jury to convict. Some of them had expressed doubts because of concerns about false memory, but the victims could not remember details of the abuse. He had told his fellow jurors that he had vivid memories of abuse, but could not remember some aspects of it, just like the victims. The problem is, the answer Scotty David gave to one of the 50 questions potential jurors were asked at the pre-trial jury selection process was, had they been sexually abused? He ticked no, and later realized that he should have ticked yes. Ghislaine's defense lawyers argued that the juror was prejudiced against her and called for a mistrial. In April, Judge Nathan threw that out, finding that the juror had made a mistake but had not lied. Ghislaine Maxwell was guilty, full stop. In the meantime, Prince Andrew was stripped of most but not all of his royal titles and shuffled off into the dim twilight of his dim life. Jean-Luc Brunel hanged himself while awaiting trial in Paris. In late June 2022, Ghislaine returned to court to hear some of the victims set out their agonies at her hands. Of the 4 of them, Annie Farmer's voice was the clearest when she told Judge Nathan, "I ask you to bear in mind how Maxwell's unwillingness to acknowledge her crimes, her lack of remorse, and her repeated lies about her victims created the need for many of us to engage in a long fight for justice that has felt like a black hole." And then Ghislaine Maxwell addressed the court, dressed in dowdy prison garb, her ankles shackled. Her voice was prim, befitting her Marlborough public school education. Her manner was unsettled and unsettling, dabbing her hair, touching her neck, and gazing at her twin sisters, Isabel and Christine, and brother Kevin. Brothers Ian and Philip and sister Anne were no-shows. Ghislaine said, "Your Honour, it is hard for me to address the court after listening to the pain and anguish expressed today. The terrible impact on the lives of so many women is difficult to hear, and even more difficult to absorb, both in its scale and extent. I acknowledge their suffering and empathise deeply with all of the victims in this case. I also acknowledge that I have been a victim of helping Jeffrey Epstein commit these crimes. Not a perp, but yet another victim. The crowning problem with this approach is that for at least 10 years, Ghislaine had denied the truth of what the victims had been saying, and that only months before her own lawyers had been trying to break them into little pieces. This was far too little, far too late. It was insulting. Judge Nathan looked on, impassive, her gown shimmering like the wing of a raven, hoarse with a croak of doom. Ghislaine continued, I realize I've been convicted of assisting Jeffrey Epstein to commit these crimes. My association with Epstein will permanently stain me. It is the biggest regret of my life that I ever met him. Once again, far too little, far too late. Had Ghislaine articulated this regret on the day he killed himself, then things might have turned out less bleakly for her. Instead, she had vanished. Some of what she said was true enough. I believe Jeffrey Epstein fooled all of those in his orbit. His victims considered him a mentor, friend, lover. It's absolutely unfathomable today to think that was how he was viewed contemporaneously. His impact on all those close to him has been devastating. And today, those who even knew him briefly or never met him but were associated with someone who did have lost relationships, jobs, and had their lives derailed. Jeffrey Epstein should have stood before you in 2005, in 2009, and again in 2019. All the many times he was accused, charged, prosecuted. True. He should have spared victims the years of chasing justice. True, but not good enough. From 2005 onwards, Ghislaine could have helped Epstein's victims. Instead, she dallied and parried, and when deposed in 2016, told lies to cover up her own complicity. But today is ultimately not about Epstein. It is for me to be sentenced, and for the victims to address me alone in court. To you I say, I am sorry for the pain you experienced. But not for the pain she made them experience. Then she slipped into self-pity. I hope my conviction, along with my harsh incarceration, brings you closure. I hope this brings the women who've suffered some measure of peace, and faintly to help you put those experiences of so many years ago in a place that allows you to look forward and not back. I also acknowledge the pain this case has brought to those I love, the many I held and still hold close, the relationships I've lost and will never be able to regain. It is my sincerest wish to all those in this courtroom and all those outside this courtroom that today brings a terrible chapter to an end. And to those of you who spoke here today and those who did not, may this day help you travel through darkness into the light. Judge Nathan was having none of Ghislaine's tea-towel aphorism banality. She called her actions heinous and predatory, telling the court Ghislaine worked with Epstein to select young victims who were vulnerable and played a pivotal role in facilitating sexual abuse. Her sentence, 20 years. Noting that Ghislaine had received a $10 million bequest from Epstein after his death, the judge also fined her $750,000. After the sentencing, Ghislaine's lawyer, Bobby Sternheim, told the press that her client had been vilified, pilloried, and would appeal the guilty verdict. 2 weeks later, Ghislaine sacked Sternheim, so the appeal will be led by someone else. In August 2022, news broke that Haddon, Morgan and Foreman, the Colorado-based law firm where Laura Menninger and Jeffrey Pagluka worked, were suing Ghislaine Maxwell, her brother, Kevin, and her estranged husband, Scott Borgeson, for $878,000 in unpaid fees. Ghislaine may die in the bone pit. That seems harsh, cruel even. But no one who sat through the trial and watched her fancy lawyers pick great holes in the victims can forget that persisting in her innocence, and therefore their guilt as dishonest witnesses, Ghislaine was harsh and cruel to them, time and again. Reflecting on what Sarah Ramsden wrote, for those who knew the gracious Ghislaine, 20 years may seem grotesquely unfair. For those who knew the conniving tyrant, 20 years may seem fair enough. Ghislaine's father, was a monster. So was her lover. Ghislaine was both the double victim of monsters and, to those without power and money and connections, a monster in her own right. Thinking about Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, a line from The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald comes to mind. How the rich smashed up things and creatures and then retreated back into their money. Nothing good came of that, or them. The story of Ghislaine Maxwell is, then, a dark fairy tale for our time, when no one at all ends up happily ever after. This is John Sweeney. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged production of Hunting Ghislaine by John Sweeney, presented by Hodder and Stoughton. The audiobook was produced by Carmelite Studios. Text copyright 2022, John Sweeney. Production copyright 2022, Hodder and Stoughton Limited. The moral right of the author has been asserted, all rights reserved. No part of this audiobook may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the publisher. For more information about Hodder and Stoughton's unabridged audiobooks, please visit www.hodder.co.uk. Thank you for listening.